So, meine Damen und Herren, willkommen zu einem neuen Video. Heute mal wieder ein Video der etwas anderen Art, denn es wird ein wenig ums Theory Crafting gehen. Denn vor einigen Tagen wurden die ersten Talent Trees für Dragonflight released und darunter unter anderem der Druide und der Death Knight. Wir werden uns heute den Death Knight anschauen. Das hat den Grund, da ich selber Death Knight Main bin. Und ich will sagen, ich kenne mich selber ganz gut mit der Klasse aus. Werde hier und da auf jeden Fall auch mal mein Senf dazu geben, meine Begründung. Was mich aber vor allem interessiert, ist eben die Begründung oder die Ansichtsweise, beziehungsweise Probleme oder Änderungen, die vielleicht gut sind in dem Baum. Was denn so die High-End-Spieler davon halten. In dem Fall wäre es jetzt mit der Gille Limit, mit Limit Maximum. Atlas, Dorki, MuffinCookie und Taeznak. Ich hoffe, ich habe das richtig ausgesprochen. Maximum ist auf jeden Fall der Guild-Leader. Atlas und Dorki sind, glaube ich, beides DK-Spieler in der Gilde. MuffinCookie und Taeznak kenne ich jetzt wirklich gar nicht. Das tut mir auch sehr leid. Und ja, ich bin da sehr gespannt auf das Video. Und bevor wir starten, würde ich noch gerne meine Wünsche äußern, was ich gerne sehen würde, beziehungsweise mir wünschen würde für die Zukunft. Wir werden auch mal hin und her springen zwischen Ingame, dem Video. Es gab auch inzwischen schon einen Blue-Post für mögliche Änderungen, dass genug Feedback angekommen ist an Blizzard und dass sie gerne den Unholy Tree ein wenig ändern möchten. Und ja, bin ich sehr gespannt drauf. Es gab jetzt auch gestern, glaube ich, am Samstag, den 23.07., gab es auch den zweiten Teil von Max, von der Guild Limit. Und den werden wir uns natürlich auch anschauen. Also es wird ein sehr langes Video und ich glaube, es ist auf jeden Fall auch nicht was für jeden. Ja, ich glaube, das bedient sehr wenig meiner Zuschauerschaft, weil vielleicht einfach Leute, die nebenbei gerne ein paar Sachen anhören oder so, vielleicht ist es für die genau das Richtige. Ja, wie gesagt, was ich mir gerne wünschen würde für den Death Knight. Wir gehen mal über jeden Spec so drüber, hätte ich gesagt. Blut kann ich am allerwenigsten sagen, weil spiele ich ganz, ganz wenig. Und ist für mich eigentlich auch einer der langweiligsten Specs in-game, muss ich leider so sagen. Aber ja, was ich mir für ein Unholy wünschen würde. Ich habe Unholy mit in WoD angefangen zu spielen. Ein bisschen aktiver auf jeden Fall. Fand ich interessant. Dann kam natürlich die Wound-Mechanik in Shadowlands mit den Artefakten. Es ist auch ein interessantes Konzept. Leider bin ich dem inzwischen ein wenig überdrüssig. Schon seit BFA eigentlich, weil die Wound-Mechanik finde ich einfach wahnsinnig, wahnsinnig unattraktiv. Das ist quasi Kombopunkte für Arme. Man hat einen gewissen Ramp-Up, der wahnsinnig lange braucht, weil man keine Cooldowns hat, dass der funktioniert. Und man kann diesen Ramp-Up, oder eher gesagt diese Wounds, im Gegensatz zu Kombopunkten, kann man nicht auf andere Ziele mitnehmen. Zudem ist der Aufbau relativ RNG, mehr oder minder, mit eben schwerender Stoß, dass man immer 2 bis 3 schwerende Wunden auf dem Ziel macht. Mir wäre es einfach lieber, dass einfach Baseline 3 sind, weil so kann man viel besser mit kalkulieren. Das macht irgendwie hinten und vorne keinen Sinn, finde ich. Auf jeden Fall beim Unholy würde ich mir eigentlich von Herzen wünschen, dass die Wound-Mechanik einfach weggenommen wird aus Dragonflight und wir einmal einen Pet-Bild haben und wir dann vielleicht noch einmal einen Disease-Bild irgendwie bekommen, aber dazu später nochmal. Ja, bei Frost würde ich mir sehr gerne wünschen. Ja, Frost easy to learn und eigentlich auch easy to master meiner Meinung nach. Ich habe jetzt Frost in Season 3 von Shadowlands in M+, habe ich tatsächlich mal verstärkt gespielt mit Breath of Sindragosa Bild, weil es ja seitdem Breath of Sindragosa quasi rausgekommen ist es ja immer der beste Bild für Frost. Und ja, es war mal witzig, das dann mit Nightfade zu spielen. Und was ich mir bei Frost wünschen würde, dass einfach Breath of Sindragosa nicht einfach dieser ultimative Spec bleibt und vielleicht, dass es vielleicht mal ein bisschen was Competitive-mäßiges gibt im Frost-Spektrum. Das wäre nicht schlecht. Ja, bei Blut, wie gesagt, Blut kann ich wenig zu sagen. vergleichsweise eigentlich immer ein sehr starker Tank, weil er halt auch einfach nicht wirklich auf den Healer angewiesen ist. Ich bin gerade am Überlegen. Ja, genau, das war ja in Legion. Im Legion MDI Tournament. Gab es da schon das Tournament oder hieß es da noch MDI? Ja, auf jeden Fall in Legion war es ja so, dass der Blut-DK, da gab es Comms, da hat man einfach ein Blut-DK gespielt und 4 Demon Hunters. Also komplett ohne Heiler, weil der Demon Hunter Sustain einfach out of this world war und der Bloody K Sustain sowieso und man hat einfach gekitet, weil der Aggro-Aufbau einfach so massiv war für jeden Tank und Bloody K hat ja einen 90% Slow oder so, sowas in der Art gehabt, das hätten wir auch einfach stehen bleiben können, die Mobs. Na gut, ich würde sagen, wir springen einfach mal rein. Ich werde zwischendrin viel stoppen, wechseln und ihr seht es ja dann. Als Disclaimer kann ich vielleicht noch sagen, es werden sehr viele Fachbegriffe fallen und deswegen, ja, vielleicht nicht für jeden was. Okay, los geht's.
For raid, in terms of like throughput,
you're using a noise gate, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a little. Yeah, get closer to your mic when you talk.
That sound good now?
Oh,
That
wow.
sound nice and
That's a
central.
little-
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Well, I'm just gonna keep it like this.
Erstmal ein bisschen
This time,
leiser
guys,
machen.
We are doing a DK talent tree talk, very much like the Shadow Priest one. I plan to do these one for each class. And it's not just about the talent trees, it's also like DKs as a whole. The idea for these is hopefully Blizzard listens to them and is identified by people that I think are like really bright in the community and really know what they're talking about and give them like feedback. Because I think they're going to need more feedback on these talent trees than anything else because there's just so many specs. And you can already see, especially when they released the Priest one, that stuff that I thought they were philosophically sound on with DK and Druid trees was not true with Priest, and it presented a lot of problems. So as they're like finalizing the other ones before they release them, or just to get the right idea on them, I think it's important to know what exactly those things are. So.
Ja, ich wollte ja gerade noch mal kurz ein bisschen Stopp machen, um zu sagen, was mir noch einfällt. Erstens, ich finde es sehr schön, dass der Limit eben diese Experten in den Klassen reinholt und mit denen diskutiert und dann Feedback an Blizzard weitergibt. Ich finde, es sollten eigentlich viele Top-Gilden machen und eigentlich auch viele andere WoW-YouTuber, die es bis jetzt noch nicht gemacht haben, weil so Leute wie ich zum Beispiel, die sich vielleicht dann gut mit einer Klasse auskennen oder mit einem Spec, ich kann natürlich ins Forum schreiben, aber das wird auf wenig Ohren stoßen. Was ich noch kurz erwähnen wollte, ist, weil er ja von der DK-Utility gesprochen hat, also für was DKs dann so, naja, ich sag's mal, allgemein dann zu gebrauchen sind, fällt mir auf jeden Fall die 2 größten Nerfs ein in Shadowlands, nämlich einmal der Dreadblade-Nerf von 30%, was die Mastery vom Unholy war. Nach dem Nerf wurden ziemlich viele Unholy-Charaktere nicht mehr so viel gespielt. Und dann natürlich der AMC-Nerf, der auch irgendwie absolut Nonsens war. Klar, AMC-Stacking, um vielleicht Mechaniken auszuhebeln, weil einfach viel Magic Damage weniger reinkommt, ist natürlich interessant, aber nicht gut, finde ich. Also man nerft den Damage vom Unholy quasi gefühlt legitim um 30%. 30% waren es jetzt nicht ganz, aber man hat schon sehr viel Mastery weniger bekommen. Dann nerft man auch noch die einzige Raid-Utility, die der DK zum Raid bringt. Vorausgesetzt ist es ein Damage-Dealer-DK. Bloody Case hätten natürlich noch Gorfin's Grip. Und natürlich auch die AMC. Ja, ist natürlich sehr ärgerlich.
Alright, let's do it. So, for you guys, if you want to introduce yourself, we can start. I'll just do from the top of the videos that I see.
Ach, sehr schön. Die stellen sich sogar selber vor, dann hoffe ich, ich habe nicht zu viel Mist gelabert. Am
Hey,
Anfang.
Atlas, tell the stream about you, Atlas.
Hi, I'm Atlas. I play DK in Liquid. Yeah.
Yeah, for people who are watching, he's played in Liquid and also importantly has tanked for this guild and DPS as both specs for like a very long time. Like I think like 4 years, something like that. It's been a long time.
Hey, everybody, I'm Taeznak, DK Theory Crafter. Been doing theory stuff for Frost and Unholy for, I think, about 3.5, maybe
Ach ja, Taeznak. Der DK Theory Crafter finde ich gut.
4 years now. Super fun. I'm sure a lot of you guys know me, but super happy to talk today.
Leider nein, tut mir leid, aber wirklich sehr gut, dass er dabei ist.
Excellent. And Muffin, I don't think we've actually met before.
Hello, I'm Muffin. I'm a DK enjoyer in Mythic Plus.
Okay, so you're primarily Mythic Plus based. Do you do what specs do you play?
I play all 3 specs if I need to, but I primarily play Frost in Mythic Plus.
All right, that is cool. And then Dorki, the chat usually knows you, but just for the sake of this probably being a YouTube video, what's your deal?
Hello, I've been playing DK mostly since BFA. Let's say I mostly play M+, and I've been more so Unholy and Blood, more than Frost, but I still play Frost whenever.
I think that's one of the reasons why I wanted you guys on, because I think like Atlas has like a race world first perspective, has played all 3 specs at a high level. Dorki has played all 3 specs. Currently, I believe you've cleared the Mythic raid and are primarily a Mythic Plus player, would describe yourself as one. Taeznak has a background, and Muffin both have a background in the Theorycraft community. All right, so we started off the discussion with priests with the big elephant in the room being PI. Before we, there's nothing like that quite for DKs, but is there anything about the class before we directly dive into the spec trees that you guys think is either worse than it was before at a previous time in the game and like desperately needs to be looked at, minor tweaks, or like the way that any of the classes play right now that really stick out to you?
Da unterbreche ich mal kurz. Ich weiß jetzt nicht, auf was für eine Zeit das bezogen ist. Meint er jetzt auf jetzt der Talent Tree, dass da bestimmte Dinge schlechter sind, als es jetzt in Shadowlands ist? Oder jetzt in Shadowlands, dass manche Dinge besser oder schlechter sind als in den Expansions davor?
I have sort of a hot take, but I'll leave it for later.
Okay, so it sounds
Well-
like that's real hot.
So you said there's nothing like PI for DKs. I'd kind of argue that Abomination's limb and where it's placed right now is a big issue that we should probably touch on first.
Das ist natürlich interessanter Take mit Abomination's Limp. Abomination's Limp, quasi gefühlt der stärkste Cooldown. Neben Army of the Dead. Falls man Unholy spielt, in der DK momentan hat, habe ich das Gefühl. Vor allem mit dem zweiten Legendary mit 20% Damage Increase. Und einfach haut das Ding so ziemlich gut rein. Und die Utility, falls es einen Boss-Encounter gibt mit vielen Ads, die von A nach B irgendwie müssen, ist halt einfach grandios. Es ist halt wie, ja, ein bisschen so wie PI. Kann man eigentlich fast schon ein bisschen, ja, hat er eigentlich recht, weil PI, man nimmt halt einfach Priester mit, wegen PI. Natürlich, wenn das verdammt gute Healer sind, jetzt in dem Fall natürlich in Shadowlands der Holy Priest, ist ja großartig, dann ist es natürlich doppelt gut, aber PI ist halt ein richtig krasser Damage-Cooldown für einen Warlock in dem Fall, wenn man mal die Sicht auf Shadowlands trägt.
Because where it's at right now, like DPS DKs can't really take it without sacrificing so much.
That's a great, yeah, because it's something that for people who are watching was added. This expansion has been like DKs since the beginning of time, even like way back when. But something that comes to my mind is Manaroth, right? When you're doing Manaroth in Hellfire Citadel, imagine like not having Mass Grip for that fight. That was back when DPS DKs had it. That was something that they just needed. And A-Bomb's Limb bringing back or coming to the game kind of brought a little bit of that back and kind of functionally served as a Mass Grip for a lot of the expansion, and has now gotten to a point where it's like a clear DK niche. Like there's absolutely a way you would bring a Death Knight to a fight that they have no reason to be in on defensively as a tank or offensively as a DPS, where that is just too required and too good. So it being at the bottom of that class.
Genau, wie er sagt, das ist einfach, der DK muss nicht mal irgendwie was Gutes dabei haben, an anderer Utility oder viel Damage machen. Er muss einfach nur diesen 12 Sekunden, was jetzt Abomination's Limb ist, einfach diesen 12 Sekunden Mass Grip haben. Einfach um Ad-Phasen, um einiges leichter zu machen.
Tree is something we'll probably look at there, but I think I'm actually glad it's staying though. Actually, I'm interested to see how much you have to give up to get there.
Do you want to take a look at one of the
Yeah.
general trees I've got set up? Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, jetzt kommen sie gleich zu den General Trees. Der Maximum hat hier gemeint, lass mich da nochmal ganz kurz zurückgehen. Ein paar Sekunden. Was sagt
Look
der da
at there,
genau?
but I think I'm actually glad it's staying though.
Genau, I'm actually glad it's staying though. Ich muss ehrlich sagen, ich bin nicht so der Fan von dem Talent. Es ist ein Haufen Damage, was man da natürlich mitmacht. Aber außerhalb vom Unholy Decay kann ich jetzt sagen, also außerhalb von den Cooldowns vom Unholy Decay ist halt der Unholy Decay echt nicht gut designt. Und das ist halt eben dann auch einer seiner Cooldowns, natürlich auch mit den anderen. Aber ich glaube, Wenn ich mich richtig erinnere, der Abominations Limb ist im General DK Tree drinnen. Und das wird sowieso dann zu jedem Spec zugeteilt. Na, schauen wir mal.
Actually, I'm interested to see how much you have to give up to get there.
Do you want to take a look at one of the
Yeah.
general trees I've got set up? Sure.
Yeah, let's do that.
This is a single target unholy setup, but it'll give you the general idea of what like DPS DKs do in the general tree when you're looking at that side of it.
Okay, die haben hier jetzt quasi schon ein Bild gemacht. Das wird natürlich auch sehr viel PvE fokussiert sein, wenig PvP, glaube ich. Und jetzt für Single Target.
To get down to Abomination's limb in the center row, for an unholy DK, they'd have to give up either Empower Rune Weapon or Soul Reaper. They have to sacrifice one of those rows. And there's no real good option to give them up because on the unholy side, you're giving up Soul Reaper and Unholy Bond, which that Rune Forge buff is just huge. It's such a DPS loss to give up. And then on the Frost side of things, you're giving up Icy Talons, Runic Continuation, and Empower Rune Weapon. All of which aren't like super required, but the extra resources give all of the specs a lot of leg room to kind of play the spec more fluidly or fill in that downtime, just have more globals in general, and makes the spec feel good. Taking those away just makes the spec feel worse, and doing that to get Abomination Slim just kind of feels bad, man, you know?
Definitely.
Okay, ist ein sehr interessanter Take. Ich hätte jetzt nicht erwartet, dass er wirklich Abomination Limb auslässt. Soul Reaper dann natürlich mitnehmen, ist natürlich für Single-Target Raid Encounter mit einer Execute Phase ziemlich stark. Dann da oben, das Talent weiß ich nicht, wie es heißt. Es ist auf jeden Fall, dass unsere Runenwaffen Empowerments um 30% besser sind, also 10% pro Punkt eben. Und dann halt eben die Runenwaffe verstärken mitnehmen, was ich sehr gut finde. Ich habe damit auch ziemlich gestruggelt. Macht halt einfach Tempo, Runenmacht und Runen. Sowie Horn des Winters, das würde ich auf jeden Fall auch immer mitnehmen. Es ist einfach so ein Button, so ein extra Button, den man drückt, wenn man ein bisschen in Not ist. Was durchaus passieren kann beim DK, weil man hat einfach keinen Filler, irgendwie wie der Krieger oder wie der Mage oder irgendwas. Entweder es gibt irgendwie eine Ressource zum Verbrauchen oder es gibt eine Ressource zum Erzeugen bei einer Fähigkeit. Es gibt nichts, was nichts macht und einfach plain Schaden. Deshalb ist das, glaube ich, nicht schlecht. Was ich sehr interessant finde, hier rechts von Soul Reaper hat man, ich weiß gar nicht, wie es heißt, Death Echo oder so. Man hat da 2 Charges von Death Grip, Death Advance und noch irgendwas. Finde ich echt ein starkes Talent, weil der Decay ist dann gar nicht mal so diese Wheelchair-Klasse tatsächlich, sondern hat sehr viel Movement damit, was ich sehr gut finde. Des Weiteren, was ich sehr bemängel an dem Basic DK Talent Tree, ist, dass gewisse Fähigkeiten, die normalerweise Baseline sind, wir jetzt skillen müssen. Wir haben hier unseren Slow, wir haben hier unseren Interrupt, Baseline normalerweise. Wir haben Death Strike, wir haben Anti-Magic Shell, ist normalerweise Baseline. Das ist das Einzige, was nicht Baseline ist, was man aber eigentlich auch im Baseline machen könnte. Wir haben hier 20% mehr Ausdauer, ist momentan normalerweise einfach Baseline beim DK. Wir haben hier Iceborne Fortitude, was normalerweise Baseline ist beim DK. Wir haben hier Death Advance, was normalerweise Baseline ist beim DK. Und ja, ich glaube, ihr seht, worauf das hinausläuft. Wir haben hier Soul Reaper, was momentan Baseline ist beim Unholy DK, was ich jetzt nicht schlimm finde, dass das für jeden DK-Tree offen ist. Aber wir haben hier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sogar mit Anti-Magic Zone. Wir haben hier 7 Baseline-Abilities, die einfach in den Tree reingetan wurden, ohne dass es irgendwie Sinn macht in meinen Augen. Das soll halt irgendwie, ich habe das Gefühl, Blizzard denkt so, die Leute, die werden einfach dumm. Wir nehmen einfach Baseline-Abilities und hauen die in den Tree rein, sodass man denkt, boah, Alter, das ist ja übelst krass. Ich habe jetzt voll viele Auswahlmöglichkeiten. Naja.
True. I also think it's something where in a lot of these classes, I think Blizzard is having to balance between how many points are you putting on the tree that are just like there to fill out the total amount of points you need to spend, versus a lot of classes being like, okay, well, I don't have as much of those or a few classes. I don't have as much of those abilities, but I have to make some insanely hard decisions of actually what I want. And it's one thing Blizzard really needs to watch out for is going in.
Genau, das stimmt. Das ist ein sehr guter Punkt, weil Blizzard muss einfach gucken, oder die Spieler dann auch, was will ich denn da genau? Was gebe ich auf für das und etc. Wenn jetzt zum Beispiel Soul Reaper mal nimmt, im Gegensatz zu Abomination's Limb, Soul Reaper verdammt starker Execute, Abomination's Limb aber auch verdammt starker Single-Target-Cooldown. Also, schwierig.
Next expansion, any class.
Beziehungsweise auch einfach ein sehr guter Utility-Cooldown. Und wenn ich dann halt, hier den mittleren Pfad wähle, fehlt mir erstens mein Runic Empowerment, mein Lichborn, was Baseline momentan ist. was mir auch erst so einfällt. Entschuldigung. Was halt eben kleiner Defensive ist, was immer nicht schlecht ist. Ja, und dann fehlt mir halt auch einfach ein Haufen DPS. Dann habe ich hier natürlich ein bisschen mehr Utility, aber kein Execute.
Or spec feeling like they're a gimped version of their former selves because they just don't have what was available to them previously is a terrible feeling that they've managed to do most expansions, right? Like I think one of the reasons they're doing an evergreen talent tree is to get away from the crazy borrowed power systems that amplify all the way into the 0.3 patch of an expansion, and then you just lose it and you're like, wow, my character feels literally worse than it was yesterday, but this is a new expansion I'm supposed to be.
Ja, das ist auch. Also ich bin froh, dass Blizzard diese Borrowed Powers jetzt irgendwie endlich mal ablegt. Ja, in Legion war das ja ganz cool und alles. Aber dann, dass sie es einfach so weitergeführt haben, das ist feuchter Schmuh gewesen. Ganz schrecklich, wenn ich ehrlich bin.
Excited about it. So how do you think in the Blizzard tree, or in this tree specifically, Blizzard would go about fixing that?
Talking about just the general tree?
Just the general tree for now.
Well, I got a hot take, but I want A-Bomb Limb gone entirely as an ability, and I just want Mask Grip back. The middle of the tree.
Finde ich auch eigentlich, würde ich, glaube ich, ähnlich so machen. Ich finde das eigentlich eine gute Lösung.
Because they basically serve the same function in terms of like your usefulness to a raid, but like A-Bomb's Limb as like a damaging ability is kind of underwhelming unless you're in like some sort of cleave scenario where you have like the perfect amount of targets for it. So like having to pick between unique utility and then putting that at the bottom of the tree and then locking that behind a DPS choice is kind of shitty when you're giving up so much all over the rest of the tree to do so.
Yeah, it would also kind of maybe work thematically too, because you could allow Blood DKs to get their own Mask Grip instead of it being, I'm assuming, on the Blood DK tree. I actually don't remember if it was on the Blood DK tree. Yeah, and that would be like make it available to both without having to deal with like a damaging function. But I guess my only other concern would be, I think something that they actually did really well in this tree, as especially opposed to Shadow Priest, is they had things that were previously thought to be really problematic in that, oh, you're going to make people go 5 points out of the way to get an extra kick as a healer, or to get a personal cooldown that they've had for like 10 years. But in this, they kind of solved that for all three specs. Like, there's no way you're going into any content where you're not grabbing IBF or Mind Freeze ever. Where you're not missing anti-magic shell or just missing 10% stamina, or you do know what I mean? Like a lot of your stuff that you will always have in all content is there, but that also just begs the question of like how many points on this tree are supposed to be things that you're just picking by default and are there to be there, and it doesn't actually give you any interesting decisions to make.
Ja, das ist es ja. Keine interessanten Entscheidungen und einfach die Sachen, die notwendig sind als DK-Spieler, muss man halt einen Punkt für ausgeben. Und wie er schon gesagt hat, es gibt kein Szenario, wo man kein Icebound Fortitude mitnimmt, wo man kein Anti-Magic Shell mitnimmt, wo man kein Death Strike mitnimmt und wo man kein Interrupt mitnimmt. Das ist einfach dumm für dich.
Like outside of A-Bomb's Limb, which we can kind of get back to in a second, because I think I kind of agree with you. Like, where are the decisions you see you all making on a like content to content difference, so like raid to Mythic Plus, I guess, or in even raid single target to AoE, or based on like the kind of utility you'd bring to a fight?
Oh, doesn't seem like anybody wants to talk, so I guess I will. So I just linked another tree in the chat. This is going to be a more AoE specific tree, and you can see a couple differences there. The primary differences would be sacrificing stuff like Soul Reaper and Runic Attenuation, and going for the stuff on the far right of the Unholy Tree, stuff like double Death's Advance, Death Grip, and Death and Decay. So you have 2 charges of that, which is the very bottom right one.
Yeah, that one looks really good.
And then at the
Das ist natürlich interessant, dass hier jetzt ein bisschen mehr AOE fokussiert ist. Das Problem ist halt, bei dem doppelten Death and Decay ist halt nicht wirklich der AOE Damage Dealer in keinen von den Specs. Bei Unholy ist es halt einfach Epidemic im Outbreak. Bei Frost ist es einfach der pure Cleave, der da zustande kommt. Durch Howling Blast etc. Bei Blut, naja, Blut ist halt durch siedendes Blut. Und ein bisschen vielleicht Death and Decay, aber sonst ist da, ja, Death and Decay macht da ja wenig.
top right, the one kind of hanging off, that one gives you extra haste during Death and Decay, which is
Das ist natürlich nicht schlecht, stimmt, daran habe ich gar nicht gedacht, dass man die 5% mehr Haste bekommt im Death and Decay. Dann macht natürlich der zweite Charge bei Death and Decay macht dann natürlich ein bisschen mehr Sinn, das stimmt.
really cool. As for utility picks, for situations like this, in the dead center of the tree, you have like Death's Advance, Anti-Magic Barrier. You could theoretically give, one or both of those up to grab stuff like Blinding Sleet in the top right. You could grab, Anticipation to get some extra runic power from interrupts, or Proliferating Chill, which actually has a potentially really cool interaction that they haven't confirmed or denied yet, which may be Cold Heart 2 target cleave, which could be really cool. Can't be sure yet, but either way, it's a big 2 target slow, which is really good utility wise. And if you're going into raids too, you could even potentially give up, if you're Unholy, for example, maybe give up Runic Attenuation on the bottom left to grab Will in the Necropolis, just to give you some extra tankiness below 30%. There's a lot of really cool trade-offs you can make, although I hate to see where a lot of the utility is. So like a lot of our movements deep into the tree are cost a lot to get to, like Death's Advance. I know you're going down there anyway, but it just kind of feels bad where it is. Same with Wraithwalk being behind like 3% avoidance, I think it is.
Wraithwalk was the weird one. The
Ja.
thing, but
Ja, Wraithwalk, das da oben ist ein anderer Movement-Cooldown von DKs und das macht halt irgendwie gar keinen Sinn, dass das hier bei 2x3% Avoidance ist, weil Avoidance nimmt, ich weiß nicht mal, wozu Avoidance gut ist. Das nimmt keiner mit. Und dann hat man halt hier den Wraithwalk, beziehungsweise dann halt auch noch die Opferung vom Ghoul, ich weiß nicht mehr, wie die heißt. Das ist auch irgendwie so seltsam designt.
one thing I did like seeing though is seeing as in most content you're going to get Anti-Magic Zone and Death's Advance, seeing DPS DKs kind of for the first time having the option to have the reduced Anti-Magic Shell cooldown is definitely something that would be prevalent in raids. I mean, I remember like we had Atlas like play tank DPS on some fight where he was able to AMS something exactly on cooldown that he wouldn't have been able to as a DPS DK. I think it was it Il'gynoth in Nihilotha?
Il'gynoth, Nihilotha, Jailer on Mythic as a tank.
Yeah, so like just having stuff like that available for a DK is definitely something where I think like among the niches that Death Knights bring to content, AMS is extremely powerful. Like almost no class has something like it for such a low cost. So having that be pretty accessible is good. The thing is though, is there are definitely fights where Anti-Magic Zone is basically worthless or actually worthless. So knowing to get that, even though it's not the actual base version of AMS or Death's Advance is kind of bad because the amount of fights you're not going to play Death's Advance on in reality is pretty low.
Funny part about this is you have 2 options, which situationally, utility-wise, would be something you would never give up in a million years in Wraithwalk and the reduced AMS cooldown if they're required for a fight, let's say. And the only other trade-off you have in the tree is to lose 30% effectiveness on your Runeforge, which is just like, it's like a laughable, like, DPS, but trade-off that you have to make to like even get those 2 things just to improve your quality of life on a fight. So it's like either lose a shit ton of damage or just waddle around the entire fight and not hit targets because you can't keep up with them. So
yeah, honestly, like I do want to bring something up as well that I've noticed when we're looking at the Druid and the Priest trees. It's the baseline of each of these classes. If you look at like Druids, they get a CC, they get a defensive, they get a heal, they get all the basic stuff for their spec. Priests, same thing, they get 2 defensives, heal, power word shield, they get a raid buff, all of that. And if you look at Death Knight's baseline, it's kind of barren in that aspect. I can totally get it if they're doing it for like thematic reasons, like maybe an Unholy DK doesn't want Icebound Fortitude for whatever reason, or Lichborn for a Frost DK. Like, I get that, but I don't know, stuff like Anti-Magic Shell, Death's Advance, I don't see why that's not part of the baseline when
Ja.
other classes are getting stuff that is always useful to have. Well, Death Knight is kind of stuck with stuff that's like, I don't know, On a Pale Horse, Path of Frost. Not really useful buttons to always have. I don't know, just my take on that.
Well, I think you're right. I mean, if you just take a blanket look at this real quick, like just a snapshot of this in your head, you will see that these points are not necessarily laid out for you to make interesting decisions based on how it affects your class. They're clearly laid out by theme, right? Like the entire right side of the tree is extremely unholy based. The left side is extremely frost based. Even things like, Chains of Ice, which have about the same usefulness, if not potentially more, for other specs than Frost. It is a technical Frost thing, so it is down the Frost tree. So maybe an argument to be made would be, thinking about the layout of the trees much less in the terms of like lore or theme and much more about, realistically how you would ever choose these things.
Well, it's like not only split up on theme as well, but the left side of the tree is like resource based and the right side of the tree is like throughput based. So you're also making a decision not only between whether or not you want the spec to play like shit, or also between whether or not the spec actually does damage. And then the middle is like the things that you would all want in different scenarios, but then since you're forced into going to the right side of the tree for throughput, and then you're forced somewhat to get the resource generating part of the left tree, then you just don't even have enough points to get like the interesting decisions out of the middle where you'd situationally change them.
Ja, finde ich gut, das sind gute Punkte, die sie da ansprechen, dass halt irgendwie ein bisschen mehr so Theme-mäßig gehandhabt ist, aber das kann man nicht machen, weil man kann nicht Lichborn mit Iceborne Fortitude vergleichen. Man kann ja sagen, als Unholy wie Lichborn, weil ist ja quasi Unholy Spell, so von der Thematik her, und als Frost dem ja Iceborne Fortitude und im Grunde machen die dasselbe und die machen halt eigentlich nicht dasselbe. Und das ist halt ein bisschen, der ist einfach, also zusammengefasst, meinen sie, so wie ich, der ist einfach seltsam aufgebaut, der Basic Tree. Und wenn ich jetzt zum Beispiel, wie, ich glaube, Atlas meinte das jetzt, wenn ich jetzt zum Beispiel links irgendwie was brauche, das sind alles wichtige Sachen, aber dann habe ich nicht mehr genug Punkte für den mittleren, für die Utility, dann ist halt irgendwie auch nichts.
Like down the middle, for example, right? Like if you have a bunch of optional situational things, the trees should not be laid out, hopefully, in a position where you have to pick a bunch of other optional things to get to another optional thing, because then, that's almost very rare that you would actually need all of those. Whereas a position like where Unholy Ground is on the tree, or Blinding Sleet, or things like that are just 1 point send-offs you can just do on the side of the tree for a specific thing, that feels way better when you're passing something that you really, really want all the time to pick something that's optional and never having to pick, something entirely optional to get to something else that happens to be very good for specifically that. Dorki,
I make the argument.
Go ahead.
One more thing. I make the argument. If you had 3 more points available to you on this tree, it would be almost perfect in terms of like flexibility between builds and what you can pick between and make interesting decisions. But because you don't have those 3 points, you're like kind of hedge locked into like picking dog shit choices or skipping out entirely on the interesting ones.
Ja, ich glaube auch, wenn ich jetzt 3 Punkte mehr hätte, würde mir eigentlich sofort einfallen, naja, ich könnte in Wraith Walk rein, dann bräuchte ich vielleicht Death Echo nicht und dann könnte ich Soul Reaver noch mitnehmen. Dann hätte ich mal 2 Movement-Dinger, so wie es jetzt momentan ist, damit kommt man gut klar. Ja, ich könnte auch das hier weglassen. Dann hätte ich vielleicht noch 4, dann könnte ich hier rein und ja, ich glaube, zur Abomination's Limb komme ich nichts mehr, bis ich noch links irgendwo was rausnehme oder hier. Ja, vielleicht, wenn der Fight nicht so Anti-Magic Shell focused ist, dann könnte ich hier noch einen Punkt rausnehmen, dann könnte ich zu Abomination's Limb. Ja, wie gesagt, es ist einfach viel Baseline-Stuff dabei, der nicht dabei sein sollte, weil es halt einfach Baseline ist. Und es wurde ja vorhin auch schon angesprochen, dass andere Klassen in dem Fall mehr Baseline-Abilities behalten. Warum es beim DK jetzt anders ist, habe ich keine Ahnung.
Before going into, I want to ask Dorki specifically about some, and Muffin. What do you go by? Muffin
that's
specifically?
fine.
Muffin, cool. About like some M+ stuff for sure. How do you guys feel about the potential of like what they're going to add in patches in this next upcoming expansion? I feel like something that is possible, and I think kind of goes against their whole idea of like an evergreen system, is like you get to max level, But then in 10.1, it's like, oh, well, we gave you guys like 5 more points to play around with on your class tree. And that could like massively change how like the meta is in the game and what those 5 points would mean for everyone. But maybe that's something that they have in mind to see what DK could evolve into over the course of the expansion as opposed to the first patch. So I think that's something to keep in mind. Dorki and Muffin, what kind of stuff do you guys think you'd be looking at specifically in the spec tree for like Mythic Plus? Like what Mythic Plus kind of stuff do you think you maybe wouldn't see in Raid as much that you think might just basically be required, or is it pretty similar?
Ja, ich würde sagen, für M Plus auf jeden Fall Abomination Slim. Man könnte noch Soul Reaper argumentieren, dass man da vielleicht bei einer Tyrannical Week entweder da oder dass man vielleicht Gegner sniped für das Runic, wie heißt es denn? Runic Corruption, glaube ich. Dass man da nicht ausläuft an Runen. Das kann ich mir vorstellen. Ja, als Tank auf jeden Fall Will of the Necropolis. Ein Stun wäre auf jeden Fall gut, vielleicht auch sogar ein besserer Interrupt, eins von den beiden mit diesem Desorientieren. Auf jeden Fall ein Wraith War kann ich mir noch vorstellen. Wie gesagt, es gibt immer dann so viele Szenarien. Oder eigentlich auch gerade so viele Probleme fallen mir wieder ein, weil woher sollen wir die Punkte nehmen, um dann das alles auszubauen?
So, generally when it comes to all the grip talents, those are more of raid utility. I was thinking, would there ever be a case in raid where you would...
Es kommt natürlich ganz dann auch auf die Gruppe an. Ja, wenn man irgendwas hat, was den Kick überflüssig macht oder den Grip, dann kann man das vielleicht ähnlich lassen oder anders bauen. Dann geht man vielleicht mehr auf die Interrupts anstatt auf die Utility vom Grip. Aber ja.
Maybe sacrifice some DPS just to become like a grip bot, for example, so that you don't have to bring an extra DK or you don't have to have your tank play as a blood DK if for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think there's a chance they do that, right? Like, I mean, if there's anyone that's ever been brought into a raid as a grip bot, it's never a DPS DK, almost ever. It's usually just like, you know, you'd bring your blood DK in to play the grip legendary currently to like solve a problem, and this like gives you the option to do a talent point to actually do that. And it's also super easy because you're probably going to take Unholy Bond like every single time, right? So it's not like a long way to get out of the way to be able to do that. Like even as a tank in Mythic Plus, right? Like 2 charges of Death Grip all the time in Mythic Plus would be insane for stops and for Sanguine and for plenty of other things like that. Muffin, do you have anything about the spec tree before we move on to Unholy?
I'm just like curious, like you take the Death's Echo, like the double grip and stuff, but I'm also curious if it tells you have an extra charge of like Death's Advance and stuff. Could you potentially take that and then skip out and take a Death's Advance in the middle?
That's a great question. I don't know if we'd ever be able to know that. I would assume.
Das ist eine gute Frage. Wenn den Death Echo ein Charge für alles macht, muss man dann vorher noch das Advance skillen, weil man ist ja dann eigentlich 0 plus 1 ist ja 1 und dann hätte man quasi sich den einen Talentpunkt gespart. Interessant.
Not, which kind of implies that they want you to get it.
There's another talent, we'll get to it in Frost, where if you didn't talent Empower Rune Weapon, it gives you a charge of it, and it's specifically worded to do that, but this one isn't worded to do.
So I wonder, also just a quick note, we're not going to go full on into the blood tree until later. We'll kind of look at what a blood spec tree looks like later. Is it just as bad for blood to get Abomination Limb as well?
I wouldn't say so at all. Like, blood has a lot of utility versatility in this tree. They can basically take all of the utility and become just a utility bot in the best way possible, which is kind of why it so feels bad for DPS DKs, because blood can do it all, and DPS DK can do like one thing maybe if you're lucky and you're able to, you know, spend that point on, say, Blinding Sleet instead of taking Death's Advance if you don't need it for a fight. And that's just like a solid maybe.
See, that's the thing. After looking at it a bit on my own, I don't know exactly how true that would be, because like I feel like something you don't have access to now in Empower and Rune Weapon is blood could be very powerful. And also Soul Reaper, depending on its tuning, sometimes like single one-off abilities for tanks can like just hit like extremely hard. Like that's something that tanks don't really have right now, is like insane execute niche, where like in an execute thing you actually have a tank pumping a lot of damage for you, both on like Mythic Plus bosses and raid bosses, and like that's something that could also be really interesting that isn't really a thing right now outside of like Prot Warrior kinda.
Ja, aber ich bin ehrlich gesagt nicht so der Fan von Execute auf Tanks. Weil wie er jetzt schon sagte, Prot Warrior hat natürlich die Möglichkeit, einen Execute zu machen. Das Problem ist halt, es kostet halt Wut und die Wut braucht er halt für seine Active Mitigation etc. Und so braucht halt vielleicht auch der Bloody Decay, braucht vielleicht den Global Cooldown oder die Rune braucht er halt dann gerade für was anderes anstatt ein Execute. Also das wird, denke ich, nicht so stark ins Gewicht fallen.
Yeah, I was about to say actually, because like Power Warrior has pretty insane execute right now.
Mm-hmm. But they're losing a little bit of that with their Covenant, right? Wasn't like Condemn like a pretty fat part of that? Like I know they can do it without Condemn. I think it was like Necro was doing like really insane execute before this last patch. We were thinking about playing it, but it just got crammed way too hard.
The blood talents in the general tree are like really good for raid in terms of like throughput.
You're using a noise gate, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a little.
Here?
Yeah, get closer to your mic when you talk.
Does that sound good now?
Oh,
Does that
wow.
sound nice and
That's
central? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Well, I'm just gonna keep it like this. The blood tree is real nice for raid in terms of like throughput options, but in Mythic Plus, if you like take a look at that tree, like I don't know about you, if I'm playing Blood and Keys, I'm never taking Soul Reaper. I don't think it's worth like the point.
Ja, klar.
I'd rather take other things for like utility, slows. That's one thing about the tree that got linked here too, is in terms of like slows, snares, things that you can use to kite, it's like non-existent currently with the way the points are like spread out. So you could go down the Soul Reaper path, but like why would you when you can take like the D&D 90% slow or like Wraith Walk or Asphyxiate or double chains or kick gives you runic power, or you know, like there's so many options, and then you just don't have enough points to like grab all that stuff that you would want as blood, and then you'd rely on like the blood specific things that come from the blood specific tree. The rest of it's like all quality of life stuff, but for raid it's great.
Okay, I'm gonna throw one curveball at you guys before we move on to the unholy tree. What things in the DK class tree are in spots where realistically in an entire expansion no spec will ever choose them? I think it's important to kind of single out things like this so Blizzard knows that it needs to have a reduction in cost, an easier application, or it needs to be buffed to be considered. Where would you guys see that as a spot on the tree?
The little triangle around Death Pact, I don't see myself ever picking those unless I have so many points I can fill out the entire tree.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like you're never taking permafrost.
Yeah, same idea. Like that little triangle, the one next to it with Wraithwalk and Sacrificial Pact, like there's just no reason to go down there, especially when the nodes above them are so, I don't want to say useless, but like...
Yeah, these are very strange.
Aber die sind schon useless. Kann man das sagen. Mit der Avoidance, ja, das ist halt... Also hier Death Pact ist... Also jetzt in dem Fall, wenn man dahin skillen muss, ist natürlich echt schlecht. In manchen Situationen ganz okay. Wraithwalk wäre natürlich cool, aber man muss halt 2 Punkte erstmal in die Avoidance stecken, was quasi einfach nichts macht, gefühlt. Also ich kriege einen AOE von, keine Ahnung, von 30.000 ab und 6% davon kriege ich halt dann weniger. Also wären das dann 1800 oder so. Ist halt irgendwie, ja, wow, danke, 1800 weniger Damage bei einem... Das ist irgendwie nichts.
They're very strange because the other I don't even remember nodes like this in the priest tree that we were just looking at. I guess they just have more abilities or something, but yeah, there just wasn't anything.
Ich hoffe, das haben die einfach so als Platzhalter reingebaut, weil das macht irgendwie nicht Sinn. Der Leech ist nutzlos. Wenn ich nicht so viel Schaden machen wird wie ein Legion, dann ist der Leech nutzlos. Die Avoidance ist noch mehr nutzlos, sicher.
Actually argue I could see that being used in like really high M+ keys or in PvP. Like I feel like especially PvP, right? Like I can see
the avoidance,
either permafrost or we were talking about the Death Pact tree, right?
Mm-hmm.
Death Pact, Leech, and permafrost, because those are pretty good in PvP, and I can definitely see them being like somewhat of a niche just so that you can survive in really high keys.
Yeah, I could see that with maybe the 1 point into the avoidance node too.
Nee.
Like I know there's definitely raid fights before where...
Also kommt die 3% da muss ich ja jetzt mal hart widersprechen. Die 3%, wenn ich in einem plus 27er bin und der AOE vom Boss irgendwie hittet und mit 100k oder so, dann machen da 3%, das graut auch nichts mehr fett. Dann habe ich entweder einen Cooldown, eine Anti-Magic Shell oder Iceborne Fortitude oder ich krieg was Externes oder ich bin tot, weil ich nicht alles überlebt.
I think the most extreme example
als Damage Dealer.
of this was when we killed Il'gynoth, we all put on Avoidance Corruption, and that was like basically the only realistic way we were gonna kill it as fast as we did. And like so, like sometimes Avoidance is just like the best stat in the game, but it's pretty rare. It's only when like everything on the fight happens to be Avoidance based.
Yeah,
Okay.
to me, it's like, do you want to
Ja,
sacrifice?
aber man muss auch sagen, bei der Avoidance Corruption, da hatten die halt auch mehr als 6%. Also das ist ja auch wieder ein bisschen so ein Strohmann-Argument.
Damage so that you can pick up V stuff for, you know, whatever hell you might be doing.
And I think Blizzard needs to really think about that too, because like outside of like high level play where people really appreciate and think about utility a lot and defensive stuff, I think Covenants, if they proved anything else, proved that the gamer in 2022 is going to pick the thing that makes them do more damage than the thing that is potentially even of higher value, but it just doesn't show up on the damage meter. So one thing Blizzard can do to alleviate that is not have people decide to or have to make those decisions. If the last point on your tree that is not obvious is picking between an extremely strong defensive or an extremely strong offensive, you're going to see almost everyone pick the offensive version of that. So that's something that they can alleviate kind of by just setting the trees up the right way.
The bottom middle section of the tree also feels really shit if you actually want A-Bomb's Limb as a DPS DK. Because the way they have it set up right now is like the bottom middle section of each like theme, let's say like Frost, Blood, Unholy, is tailored to the, like, let's say that specs like thing. Like the left side is like clearly heavily favoring Frost. The middle is very heavily favoring Blood, and then the right side is just so good it's good for everybody. But if you want Limb and you need Limb on a fight, or let's say Limb's good for like Cleave or something like that, it feels so bad throwing 3 points into improved Death Strike, and all that does is like make you heal more with Death Strike when it's already a broken ability for healing.
Das stimmt, ja.
And wasting 3 points on that as a DPS DK feels like shit. But like the Blood people probably love it, but like you know what I mean? Like it shouldn't be a thing that punishes one spec and then benefits the other spec if it's not the choice that you're making at that specific spot to begin with. Like you just want the Limb, you don't care about the Death Strike points.
Yeah, the Shadow Priest actually has a very similar issue to this, where to get an extremely good point at the bottom of their tree, there is a 3-point talent that is your dots do extra damage when you are shielded. Right, so like they definitely need to be very careful with what they select to be the 3-point talents, because it's just such a heavy investment that if it's ever not very valuable, the thing under it is probably just going to get hard ignored. Oh, or if it's not hard ignored, the people who are forced to run it, again, PI kind of showed you, like forcing people to give away their cooldowns, forcing people to do anything that feels bad, it doesn't feel good, right? So you don't want to do that. All right, Unholy.
Ja, jetzt bin ich mal gespannt. Ab Unholy. Ab Unholy habe ich auch mal kurz drüber geschaut. Das ist auch irgendwie wieder. Es sind viele uninteressante Sachen dabei. Ich sag's euch, wie es ist. Es ist total unspektakulär im Gegensatz zu anderen Talent Trees, die ich mir jetzt angeschaut habe. Es gibt fast nichts Neues. Und ja, die Wundmechanik habe ich ja schon am Anfang des Videos drauf angesprochen. Ja, viele Sachen sind einfach ja auch seltsam. Sind einfach seltsam. Ja, mal schauen, was die so dazu sagen.
Linked me. I have both that you linked me, and you said one was more single target, more AoE. Let's focus on the single target right now.
Before we go too deep into that, though, there's one more thing on the general tree I do want to point out. If you scroll back up, the section just before Lichborn, that's supposed to be like a utility section on the Unholy side of the tree, just before Unholy Bond. But all of those abilities are just so... they're really not good to have there, because you're going through and you really want to get to Unholy Bond, but you're forced to take all this stuff that just doesn't do anything for you majority of the time. Like Lichborn no longer has its defensive nature because of the conduit, so it's just a Charm, Fear, Sleep, Dispel. Before that, you have Control Undead, Death Grip extension, and Recharge if you kill it. Grip of the Dead, which is a slow in D&D, and then Enfeeble, which is just a DR on ghoul hits, which, I don't know, that entire section is just, it feels really bad to see because of what comes directly after it. You're forced through all that kind of trash just to get to Unholy Bond.
Anyone else have any thoughts specifically about the class tree before we move on? Now, keep in mind, when we talk about Unholy, and we're going to talk about this with Frost almost certainly, is like the Empowered Rune Weapon point is going to come up as a point of contention in Frost because you have that option to get that a second charge or another thing of it on the tree. So you can refer back to this at any point, but now we're probably going to focus more on the decision making in the spec trees. So moving on to Unholy and Anyone has the floor for where this is going. This is actually interesting. I like YOLO made one of these when I was at an event, and it would look nothing like this. So that's
Das ist wirklich sehr interessant, wenn ich mir den so anschaue, weil man hat hier keine Apocalypse oder Army of the Damned, sondern man geht hier tatsächlich in den Gargoyle rein, was seit Legion, also in Legion hat man den noch gespielt, in Gargoyle, beziehungsweise den Arbiter, die verbesserte Version vom Gargoyle. Und der war auch recht strong, aber danach war der Gargoyle ziemlich unspektakulär. Bin mal gespannt, wie die Begründung hier bei dem Tree ist.
pretty interesting. I'm interested to see where you went.
Okay, so since I've made this tree, I'll kind of walk you through the decisions because looking at this, a lot of Unholy players are going to be very confused.
Mhm.
It like doesn't take Apocalypse.
Ja, genau hier unten. Und Army of the Damned ist dann das hier.
It doesn't take Frenzied Monstrosity.
Das ist richtig.
It
Das ist
just
dann das hier nämlich.
seems so weird.
Oh, thank God. Wait, hold on. Which one is that? Is that an AoE or single target?
Single target.
First one he learned.
Okay.
So there's a lot of really weird stuff going on in the Unholy general tree. The first point of contention comes in an Infectious Wound, which comes just below Outbreak. If you look at that talent and you read through it, it's just really weird. It seems like they were trying to kind of port over Cankerous Wounds from BFA,
Yeah, the
which
bracers.
gave you not the bracers. That gave
Oh no,
you...
that was popping the wounds. Sorry.
Yeah. This is kind of Cankerous Wounds, but it seems like somebody misread the tooltip because it increased your chance to generate 3 wounds with Festering Strike by 20%. This gives you a 20% chance to generate up to 3 extra wounds, which basically turns Festering Strike into a lottery. Are you going to get 2 wounds? Are you going to get 6 wounds? You really don't know.
Ich hasse das. Wieso kann man das einfach bei Festering Strike sagen? Ein Schlag, der dem Gegner 3 schwerende Wunden zufügt. Weil das Problem ist dann halt auch, man will ja keine Wunden overcappen. Ja, man macht eigentlich nicht, wenn man 4 Wunden hat, macht man eigentlich nicht nochmal einen Festering Strike, weil man hatte die Chance, dass es 3 Wunden sind und dann hat man halt eine Wunde einfach verschwendet mit dem Global Cooldown. Und das möchte man eigentlich vermeiden. Und eigentlich müsste man dann perfekt Szenario wäre eigentlich, wenn ich Festering Strike mache, 3 Wunden drauf mache und es prockt nochmal 3 Wunden. Aber das sind halt auch nur 20%, ne? 1 in 5 Chance. Beziehungsweise, dann hätte ich ja sogar noch die 1 in 5 Chance teilt sich ja nochmal in eine 1 zu 3 Chance. Ist irgendwie seltsam. So Stochastik ist nicht so mein Fachgebiet, aber was ist denn das? Ein Fünftel mal ein Drittel? Das kommt schon auf nicht so viel Prozente heraus, dass es da großartig was passiert.
It's really weird.
Beziehungsweise ist ja nicht mal ein Drittel, sondern dann das mal ein Drittel macht ja dann nur eins von den Sachen. Ich müsste ja eigentlich mal ein Drittel, mal ein Drittel, mal ein Drittel machen, glaube ich. So, wenn ich mich nicht täusche.
Because it's going to be really good, because what competes with it on the other side is improved Festering Strike, which just doesn't do anything for the spec. So you're forced into taking this basically, and it makes the spec very RNG, especially when you consider Apocalypse. If you're playing a fight and you have any wounds on your target at all, this talent makes it to where if you press Festering Strike, you could just waste wounds, and it's kind of counterintuitive. And
No.
that's kind of why later down you see that Apocalypse isn't even taken, because with this talent and Death Rot, which is just above Festermite on the bottom left, it becomes so RNG on if you're ever able to press Apocalypse.
Sudden Doom causes your death card to burst up to...
in time, that basically going with this talent tree setup is the only setup you can do in single target that's pet focused that actually operates in an intuitive way. It's really bad that you can't take Apocalypse because it makes the spec just unintuitive or not play right.
So I think
Das muss man sich auch mal überlegen. Apocalypse in Legion introduced, finde ich einer der coolsten Class Fantasy Sachen überhaupt. Also wäre die Wundmechanik nicht da, weil die interagiert ja damit, aber ich finde es einfach cool, dass man einfach dann Untote beschwört. Das passt halt einfach voll dazu. Und dann muss man quasi diesen Bild so spielen, dass man das eben nicht mitnimmt, weil es sich halt einfach zahnt. Dabei ist es so eine Kernfähigkeit vom Unholy. Das ist ganz seltsam.
So kind of what you're getting at is with the increased ways to burst wounds with Death Coil, is that by the time APOC is
Das ist wie wenn es beim Schurken ein Bild geben würde, wo man nicht wirklich mit Kombo-Punkten spielt. Das ist einfach seltsam.
Off cooldown, you could be in a position very likely that you do not have wounds, and it's just sitting off cooldown is something you have to generate for, and then not death coil. Correct?
So
Well,
there's
you want to
two
pop the
different.
wounds too, right?
So there's two situations here where this becomes an issue. Infectious wound, generating up to 6 wounds, meaning you're going to want to play down to 0 wounds every time before you press Festering Strike, so you're not wasting any, which makes it very hard to set up Apocalypse.
Das stimmt. Aber man muss auch sagen, wenn ich ja jetzt zum Beispiel bei einer Wunde bin und dann mein Sudden Doom prockt und ich dieses Talent unten habe, dann waste ich ja aber trotzdem eine Wunde, weil ja dann meine Death Coil 2 Wunden prockt. Je nachdem natürlich, naja.
And then there's Death Rot, which gives you Sudden Doom. That's what it is. Gives you a chance to pop 2 Festering Wounds with Sudden Doom proc, and also increases your shadow damage. So with Death Rot being there, if you get a Sudden Doom proc just before Apocalypse, you're going to want to use it because you want that shadow damage increase. But then you're also spending the wounds that you just generated to use for Apocalypse
Okay.
on that. It's just super counterintuitive in the way it works.
So it sounds like maybe one of the biggest problems would be exactly Infectious Wound. Also, I feel like they could actually keep Infectious Wound, but just make it way different than it is right now. Like, the thing that's upgraded with ranks is adding the amount of wounds that can be there instead of adding the chance, which I think might even make it a lot more easy to play. Because, like, you're looking... Like, because a 20% chance to get 3 additional is, like, that's just... There's way too much RNG in that. Like, WoW has actually done a pretty good job across most specs. There's a few outliers where... they've like kind of removed that level of RNG. I don't know why they would choose to increase it, especially on an
Ja, sehe ich auch so. Also lieber, das macht irgendwie keinen Sinn. Man hat auch gesehen, die Schamanen, die waren total unglücklich mit ihrem Lotto-Schaman. Irgendwann war das auch in BFA oder jetzt auch in Shadowlands, glaube ich, auch relativ am Anfang. Das war halt einfach so eine Slot-Machine. Und das macht halt irgendwie, ja, macht, glaube ich, wenig Spaß, weil man wenig Kontrolle über seine Rotation hat oder allgemein über seinen Charakter, wie der spielt. Und man wird dann halt einfach vom RNG beeinflusst und muss dann halt da eine Aktion-Reaktion-Phase durchführen und das fühlt sich einfach nicht gut an, finde ich.
already very dull mechanic, in my opinion, in the game being the generating and bursting of wounds, right?
Ja, Gott sei Dank sagt das Maximum, ja? Most dull mechanic in the game, generating and bursting wounds. Na, bitte haut's einfach weg, Blizzard.
So, and
Weil man macht halt irgendwie auch nichts Spannendes damit. Es gibt keine krassen Wunden, es gibt keine andersartigen Wunden. Man kann einfach mit denen nichts machen, außer dieser eine Tätigkeit. Einfach aufbauen mit einer Fähigkeit und wieder platzen lassen mit der anderen Fähigkeit. Es gibt kein irgendwie verwandelt sich in Krankheiten oder so. Oder irgendwie in was anderes, was irgendwie Spaß machen könnte. Es ist einfach, man drückt die 1 für eine Taste, man drückt die 2 für die andere Taste.
unless they like tuned that to be a much higher source of your damage.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. So with those two talents being as strong as they are, you just really can't take Apocalypse and use it effectively, which also bars out Army of the Damned, which basically forces you into Gargoyle. So
Das ist halt
this is
auch
kind
schade bei Army of the Damned, weil es ist natürlich gut für Apocalypse, aber es ist halt genauso gut für für unsere Army of the Dead, was quasi, glaube ich, einer der stärksten Cooldowns in WoW, glaube ich, ist, weil das ist halt echt viel Schaden, was da immer kommt. Im Burst mit Kampfrausch und allem. Und man hat dann halt einfach einmal Army of the Dead, kann man dann ziehen. In manchen Fights geht es sogar so weit, dass man die 2 oder 3-mal, also 2-mal eigentlich immer in jedem Fight, wenn man Army of the Dead nimmt. Aber wenn es ein besonders längerer Fight ist, mit gewissen Intermissions, wo man noch Death Calls raushauen kann, dann kann man sogar 3-mal ziehen. Sowas wie bei Halandros Mythic zum Beispiel, kann man es 3-mal ziehen. Gut, jetzt weiß ich nichts mehr. Ob was jetzt noch kann, dass er zu schnell fällt, aber im Progress auf jeden Fall noch. Sowas zum Beispiel. Und das ist dann halt einfach ein Cooler, den man im Kampf zieht, meistens am Anfang natürlich. Oder mit Kampfrausch und das war's dann halt einfach. Das ist auch einfach ein bisschen unexciting.
of the only unholy single target tree for a pet focused build that makes sense playstyle wise and it doesn't turn into lottery DK. It's really weird how it ended up, honestly.
I went a different order in my talent tree because
um nochmal auf den Summoned Gargoyle zurückzukommen, er meinte, er ist eine Pet Talent Tree, stimmt ja jetzt auch eher so halb und Apocalypse fehlen da natürlich ein paar Pets und man hat ja da nur 2.
I was thinking of unique damage
Weil
profile
man hat ja nicht mal den Archer hat man ja nicht mal mit drin hier auf der rechten Seite.
that classes bring to raid fights, and not taking Army of the Damned is like a massive mistake if you have any sort of priority target or burn phase where you need damage. But in order to take that, you got to give up a lot, which feels like shit. And maybe that's something they like. It's like a unique decision-making process, I guess. But the majority of my problems with the Unholy Tree is how bloated the bottom section of it is and how strong it is towards the bottom, especially like around the middle. They slapped like 2 legendaries, 1 covenant ability, and artifact ability, 2 of your core class mechanics, and then like your best 3 conduits all in that section, and it's just
Das stimmt. Als ich auch mal versucht habe, hier ein bisschen so Theory craften mit dem Bild, da kommt man sehr schnell an die Grenzen, ja, weil man nimmt dann nicht den Archer mit, was ziemlich gut für Single-Target ist. Man kann Glowing Shadows gar nicht irgendwie mitnehmen für einen Kampf, der sehr, sehr range-orientiert ist, wo man wirklich mal auch öfter weg vom Boss muss, dass man zu viel Uptime verliert. Weil dann ist die Fähigkeit irgendwie nicht so worth it. Was die mal weiß ich gerade gar nichts mehr, aber das nimmt man auf jeden Fall nicht mit. Ja, dann will man aber auch irgendwie, wie gesagt, Apocalypse und Army of the Damned mitnehmen, wenn man das dann mitnimmt. Es ist irgendwie ja, einfach, wie er gesagt hat, bloated mit vielen guten Sachen. Man kann halt einfach die wenigsten Sachen davon mitnehmen. Um nochmal auf das vorherige Bild zurückzukommen mit dem Gargoyle, finde ich sehr interessant. Ich glaube, wenn sie das Talent irgendwie einfach rauslassen oder ändern oder, ja, keine Ahnung, irgendwas anderes reintun, oder lasst einfach raus, dann hat man wenigstens noch 3 Punkte, dann könnte man den Archer mitnehmen, Army of the Damned und Apocalypse. Dann wäre das, glaube ich, ein echt gutes Pet-Bild. Ja, das wäre krass, glaube ich. Das wäre wirklich gut. Wenn das Talent einfach rausgenommen wird, wir 3 Punkte extra hätten, könnte man genau den Archer mitnehmen, Apocalypse und Army of the Damned. Ja, Unholy Frenzy wäre natürlich auch sick, aber naja. Und wenn sie vielleicht bitte einfach mal den Gargoyle ein wenig buffen oder so.
like, okay, well, I kind of want all of this, but you can't take all of it, which I guess is good for design intention. I'll link mine, I guess.
Yeah, sure. And also just to kind of point out what he said, I actually think that's something that is extremely unique about Unholy, is that I think if you were to look at just a bar of how a class does damage on any amount of targets, let's just say single, over the course of like 10 minutes, Unholy is going to look much different than the cookie cutter massive 2 or 3 minute cooldown class. Like they have obviously the strong army burst, but they actually are one of the few classes that has decent cleave and decent single target cooldowns every minute, usually right now. And that is something.
Unholy Transformation ist wirklich einfach ein starker Cooldown. Zum Beispiel jetzt im Single Target. Also eben auch im Cleave, vor allem jetzt so im 2 oder 3 Target Cleave, wenn man vielleicht mit einem Wound-Bild spielt momentan. Und dann mit Death and Decay das macht, dann das ist schon wirklich gut. Jetzt nicht the best over the top, aber der ist schon brauchbar.
Talking about raid niches where Unholy is sometimes brought because they are that. I mean, actually, Sylvanas P2 is an excellent example. I think they're the only class in the game that had something reasonably good or great every single platform. And so that's something where if they're running a different tree, that could be.
Man muss dann auch sagen, neben dem Cleave, wenn natürlich dann mehr als 3 Targets sind, macht man durch Epidemic. Und das ist halt wirklich, also Epidemic bin ich ein großer Fan von der Fähigkeit.
More damaging than it appears just simply on a 5-minute sim to lose that kind of flexibility. Let me look at Atlas's here. So you
So, kurzes Päuschen, da sind wir wieder.
went like a totally different route. Let's see. Or not totally different. You
Not
just
totally different.
Yeah.
I just gave up all the good shit. So.
You gave up.
Ja, das ist natürlich jetzt ein bisschen auch ein interessanter Bild. Der ist ja ein bisschen mehr fokussiert, so wie er jetzt ist, würde ich sagen. Man nimmt den Archer mit. Ja gut, Apocalypse, Army of the Damned und Unholy Frenzy eben. Aber auch den Gargoyle, auch sehr interessant.
Festermite
was
and
gonna say,
Death.
it's like-
yeah, giving
I
up
like Reap.
Festermite and Death
Yeah.
Rot feels real bad.
It feels like
Reaping
ass,
too.
and also you lose on reaping, which is fucking huge. But then you can be like, hey man, every 4 minutes I can pop off on like one
Ja,
target.
Reaping ist halt irgendwie auch, ich weiß nicht, was mit dem Ding ist, aber das ist halt einfach, Krass, eigentlich könnte da stehen, unter 35% Leben beim Gegner macht dir einfach 20% mehr Schaden. Oder wenn der Gegner 35% Leben erreicht, macht dir 20% mehr Schaden. Das ist einfach.
That's like the raid niche kind of thing. But like that's the problem with this tree is you're giving up so much like throughput that makes your class work just to say like, hey, at this exact time on a fight, I'm gonna pop off, and maybe that's worth bringing me for. If we're gonna be real here, the talent tree doesn't matter at all. You can scrap the entire unholy tree. That's not the problem with like the spec. The tree has a lot of problems itself. The fact that wounds isn't still in the game is like criminal in its current iteration because it's extremely restrictive to how the spec plays, function, is useful in raid fights.
Aber Gott sei Dank, er ist ja Selbenmeier. Er ist auch, der Meier Wounds ist halt einfach keine gute Mechanik inzwischen mehr. Ich fand Wounds am Anfang von Legion fand ich eine interessante Mechanik, habe ich auch gern gespielt. Aber wie ich ja schon am Anfang sagte, ich wurde dann in BFA und dann natürlich auch in Shadowlands sehr überdrüssig der Mechanik, weil halt einfach nichts mit der gemacht worden ist. Auch.
And it's also nonsensical to think that rogues had like combo points on specific targets back in the day, and they would build combo points on targets, and then Blizzard was like, you know, that's probably not great, because anytime you have to swap targets, you lose all your combo points that you just invested, and then Unholy literally has that with wounds. Like, you're
Alter, ich bin ja einfach Glaskugel Andi am Stissel.
investing 66% of your resource bar into like building up enough wounds to like do something to a target, and then that target dies early or what have you. You have to swap targets, and then you just wasted all of those wounds and all of those resources doing that. It's basically budget combo points is what wounds is. And the really shitty part about it is for like the past couple of years now, there's been no depth to wounds at all. Festermite was like the only.
Ja, genau. Es gibt einfach keine Tiefe zu der Mechanik. Das Einzige, was hatten wir denn? Na, im PvP hat man dann halt Necrotic Wounds. Das wäre halt eine Änderung von der Wunde. In BFA ganz witzig, weil je mehr. Die Fähigkeit ist natürlich besser, je mehr Leben der Gegner hat. Ich werde da jetzt nicht auch genauer drauf eingehen, was das genau macht. Ich glaube, ich weiß auch gar nicht mal die Prozentzahl. 4%, 6%, 8% vom Leben, keine Ahnung. Was hatten wir denn noch für eine Mechanik, die Wunden irgendwie macht? Ja, doch, dieses Azerite-Ding in BFA, weil jetzt hier auch im Talent Tree ist, über Unholy Frenzy. Ne, Unholy Assault ist da unten auf jeden Fall das da. Wo dann die Stärke erhöht wird. Das da, ja. Aber ich glaube, das war's dann auch. Also quasi in 3 Expansions 2 Mechaniken dazugefügt, die nicht mal wirklich genutzt werden in 2 davon.
Thing that made you think about your wounds, like outside of Apocalypse, like build the 4, hit Apocalypse. That's it. Outside of that, like pop them, build them, pop them, build them. And then now they're bringing it back, but now you're being like forced into taking Festermite on the far left of the tree and giving up like things that are core to like the spec itself, like Apocalypse, Army of the Damned, and stuff like that to do that. So in my opinion, I think they should just scrap wounds entirely. It's been kind of like played out now for like a few years where.
Ja, er macht dir gerade auch schon Kopfschütteln. Bei mir ist die Cam zwar gar nicht an, aber ich schüttel meinen Kopf genauso, dass ich Nackenschmerzen habe. Einfach Wounds weghauen und eine neue Mechanik machen. Wie am Anfang schon gesagt, einfach entweder auf Diseases, also Krankheiten, bauen oder auf Pets. Ich habe ja gesagt, wir wechseln gleich mal. Ich werde dann irgendwann im Laufe des Videos euch das mal zeigen, was ich meine. Vielleicht am Ende von dem Tree.
Sort of feel-good moment in a raid outside of like 30 targets stacked up for Epidemic because like the core function of the spec building and popping wounds has been really stale. And everything they've kind of like built around that with borrowed power and all that has been also pretty boring as well.
I completely agree with you. Go ahead, Dorki.
Personally, I have the opposite opinion because, you know, coming from an M+ perspective, wounds were like by far the most fun part about Unholy Tree, where I would have liked to see, you know, maybe a more wound focused build, and then maybe for raid it'd be more of a less wound focused build, because I completely agree. In raid, wounds are so boring. Like, I actually get so bored playing Unholy DK because you literally just put your wound, pop it, put your cooldowns on cooldown, and that's about it, right? Like, you know, you def cool here.
Ich finde es auch in M+ langweilig. Gerade im M+, weil, wie hier Atlas schon eben angesprochen hat, einfach dieses Combo-Bauen für richtig Arme sind ja die Wounds, und ja, ist einfach nicht schön. Ich meine, wenn 4 Targets plus sind, dann wird Epidemic spammed meistens.
And Like, cause like in M plus, especially during BFA when I played it for like most of the expansion, when you had bursting sores combined with Festermite, combined with like all these other little interactions like infected wounds or infected claws, it was just so much fun. It felt like
Ja, aber das ist schon geil im BFA natürlich diesen absolut massiven Stärke-Boost zu bekommen, den man auch wirklich gespürt hat für 20 Sekunden, wenn da ein paar Targets mit Wounds da waren, die man poppen konnte. Aber das Problem ist halt, das war ein BFA und da gab es Mechaniken dazu. Die gibt's jetzt nichts mehr. Meine Meinung.
you were a sort of a fire mage. You had and like the whole issue, Alice, where you're talking about where you like waste a lot of the wounds. That doesn't necessarily happen as much in M plus, specifically because of bursting swords and Festermite. Like
Yeah.
if anything, you would actually intentionally try to snipe low HP targets so that you would instantly pop them or instantly get the strength buff. Like on
Es geht ja nicht mal so. Man könnte es ja auch so machen, dass vielleicht überschüssige Wunden von einem Gegner, der gerade stirbt, auf einen anderen Gegner übertragen wird. Irgendwie sowas. Das wird massiv helfen, finde ich, in der M+.
Reaping, for example, in season 2 of BFA, there were situations in MDI or even in like really high keys where you would spawn Reaping, you would have a crap ton of Reaping mobs on top of the boss, and then you would generate like an infinite amounts of wounds with your infected claws. Like you transform your pet and they start cleaving everything. And in that situation, when all the Reaping mobs die, whether it's from you cleaving them down or they just like naturally die to everyone's cleave, it would just all blow up at the same time, do insane amount of priority damage, and give you 30 stacks of Festermite right away. And I felt like that was exciting as hell. Like there were
Ja, wie gesagt, mit Festermite, man war halt dann gestackt. Ich glaube, mehr als 30 Stacks konnte man auch nicht bekommen. Und das war so krass, wie sich der Damage dann increased hat. Aber wie gesagt, das war ein BFA. Es gibt die Mechanik nichts mehr. Doch, die gibt es ja schon noch, aber ich glaube nicht, dass die so krass sein wird. Und erstens ist die eh schon mal abgeschwächt. Und zweitens, ja, wie gesagt, ich glaube, das ist einfach eine abgeschwächte Version.
was no DPS that felt more fun to me at the time.
Yeah, I also
And
played
it
Mythic
remained
Plus
true.
that whole season, and that. So yeah, your take is that the situation with AoEing and Mythic Plus, the gameplay and playstyle of it is so good that the outright removal of wounds maybe isn't the play, but removing it from its single target toolkit and making it a very AoE focused thing. I mean, that works. I just think that most classes in this game are their AoE selves are just a like extension of their single target selves in a way. A lot of the best classes that do that, and it would feel very weird to have like a entire, let's just say like a redesign of what the core functional like single target rotation is for Unholy Death Knight, and then like in dungeons it's just all about popping wounds again. I do agree with you though, but I just think the single target version of that spec has been so dull, and then as opposed to other specs in this game that have been completely ruined by Blizzard's design, Feral Druid being the one that kind of pops out to me the most. There's only like one version of that class in the past that I feel like was much better than the current version. Where in Death Knight, I think you could point to a lot of points in Warlords of Draenor, actually 2 different builds, and in BFA even, that were more fun than the entirety of Shadowlands.
Ich glaube auch, ja. Also in Warlords of Draenor fand ich den DK, da habe ich zuerst Frost gespielt eine Zeit lang, ich glaube bis so Mitte 2. Raid und dann langsam zu Unholy geswitcht. Und ich fand Unholy hat super viel Spaß gemacht in Warlords of Draenor. Natürlich auch mit ein paar Schwächen, aber einfach mit diesem, wie hieß das? Necrotic Plague hieß, glaube ich, die Fähigkeit. Die war so cool. Und dann ist man ja, glaube ich, auf Multi-Hit gegangen, etc. Und ich fand, das war einfach richtig auch smooth zu spielen, egal jetzt ob im AoE oder Single Target. Und ich fand die Fähigkeit auch einfach gut, die man da um die es gegangen ist, um die dieser Bild gegangen ist. Das war einfach großartig, fand ich.
DK. So when you have old versions of the class that are just significantly better designed than current, even moving back to those as an option, or obviously a complete redesign would of the single target stuff feels good, because like
ich würde wirklich gerne einfach nochmal ja, mit Necrotic Plague einfach so ein Bild machen. Wie gesagt, vielleicht einfach ein Pet-Bild mit Gargoyle, mit Apocalypse und mit Ghoulen und mit dem Archer. Und ich würde ein Bild, so ein Disease-Bild würde ich gern haben. Aber auch ohne Pet. Quasi sowas ähnliches wie beim Mage oder beim Hunter, dass dann einfach der Schaden erhöht wird, etc. Und da ist das halt eben entweder um eine eine spezielle Krankheit dann eben geht, in dem Fall Necrotic Plague oder um viele verschiedene, dass man quasi so eine Art Affliction-Lock, aber als Melee hat mit Krankheiten statt Flüchen. Und dass man da dann bestimmte Mechaniken erfüllt.
Said wounds are unbelievably dull. There's zero dopamine hit of popping those in like succession. You're not doing any damage. Like it just feels really bad.
Das stimmt. Das Einzige, was sich an den Wounds gut anfühlt, ist, wenn man Apocalypse benutzt. Weil ich finde, die Animation dazu, wie dann der Charakter einfach so ausholt, nach vorne stampft und dann einfach dieser Untot nochmal auferstehen, ich finde, das sieht schon ganz cool aus. Der Rest, gebe ich zu, ist einfach keine schöne Mechanik. Nix mehr.
Important distinction, though. I also agree. Like the AoE section of wounds does feel engaging and fun, but that is entirely separate from Festering Strike. Like the dopamine hit you get from mass AoEing on that comes from like your pet generating wounds through infected claws and like D&D drops having a chance to like generate wounds. And you can still have that fun AoE section of the thing without having the single target focus of it also be generating wounds on one target at a time and popping them one target at a time. They could very easily design the spec still to have D&D generate something that you pop that does AoE, something in that regard, but then like the core function of the spec shouldn't be based around generating and popping wounds. It should be something else. It should be disease-based, pet-based, cooldown-based, I don't know. Like they don't like the old rune system because it confused people. They want to streamline stuff like that, so you can't do that.
Das finde ich auch schade, ja, dass er jetzt sagt, ne, das alte Runensystem hat Leute ein bisschen verwirrt. Ich fand das alte Runensystem fand ich grandios, dass man dann einfach nur 6 generische Runen hat, sondern man hat 2 Blut, 2 Frost, 2 Unholy oder 2 Todesrunen, je nachdem. Und man konnte damit dann ein bisschen juggeln. Das fand ich ganz cool. Jetzt ist es einfach, nein, man hat 6 Runen und alles sind gleich. Da gibt es kein Decision-Making, etc. Was mir auch gerade einfällt, man könnte vielleicht die Wound-Mechanik behalten, aber dann vielleicht als so eine Art Cooldown irgendwie, dass Auto-Attacks dann Wunden generieren und mit diesen Wunden wird dann eine spezielle 1, 2, 3 Fähigkeiten enabled und damit macht man dann irgendwas, aber irgendwie ist es auch nichts Festes, finde ich.
That, but like literally anything else would be better than what they have now. And you can still make it work on AoE. I don't think the spec fundamentally should feel good to play on 20 plus targets and feel like dog shit to play below that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think ultimately
Das ist ein guter Satz, ja, weil ich muss echt sagen, das ist super viel Spaß in der M+, die Cooldowns zu ziehen mit Dark Transformation, dann Unholy Blight rein und dann einfach Epidemic spammen und man sieht einfach nur diesen Hagel an Zahlen und diese Geschwindigkeit auf den DPS-Meter, wie hoch man da geht. Das ist super cool, aber ja, außerhalb von der Wound-Mechanik geht so.
100%.
Ich glaube, ich stoppe sie auf, das tut mir leid. Ich glaube, wir sind auch schon über eine Stunde. Aber ich habe ja gemeint, es geht sehr lang, das Video.
yeah, go ahead.
No,
Oh.
it's just like, you go ahead.
Go ahead, guys. I've talked so
You
much.
go
Go.
ahead, Tess. No, you go ahead.
Yeah,
Tess.
Muffin, you are going.
Muffin, yeah.
No, I was just like, I mean, Unholy is really dull now, right? But I think when you're talking about BFA, a lot of BFA just comes down to it was more fun for a lot of people because it was just uncapped mass AoE, where you didn't really have to do a lot. Like, that is why...
Stimmt, das geht auch ein bisschen auf die Gemüter von den Leuten. Nicht nur beim DK, sondern allgemein. Einfach dieses Cap, was da kam. Deswegen war Unholy, oder wird Unholy immer noch gerne mitgenommen, weil er einfach kein AoE Target Cap hat wie andere. Also zumindest nicht so ein massives. Epidemic geht immer noch auf alle. Das ist DK jetzt nicht. Ich glaube nur auf 5 und danach reduziert sich der Schaden. Ja. Aber das Pet zum Beispiel mit Unholy Transformation, wie zuvor. Auf alle, glaube ich.
Plus was fun in
I
BFA.
actually don't know if that's true. Like obviously, yes, doing huge damage is always fun. But the way that I think certain classes do AoE, like if every class is homogenized to where you're just a DPS and then you just press a button to AoE, like let's just use Swipe for example. Like if every melee DPS just has a version of Swipe.
Die gute Biemanda AOE. Aber wann war der nochmal so krass? Auch in Leech oder im BFA, glaube ich, ne? Einfach Mehrfachstoß gedrückt. Dann mal kurz aufs Damage-Meter geschaut, auf den Recount, was denn so die Damage-Verteilung war von Biemanda. Und man hat einfach gesehen, 90% waren einfach die Raubtierhiebe von den Pets durch den Mehrfachschuss. Und hat quasi jeden anderen AOE out DPS gefühlt.
Crane kick, and then that's just the button they press to AoE, and it's that simple. Then you go back to single targeting. That's what it would be. I think on the way Unholy built up and then spent AoE was so unique and different from any other class in the game. It was obviously insane, but it was actually just a different playstyle, and that was what made it really fun, I think.
To me, it was mostly the Festermite, like having that window of burst and not having that window nowadays is because like right now when I play Unholy and M+, it's so dull because like you're all you're doing is really just worrying about your pet damage and Epidemic as your main spender. And
Yeah.
I do feel like Festering Strike is definitely the biggest issue, where it doesn't really provide a whole lot in M+, but at the same time, it's like the core reason why wounds really suck in raid or single target.
I want to direct this at Muffin specifically about Festermite, since they are bringing it back, and it's kind of the core of what we were talking about with old AoE. If they're bringing it back, I assume they're going to bring it back in the previous form, which was actually much different than a lot of cooldowns they have in the game that they've made much more intuitive to newer players. So, like, for example, if you look at Iron Fur in the same way you look at the way Iron Fur is applied and stacked, it's completely retroactive. It's like all the time it's changing. If you put one up 5 seconds ago, that one will go away in 2 seconds. Then you'll have 2 stacks for 2 seconds as soon as you press it, and then it'll go away. And it's constantly churning over and over again based on what you've done in the last few seconds.
Das stimmt, das mit Iron Fur. Ich spiele momentan auch sehr gerne einen Guardian Druid. Da bin ich noch nicht so in depth drin wie beim DK natürlich, weil ich habe den jetzt auch erst wirklich so mit. In Legion habe ich da, glaube ich, mal ein bisschen gespielt. Da stimmt, in Legion, da habe ich noch die Mage Shower Challenge gemacht. Dann in BFA gar nicht und jetzt in Shadowlands wieder ein bisschen mehr am Ende. Er ist auch einer meiner liebsten Tanks, muss ich sagen. Ah ja, die Iron Fur Mechanik, die ist wirklich seltsam. Ich wünschte, das würde einfach so gehen, dass das einfach maximal 2 Stacks hat. Dafür vielleicht nicht unbedingt mehr Wut kostet, aber irgendwie anders interagiert mit mehr Stacks. Wenn man dann mehr Stacks macht. Dass es sowas ist wie Zähne zusammenbeißen vom Worry oder irgendwie sowas, weil es ist wirklich einfach seltsam. Ich weiß auch nicht.
So like Festermite is the opposite of that, right? It's something that once you start it, so it creates some weird gameplay elements where you like want to wait so that burst window is at the right time, kind of, and you don't want to start it too early. Like, for example, if you popped a wound 10 seconds before you did your AoE in Festermite, that's going to feel like shit, right? Because you're going to get all those stacks for half the time that you would have gotten it normally. But that being said, I think a lot of really good players actually found that to be really interesting and something you actually had to play around and had to think about, and it's not just something where it's just always ever changing. How do you guys feel about the design of that ability and how they're going to bring it back? Muffin, maybe specifically.
I feel like I think it's a good thing because like it's just not mindless AoEing. Like it takes some profound. Like you have to think for a bit, and if you actually do fuck up just a tiny bit, it can hurt you a lot, right? So.
Sehe ich natürlich, aber das Problem ist auch bei Festermite, der Ramp-Up für den AoE ist dann eben noch größer, als er jetzt eh schon ist. Und das fühlt sich halt irgendwie auch wieder nicht gut an, wenn wir jetzt zum Beispiel wir haben einfach mal einen 5-Target-Cleave oder 5-Target AoE. Dann drücke ich halt 1, tap durch, drück 1, tap durch, drück 1, tap durch, drück 1, tap durch, drück 1, tap durch. Dann Right Descendicate, zack, dann 2, 2, 2. Oder vielleicht nochmal eine 2. Dann habe ich aber auch gar keine Wounds mehr. Dann muss ich eigentlich wieder machen 1 durchtappen, 1 durchtappen, 1 durchtappen. Währenddessen Epidemic Spam. Epidemic Spam, Epidemic Spam, Epidemic Spam. 1 durchtappen, 1 durchtappen, 1 durchtappen. Da haben wir halt andere Klassen. BM-Hunter. Entschuldigung, liebe BM-Hunters. Ich muss immer ein wenig auf euch rumdrehen. Oder zum Beispiel Worry, mir wegen auch, mit Whirlwind. Die haben halt einfach einen viel leichteren AoE, der sich vielleicht auch viel mehr bezahlt macht, in dem Fall. Und wie Maximum schon gesagt hat, wenn man dann doch mal irgendwie einen Fehler macht da drin, dann kommt eben dieser Cooldown von Festermind viel früher und dann ist mir irgendwie so, es fühlt sich einfach nicht gut an. Dann irgendwie zu sagen, oh Mann, jetzt habe ich außer die Taste gedrückt und jetzt startet schon Festermind und jetzt muss ich mein ganzes Ding wieder ändern und was mache ich denn jetzt? Schwierig.
So I think it's something where I think it's good that you need to think sometimes and not just smash your buttons.
Yeah, it's like I was saying too.
Das ist es schon, finde ich, aber man könnte das auch mit anderen Dingen erreichen, anstatt mit Festermind. Zum Beispiel mit den alten Runen. Oder allgemein ohne Wundmechanik.
It's about the window of damage when you're doing Festermind, right? Like that's what made it fun. You would have these windows of burst, and then outside of that, you just sort of play however you would normally play.
Yeah, I just think it's like a design philosophy that they have done for different classes with conflicting results. Because like there are definitely classes that, I mean, even like the concept of pandemic is like this, right? Like if pandemic doesn't exist, you have to, you know, clip your dots perfectly, and that's something you have to think about. But I think in general, things pandemicing in WoW is a thing widely appreciated by most players, but that is literally dumbing down that mechanic into this. It's just kind of quality of life player improvement. So I was just kind of tossing out the idea of what Festermind is and like how that's a little bit different from before. But I agree with you. Like as a if you are someone trying to like optimize, like it is fascinating to play around.
Unless it's single target. Because when you're in a single target scenario, you're just sitting there putting yourself through forced AFK scenarios where you're just staring at the timer for it to expire, and then you're building wounds, but you have nothing to do in between those 2 points. Like you don't want to keep popping because it's going to expire anyways, and then you're staring at it for like 4 seconds. You're like, I can't wait for this to end so I can play the game.
Ja, das ist ein sehr guter Punkt, den er da anspricht. Wenn jetzt zum Beispiel ein Kampf beginnt, der Anfang funktioniert natürlich ganz gut, aber dann baut man wieder Wunden auf, sagen wir auf 6. Man hat dann, weiß ich nicht, 8 Stacks vielleicht von Festermind, aber es läuft noch. Es läuft noch 5 Sekunden wegen. Ne? Festermind läuft noch 5 Sekunden, dann machen wir halt mal, weiß nicht, wie viel Stärke das macht, sagen wir mal 16% mehr Stärke dann. Und dann wartet man halt 5 Sekunden, weil jetzt noch irgendwie 4 oder 5 Wunden zu poppen, macht halt irgendwie keinen Sinn. Und dann wartet man halt 5 Sekunden, bis man quasi wieder mit Scourge Strike Festermind procken kann. Das ist halt, fühlt sich auch nicht gut an.
Game again, and then you actually start playing the game again. It's I don't know. Unholy is just like one of those specs that like on single target it feels so bad, and on AoE it feels so good. And it's weird because it's also the single target spec. So
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that is
Das stimmt, ja. Mit dem Execute mit Reaper, das ist, also, wenn das so bleibt, werden, glaube ich, bestimmt mal einige Top-Gilden dann im Race to World First vielleicht echt mal einen Unholy dann reinholen. Je nachdem natürlich, wie gut er ist. Wenn er jetzt natürlich wirklich gar nicht gut ist in dem Tier, dann werden sie auf einen weiteren Worry zurückgreifen. Bin ich auch mal sehr gespannt auf den Talent Tree und da dann wird es halt auch einfach nichts mit dem Unholy, weil vielleicht hat der Warrior sowas ähnliches.
It seems like it's a spec trying to do a few things, but it's not really finding a role within one of them. Is there any abilities in this spec tree you guys think need to be looked at in general as well before we kind of sign off on Unholy? Is it like...
Any abilities that need to be looked at again or reworked or removed? Ja. die ganze Wundenmechanik. Sehr gut. Ich würde einfach viele Dinge anders anordnen. Ich würde, so wie beim Base DK-Tree, würde ich viele Dinge Baseline machen. Ich würde weniger RNG machen, das irgendwie weg. Apocalypse Baseline eigentlich schon mal. Der linke Ast, der ist auch so total weird, finde ich. Festermind irgendwie auch vielleicht ein bisschen weiter nach oben. Vielleicht Festermind dahin und da irgendwie was anderes, weil Unholy Assault nimmt man eh nicht mit. Nichts mehr zumindest. Außer vielleicht mal im PvP, aber da nimmt man auch öfter mal Army of the Damned mit momentan. Einfach wegen dem Mage, den man da spawnt. Und eigentlich auch wegen dem Cooldown. Ja, ist einfach seltsam, der Bau.
You guys still happy with Epidemic? Do you guys like the idea of Death Coil procs consuming wounds?
Death Coil Procs mit den Wounds finde ich interessant. Aber wie gesagt, ich hätte lieber gar keine Wound-Mechanik, sondern eine andere. Und Death Coil könnte man dann halt einfach als normalen Resource Spender drin halten und nichts damit anfangen. Wäre ich auch fein mit. Mit Epidemic bin ich sehr zufrieden. Ich mag die Fähigkeit sehr, weil es halt einfach ein wahnsinnig starker AOE ist bei einem Haufen Targets. Das fühlt sich einfach gut an.
Do you like how there's so many like 2-target death coil? They like obviously they've put a huge emphasis into death coil in this tree.
Das
It's
stimmt,
maybe
ja.
kind of their
Stimmt, ich glaube, einer der Fähigkeiten, ich glaube, es war sogar die da oder die da oder die. Eine von denen. Ist doch schön, dass es da einfach verkehrt herum ist und da, naja, ist egal. Auf jeden Fall, eine von den Fähigkeiten ist, dass Death Coil, glaube ich, eine Chance von, keine Ahnung, x% hat, ein weiteres Target zu hitten. Oder nochmal zu schießen oder beides, irgendwie sowas. Ist, glaube ich, ganz witzig. Vor allem das mit diesem nochmal hitten, dass man nochmal eine weitere Death Coil ohne irgendwas, ohne dass Runenmacht kostet etc. abschießt und trotzdem denselben Effekt hat. Weil ich glaube, das Legion T21 war das, glaube ich. T9, irgendwie so. Auf jeden Fall das Legion Set in Antorus für den Unholy DK hatte das, dass man eine Chance von 18%, glaube ich, hatte, dass Death Coil eine weitere Death Coil abschießt und das konnte in sich nochmal procken. Und es gab dann auch wirklich so Machine Guns hatte ich manchmal. Da habe ich eine Death Coil abgefeuert und dann ging es Death Coil, Death Coil, Death Coil, Death Coil, Death Coil. Und jede Death Coil prockt dann natürlich auch nochmal die Runic Corruption und eine Wound und das ist halt das dann natürlich ganz witzig, aber auch wieder so RNG-based. Da hätte ich auch nicht die Lust zu, aber war witzig.
idea of a redesign. If you're going to see Blizzard redesigning classes, a big way they might do that is through the talent tree. So, like, what do you guys think about that specifically?
Personally, I feel like Unholy Assault should be a little bit higher up because I would like to have that ability back as somewhat of a more, quote unquote baseline
Und das
ability.
Principal Monstrosity. Das war ein Unholy Assault. Achso, ja, stimmt, das da.
Because it feels really bad, especially from last expansion where you just never play Unholy Assault anymore. And
here.
losing abilities definitely feels bad, especially when we're trying to play different from, because like I feel like we might not even play that different compared to the last expansion and even like the one before that, whereas like,
Ja, leider.
like other specs they might feel a lot more fresh. That's how I see it.
I think in general, this is like an overarching statement about both of the DPS specs. It feels stale going into this new expansion. We don't have like many new active things that we're getting, and when we're looking at like the options between the talent trees, we're picking between old things that we used to have and used to play with all the time, and then you're choosing between those. So like it feels kind of shitty that you're losing out on something that you used to have, and then the things that you're getting in return are just things that you already did have. I wanted like new abilities, honestly, somewhere in this tree, like something that just did anything new that we haven't seen before, and we don't really have any of that. We just have new passives,
Ja,
which are cool, I guess.
ist wirklich so.
And they change the way you play, which is also good, but not having new abilities feels really shit.
Yeah, I mean, all I really have to say is like tuning wise, there's a couple talents in the Unholy Tree specifically that have been just dead forever. Look at Harbinger of Doom. Look at Pestilence. Look
Das
at
stimmt. Das war ganz witzig in Legion, weil man hat es einfach passiv mitgenommen. Das ist ja nice to have und so. Aber es ist wirklich, ja, man muss sich das mal vorstellen, Harbinger of Doom ist ja quasi, dass die Passive öfter prockt, in der wir ein Death Coil machen können. Und selbst in dem ersten Bild, wo vorgestellt worden ist, dass man die Wunden mit Hilfe von einem Death Coil prockt, wird das Talent einfach nicht mitgenommen, weil es so schlecht ist. Ist halt echt krass.
pustules. They've been so undertuned for so long. Seeing them in the tree, especially where they are, I feel like they should be looked at least like tuning wise, be buffed up, if not replaced with something new, like Atlas said, just to add some freshness to the spec.
Yeah, definitely.
Harbinger of Doom being still in the game is like hilarious to me. It's been like the worst talent that's been in the Unholy Tree. Like it's borderline useless. And it's just been there for years and years and years, and it keeps being put as like an option that you have to sacrifice something to get, and it's like laughably bad at how useless it is.
Yeah, regardless.
Yeah.
Ich kann mir vorstellen, es ist gut, wenn man erstens die Trigger-Chance vielleicht nochmal ein bisschen hochschraubt. Die 2 Charges sind gut, aber dass man dann einfach vielleicht noch den Damage hochmacht von den Death Coils. um, weiß nicht, 10, 15% vielleicht. Vielleicht sogar noch mehr. Für so hart hitten die ja jetzt nicht. Aber selbst dann ist es einfach trotzdem langweilig zu spielen, glaube ich.
Of like its usefulness too. It also is something that feels really bad. Like imagine you're in like a Lust opener and you're
Außerdem muss ich, um da hinzukommen, muss ich einfach dieses Festering Strike Damage Buff nehmen. Und Festering Strike macht jetzt eh nicht diesen krassesten Damage. Weil Unholy ist nicht auf diese Unholy ist nicht so aufgebaut wie ein Arms Warrior oder so. Da ist nicht hier Execute Proc mit 30k Crit auf einmal, sondern man hat viele kleine Zahlen, die sich dann ein bisschen so zusammenfügen. Und mit diesen Pads dann halt eben ja, eher so kleine bis mittlere Zahlen zusammenkommen, aber halt schnell hintereinander. Anstatt instant eine große Zahl.
like accumulating charges. You're like,
Und Festering Strike macht halt auch nicht viel Schaden.
man, I really need to
Also die größte Zahl, die ich mit meinem DK, glaube ich, mal gesehen habe, letztes war mit Soul Reaper, mit dem Execute-Ding, dass ich da irgendwie mal für 24k geprockt habe oder so, oder für zwischen 20 und 24, irgendwie sowas. Also und jeder Dudu macht das halt in jedem zweiten Star Search.
get rid of this running power, and it's just like it won't go away.
The way that it used to work, I'm not sure if they plan on changing this at all, but it's not like a 15% flat, it's 15% additional to what it already has to proc. So you'll get like maybe a couple procs here and there, but like over time it averages out to be like absolutely nothing. You get like one, like maybe like 5, 6 extra Death Coil casts from that proc, and Death Coil's not doing that much before. It's gonna do more now, but like still, it's like laughably bad in terms of like what you would take otherwise for it.
Yeah, it's like a 0.2% DPS increase. Like it's
Krass.
got to be looked at again. Come on, just like tune it up just a little bit, make it fun, please.
It's also a little sad to see that Clawing Shadows is a little bit out of the way to get. I think that's something that was multiple fights in this expansion, that having a melee, having the option to have that was really good.
Ja, Halandros zum Beispiel. Halandros war so ein guter Bossfight. Da kann man auch so viele Beispiele dran machen, aber da wirklich bei Halandros auch sich bewegen zu können, vor allem auch während den Intermissions zurückzugehen, den Debuff abzulegen, Sachen auszuweichen, das war so wichtig als Melee, da irgendwie noch Uptime zu bekommen. Und da war, glaube ich, das wirklich gut. Aber der war auch mit dem Vierer-Set, glaube ich, auch während der Execute Phase war vielleicht sogar auch einfach der Archer, glaube ich, besser.
That's just gonna, like, the spec's gonna lose a little something from that. Can you show me, did you link an AoE build, by the way, before we leave Unholy? Like, I want to see what, is it the second one you linked?
Yeah, second one I linked.
Okay, cool. What
Okay, AoE-Bild. Ist interessant, dass da Defile mitgenommen wird. Das ist links über dem Army of the Dead Talent Node. Auch hier interessant, dass Army of the Damned mitgenommen wird, aber nicht Apocalypse. Das verstehe ich hier, ja klar. Aber auch mit dem Unholy Assault, dass man gleich mit einem mit einem Klick quasi fertig mit dem einen Mob ist. Für die Preparation. Ja. Ja, da ist jetzt auch wieder so wahnsinnig schwierig, Punkte irgendwie hinzubringen, weil diese Magic Aura, weiß nicht mal wie die heißt, diesen PvP-Talent, die wäre halt natürlich echt strong in dem Fall. Schauen wir mal.
What does Unholy AoE look like next expansion?
Ja gut, und Bursting Swords natürlich, ja.
Infected Claws, Bursting Swords, just like you know and
Ja, Infected Claws, Bursting Swords.
love. Except sadly, we're not able to go down the left side to take like Pestilence or Pestilent Pustules, just because so much stuff in the right half of the tree is so good. Infected Claws, Reaping. You're looking at stuff like Unholy Blight to boost it further with Morbidity. I can't talk.
Morbidity, yeah.
Yes.
Unholy Aura
And then
ist
you
einfach-
can take like Defile to reduce the cooldown down to 20 seconds, so it actually syncs up better with your Dark Transformation too. It's a lot of really cool stuff you can do, but it's basically BFA Unholy AoE on steroids.
That is, I mean, that sounds great. See, that's like
Yeah.
the other part about the single target, like we said, is that the AoE sounds great. It's also hilarious to see Army of the Damned being taken without Apocalypse. That is just something. But yeah, that's
Hey.
such is life.
If you're going into Mythic Plus, you're going to want an army on every boss, and that's how you do it.
Yep.
I'm just glad we don't have Apocalypse. I hate Apocalypse. It's like I feel like Apocalypse is one of those abilities where it just feels very bland. All you're doing is just summoning a couple of ghouls that only melee attack. If they made them somehow do anything more interesting, Vengeance, Oh my
Ja, sehe ich. Oh, Entschuldigung. Sehe ich, dass dass es vielleicht ein bisschen, also der Effekt danach ein bisschen bland ist, aber die Ausführung finde ich einfach gut.
The
Dumb
funniest thing
Guardians,
about
that's-
Apocalypse is that you pop it and you're like, oh, I just pressed my DPS cooldown. I'm about to pop off, and then the guys take 5 seconds to climb out of the ground.
Yeah,
They're not
yeah.
actually doing anything.
Das ist auch so schlecht designt. Da steht ja hier, summoning an army of dead ghouls for 15 seconds for each burst festing wound. Die haben wirklich eine Animation. Da kommen erst so diese, so grüne Blitze. Kann man da, und dann sieht man da so langsam das Loch aufgehen und dann krabbeln die so raus und stützen sich langsam ab und dann stehen die da und dann laufen sie erst dahin und es braucht wirklich Zeit. Holy shit.
That being said,
Also,
though,
an M plus is kind of stupid. Randomly pulls sometimes the maggot.
I wish it was at a point though where it was like an option to take it, right? Because like my idea of these is, you know, if in reality it's like the same reason why there was so much nostalgia for like the classic and Wrath talent trees. It's like, you know, oh, they're different than they are now, but like in reality you were making a lot of the same decisions. It wasn't like you were completely rebuilding your tree. You were really selecting like one thing instead of another. It's like very little actual choice. That's the thing I'm worrying about with these. I would love to see APOC, maybe not something you take all the time, but like in a specific key or on a specific boss. It's like, oh, well, this is a boss
Soll einfach Baseline sein.
where really having something up every 1 minute is so important that actually does make this better than what the current build you're doing all the time is. That's I think that's what they're striving for with this, and I really hope that they, with the balance and tuning of these, they actually make that a thing where you're making much more decisions than you normally are. This would be a complete failure if by the point at the end of this expansion, people have like basically they're like saved trees. It's like AoE build, single target build, and it's not more complicated than that. That would be terrible. So hopefully there's a, you know, at least something where it's like, okay, single target build, but I take Will the Necropolis because without that I get one shot by this mechanic, or, you know, things like that. And you can actually do that without feeling like shit. Like there has to be balance in those things that you're picking between, which means Blizzard actually has to understand what the baseline build is, how many points you have to work with, and then what you're actually choosing between. So that's going to be, I think, does anyone have any final points on Unholy? I think we kind of went pretty deep on it, but any final words?
Was mir auch gerade auffällt, ne? Zum Beispiel der Shadow Priest Tree. Ich habe mir das bei Nboni angeschaut. Sehr guter YouTuber, falls ihr euch für WoW interessiert. Lasst da ein Abo da bei Nboni, wow. Ich finde es krass, dass Shadow Priest einige neue Pet-spezifische Talente bekommt, aber wir als Unholy quasi wirklich einfach seit eh und je Pet-focused mit Untote beschwören, Necromancer-Style, irgendwas, und wir kriegen einfach nichts Neues zum Beschwören. Das ist so wild.
Be unholy. But I wanted to ask Atlas, you said you wanted something new, like it's gone dull, right? But don't you think that tier sets, like the way they can interact with the spec, is something that can usually replace like a new ability or something, but makes you like play another style of the spec?
I would say yes.
Ja, ist möglich, aber das Problem ist halt, wenn jetzt zum Beispiel in 10.1, ja, der Raid kommt und und wir machen den in der Gilde und Tierset und so, und es macht irgendwie was es verändert. In 10.2 habe ich den dann halt nichts mehr.
But Unholy has to put up a wound and it has to pop a wound, and the only thing you can do with that is how you change how you pop the wounds, which is fine, I guess, if they can make it work. I haven't found it fulfilling in years.
We also haven't had tier sets in years, right?
Yeah, that's also true.
Stimmt, ja.
I think the tier set that they made now, that we currently have on live, is kind of exciting, I guess. If
Das Tierset vom Unholy momentan, das ist so total seltsam auch. Was war das nochmal? Ich bin kaum noch drin in WoW, wenn ich ehrlich bin. Jede 4. Wunde, die ich berste, kommt ein Ghoul. Das ist schon mal nicht so krass. Das ist der 2er-Set-Bonus. Der 4er-Set-Bonus ist, wenn der zweite Effekt von Soul Reaper, das ist der Execute-Mechanik vom Unholy, prockt, also dafür muss das Ziel unter 35% Leben sein, dann verursachen meine Pets 40% mehr Schaden, was übelst krass ist. Ich merke es immer so hart in der Execute-Phase, als wir noch geradet haben. Man climbt einfach übelst schnell. Ach ja, stimmt, der Zweier-Set-Bonus ist noch, dass die Pets 10% mehr Schaden machen. Ist auch so, naja. Ist halt wie es ist. Es ist interessant, aber zum Beispiel jetzt bei so Fights wie Sylvanas, wenn man noch zum Beispiel Old Warrior Soul farmen will, ist das Tierset einfach Müll. Also man kann auch mit keinem Tierset spielen gefühlt.
Feels good
Es
when
muss halt, der Execute muss halt irgendwie zustande kommen. Und das Schöne an dem Vierer-Set auch war, wenn Ads in dem Bossfight mit drin waren, konnte man den Vierer-Set-Bonus mit dem 40% Damage Increase schon früher machen. Und somit ein bisschen das Min-Maxen, so ein bisschen rumgespielt mit dem Execute. Das war wirklich cool, fand ich. Ich fand so ein zweischneidiges Schwert, muss ich aber sagen.
you proc it at like good moments and you're going to do a lot of damage, but I don't think it makes gameplay fun in any way at all. I hope tier sets in Dragonflight kind of do that.
It's a mixed bag because like there are definitely tier sets in the current tier that are even powerful potentially, and they have changed the way you've played.
Wir kommen ja auch gleich zum Frost Talent Tree. Bin ich auch mal sehr gespannt drauf. Der Frost 4er Set Bonus, der war so strong. Man kriegt einfach ein Talent und man konnte dann eine andere Runenwaffe drauf machen auf seine Waffe. Weil das Talent, was man da bekommen hat, hat erstens Damage gemacht, schon mal flat und einen Debuff auf den Gegnern, die man normalerweise nur durch eine Runenwaffe bekommt. Und so konnte man diese Runenwaffe, also diese Verzauberung auf der Waffe verändern. Und das hat einfach den Breath of Sindragosa Playstyle noch stärker gemacht. Also richtig stark. Es gab da Momente, ich war da 1,5 Minuten im Breath drinnen. Und das wäre halt ohne das Tierset nicht möglich gewesen.
But I think a lot of people are just like, man, I just want something different. I want tier sets to be like a catalyst to make us play differently, so it's not the same every patch. That's true, but also sometimes that can be bad.
Das ist richtig schwierig.
Sometimes it can make your playstyle worse than it is normally,
Das
right?
ist auch so. Und dann spielt man vielleicht die Klasse nichts mehr und das ist wirklich schwierig, glaube ich.
Like I think something that sticks out to me like that is actually Assassination Rogue's really powerful right now, but I personally just hate that like dot playstyle of like how, like snapshotting the dot at your end of your thing, even though it's something I've generally loved in the game.
Spielen wir im Raid mit Sepsis? Das ist auch so. Okay, ich habe das im PvP mal mitbekommen.
I just hate what it turned that spec into. It's just so much, like, even though it's different, I just don't like it as much. Obviously, that's my opinion, but and I don't really. The thing is with Unholy is I don't know what kind of a tier set is really ever going to change how Unholy plays. Really, like think about it. Like what is a tier set going to do to Unholy where it's like a totally different thing? Like it's always going to be wounds. Like they're not going to take that out. I just don't really know what they can do with it.
I just wish Unholy would like return to a dot spec because I found Necrotic Plague to be very rewarding gameplay and it was cyclical. You'd go into the same kind of loops.
Necrotic Plague war wirklich so gut, einfach dieses Hochstecken. Und dann hat man irgendwann diesen richtig starken Debuff da drauf. Und auch PvP-Talente konnte man damit synergieren. Das hat sich einfach so gut angefühlt, das zu spielen, fand ich. Es hat so viel Spaß gemacht mit Necrotic Plague.
So there's not too much you were doing there, right? It was like intuitive. Like you extend, you build, you extend, you build. But it was more fun than what I have now. I would think more about things with that than what I had now. And obviously you had like the other option of going into breath and you had a separate single target build, but just something more with diseases. Like Unholy Blight operates as a second disease. I would love if Unholy Baseline had multiple diseases that you would put up.
Ja.
And then some of them you could like snap off instantly. Some of them you could increase the rate of ticking. Some of them you would make them auto spread. Just something along those lines instead of runes.
Ja, finde ich auch gut. Also wie er zusammengefasst hat, einfach mehrere Krankheiten und man interagiert einfach mit den irgendwie. Zum Beispiel, dass man einer einfach ausbrechen lassen kann für einen großen AOE oder Single Target und dann macht es auch was mit den anderen Krankheiten. Und ein Spread irgendwie. Oder schneller, dass es schneller abläuft und dass danach noch irgendwie was macht. Oder auch irgendwie so dieses Knochen-Theme ein bisschen mehr in den Vordergrund rücken. Es gibt ja nur ein Knochen-Spell beim DK, das ist einfach Knochenschild beim Blood Decay. Was anderes Knochiges hat man da irgendwie nicht. Das ist auch irgendwie seltsam. Es gibt keinen Knochenspeer oder Knochennova oder weiß ich nicht. Knochensplitter, Knochen, irgendwas, Knochentrocken, sowas.
But also, I have a big gripe with with the fact that Unholy still has every single button on the GCD. It's really funny to me that like they had
Das mit dem Global Cooldown Change. Wann kam das in BFA? Holy shit, war das unangenehm. Es ist immer noch übelst unangenehm.
this thing recently where they were like, okay, you know what, you guys were right. The GCD thing, probably not great. We'll take a few things off. And then Unholy has been the spec in the game that has had the most things on GCD in terms of cooldowns, or things that generate resources for your cooldowns. And when they took away everything off GCD, like Frost is running around rampant with every single button off GCD. Except
Ja, stimmt, Shadowlands. Da in BFA hat sich auch so ungut angefühlt, aber in Legion und in Shadowlands jetzt habe ich wieder meinen Frost, der Cooldown-Magge rausgeholt und das drückst du halt einmal und du hast Trinket, Pillar of Frost, Empowered Rune Weapon aktiviert und du gehst halt einfach Apeshit auf einmal. Und bei Unholy ist es halt okay. Wenn man jetzt mit Unholy Assault spielt, wird Unholy Assault, glaube Cooldown, Apocalypse, glaube Cooldown. Summon Gargoyle, glaube Cooldown.
Frostworms. And then Unholy still has literally every button still on GCD. It's so weird.
It's very weird, but I thought about that as well. I thought about like putting a lot of things off the GCD, like APOC, you know, empowering your pet, stuff like that. Then it just turns into a situation where you're popping all your cooldowns, pressing a macro, and then you're just getting into like, you know, like the middle part of the Unholy rotation, like not when you have APOC up or it's about to come up, like in the middle, like 30 seconds or 40 into a pull without lust. Then you just get to that earlier, and that's really the part of the spec that feels like shit. I feel like they probably tested
Stimmt wohl,
Unholy.
ja. Stimmt wohl, ja. Wenn man weniger vom Global Cooldown hat, dann ist er aber mehr in dieser scheiß Rotation mit Wunden aufbauen und ploppen drin.
Without the GCDs, and they were like, man, there's really not a lot here, is there? And then like that's kind of where they're at. But that like kind of just shows the underlying problem, is that the spec is just generally not that interesting.
That's exactly my
Ja,
point.
leider. Dabei könnte man den Spec so geil machen, wie viele andere Specs auch.
Has way too many cooldowns that are low impact or things that you don't get excited for without many decision making that goes behind it. And then if you take those off GCD, you're like, oh wow, well you're just spamming all the buttons at the same time. It's like, exactly, yeah, the spec doesn't play well. You should probably look at that, maybe change that. Even take some of these cooldowns away, honestly. I'm totally fine for them to get rid of like 6 cooldowns that Unholy has, as long as it adds depth to the normal rotation that you find yourself looping through.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And to add on to like your disease point earlier too, like every single last boss this entire expansion has had huge issues with Unholy Pet AI. If they gave Unholy an option to...
Holy shit, ey. Die Pet AI in Shadowlands. Ich hab öfter mal ein wenig geweint, muss ich sagen. Liebes Blizzard, bitte überarbeitet doch mal die Pet AI. Bei Jailer, das fällt mir jetzt gerade sofort ein, bei Jailer, wenn die Pillars kommen, ja, wenn man mit einer Bombe in so ein Loch springt und dann läuft das Pet so ganz seltsam, backt sich das dann hinterher, aber dann versucht es auch eigentlich noch weiter den Boss anzugreifen, während man selber irgendwie 30 Meter noch in der Luft ist, aber kann es ja irgendwie nicht, weil dann dieser Pillar dazwischen ist und dann steht es auf einmal auf dem Pillar und es macht einfach nichts. Oder der Pillar enabled einfach das Pad. Und es passiert dann entweder, dass ich es neu beschwören muss, während meinem Cooldown am besten. Oder es passiert einfach, dass während des Cooldowns stehen bleibt. Am Pillar, während der Boss schon 30 Meter weiter gewandert ist. Das ist einfach holy shit. Blizzard.
Go petless. If it was just diseases, even if it was suboptimal, please give Unholy an answer to situations like that. I don't want to deal with Timmy being dumb all the time.
Ja, genau, sehr gute. Ich will das auch. Einfach petless Build. Holy moly. Das wäre mal geil.
Every end boss.
Literally everyone.
Yeah, I think maybe Sepulcher.
Schon bei Sire the Nathrius war es ja auch so, wenn man dann runtergezogen wird. Entweder despawn mein Pet. Es bleibt dann einfach stehen. Oder ich hatte es auch schon. Oder es ist einfach oben. Bliss es noch.
Being the funniest when they would actually just do like the full loop around the rim. Okay, that is all for Unholy. Let's move on to Frost. Do you guys have a single target and Unholy Frost build that you want to link that we can kind of just go through? I'm actually interested to see if you guys considered or did take the second charge of Empowered Moon Weapon.
Okay, da machen wir ganz kurz einen Switch rüber zu WoW, um euch mal kurz was zu zeigen. Also, hier sind wir. Momentan bei den Dummies in WoW. Und ich zeige euch mal kurz was mich ein bisschen stört. Wir gehen mal hier auf Spezialisierung und Talente. Bei unheilig. Da steht nämlich, Meister des Todes und des Verfalls, die Krankheiten verbreiten und untote Diener kontrollieren. Ja? Die Betonung war auf Krankheiten. So. Ich habe momentan 2 Krankheiten, nämlich einmal virulente Seuche, zack, und einmal unheilige Verseuchung. Das sind in dem Fall 2 Krankheiten. Großartig. Also Plural ist schon mal vorhanden. So. So, wenn wir jetzt jedoch uns entscheiden, unheilige Verseuchung nicht mitzunehmen, sondern platzende Geschwüre mir wegen, was ja natürlich durchaus sein kann in einer AOE-Situation in M+ zum Beispiel, dann haben wir natürlich ganz viele Krankheiten, nämlich eine haben wir dann nur noch. Das ist natürlich komplex Design, sage ich euch. Und ja, großartig. Also stimmt auf jeden Fall. Man verteilt Krankheiten, wenn man denn eine davon skillt. Die andere ist nämlich Baseline. Ist ja großartig designt, muss ich sagen. Deshalb würde ich mir eben auch Krankheiten, ein Disease-Bild wünschen, weil dann würde es auch erst einen Sinn machen. So, da sind wir wieder. Ja, für Frost, wie gesagt, würde ich mir wünschen, dass wir einfach kein Breath of Sindragosa Solo-Bild mehr haben, was einfach super krass besser ist als gefühlt jeder andere Bild. Schauen wir mal, was die Jungs dazu sagen.
I will get you one in just a second. I don't know if you already have one prepared, Atlas. If you do, you can link it.
I
Probably
have an
really smart.
AoE one and it's fun.
All right, yo, link
Okay.
that
It's
then.
super fun.
Really good.
Okay, I'm really scared for Frost going into the next expansion. I'll preface this. They gave you literally everything you would ever want in an AoE scenario, and you could grab all of it.
Na,
So
stimmt.
it's gonna be like
Ich habe auch gesehen, Chill Streak ist so strong. Warum kann man es dann auch noch verstärken? Holy shit, dachte ich mir.
it's gonna be a fucking demon on Cleave. It's actually gross.
Ja.
I noticed that
Now,
when I
is this a?
go ahead, Muffin.
I was just asking, is this like a cleave build, or do you want this to be like a full-on AOE build?
Okay, AoE for Frost is more than one target, so anything beyond one is good by me. But yeah, this serves as like in between both of those things. It's like periodic, like AoE or 2 target sustained or 5 target sustained. I don't know. It's just good.
Okay.
Yeah. I won't go into like describing each thing one by one. You can look at it yourself.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
just
just
let you know right now.
disgusting.
The right side of the tree is just every single massive borrowed power AoE thing that made Frost DK like OP, and you get all of it. So it's really weird. You get Chill Streak, you get like Chill Streak on crack with a bonus point, you get Frost Whelps, you get Breath, you get your Frost Worms, you get Reduced Frost Worms, you get Rage of the Frozen Champion, you get the 2 best Remorseless powers that you had over 2 expansions at the same time. You get 2 charges of Empowered Rune Weapon, and you have Resource Generation out the ass. So it's really weird. It's like, it's the most overloaded AoE tree I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, and that's when I first read this, I thought that a lot of trees were going to be like this, and I don't know how many of them are going to be able to accomplish it as much as a very clear split down the middle AoE and single target thing. Like, it just seems everything on the right side of this tree
Ja.
is cleave, and every point you take
Das
to
stimmt.
grab something else.
Und rechts ist dann auch noch ein bisschen mehr eigentlich auf 2 Einhände ausgelegt und links auf jeden Fall dieser Two-Hand Obliterate Bild.
Makes sense for what you're grabbing. It's not like you're taking. It's not like imagine if this improved rhyme here was just like improved Frost Strike. You would hate that, right? There's a ton of points like that in trees that exist right now. And the Frost one, in my opinion, at least for the AoE, like I only did an AoE Mythic Plus build, and I was just like, man, you can kind of just get everything you want. And you might really suck ass on bosses. I mean, it might be rough on the boss, but you will absolutely crank everything in the dungeon outside of that. This was a tree I really liked, and especially that you don't take Frost Scythe. That was like kind of something I wanted to talk about in AoE. I think DK AoE without Frost Scythe is so much more fun.
I hate Frost Scythe personally. I know
Ich
people love
verstehe
it.
den Sinn von Frost Skies auch irgendwie. Irgendwie macht es eine AOE, weil es irgendwie schlechter ist als jede andere AOE und es kostet einen Global Cooldown. Also sie müssen halt irgendwie super krass den Damage erhöhen, damit es, glaube ich, worth ist mitzunehmen.
Listen, spamming it on AoE, but I think it's boring.
Yeah,
So.
hate it.
Not my favorite. The one thing I don't like about the Frost
Vor allem
tree
jetzt auch noch mit Chill Streak. Wird es eh überflüssig.
in general is you're forced to take Unleash Frenzy on the left side towards the top, where Frost Strike increases your strength, stacking up to 3 times for a limited window. And like in AoE scenarios where you're playing Breath, you're not proccing that, and that's been a problem. It was one of the conduits that was in this expansion, and you never played it. But you have to take that if you want Rage of the Frozen Champion, which is like unbelievably good. So that feels kind of weird. It's kind of like a dead point. Not too big of a deal though, because it's not like you're giving anything up for it, because you just get everything you'd ever want. I like Frost. I like Breath. I like Cleaving. So I'm liking what I'm seeing here. However, does it make sense for it to be like this? No, not really. You get like 4 legendaries, 2 of your best conduits, and an essence all at the same time. And that's like an unbelievable amount of like class power for
Yeah,
like
but
a
you're also
specific
giving
niche.
up an entire tree of single target. And why I think
good.
that this is going to work out actually well in its current form is in a lot of raid fights, which are almost exclusively not single target. Single target fights in raids are pretty rare, where there's truly only one. Having to decide exactly how far you go down this in a raid environment is very interesting, I think, because like I think that this, of all the specs released so far, I could see Frost having the most variations in a raid fight of any spec tree I've seen, and I think that if what they're going for is perfect, and it has so many strong, it looks so strong. Like you can go all the way down the single target tree basically and still get like Chill Streak, for example, which is
Das
just
stimmt.
like insane for so many raid
Ja,
fights.
ich
Even
weiß
if it's
auch gar
something,
nicht, ich
even if
weiß
it's
echt nicht, warum die Chill Streak einfach mit da rein haben. Das ist so stark, das Ding.
an ad that spawns on the boss every minute or something, that's like an incredible 1 point, like as good as any classes, or I guess 2 points as any class is going to get. So I was really happy to see this, and I'm interested to see kind of where the single target goes, or if any of you guys have any more takes on the AoE.
Just another word on like the general tree itself, not necessarily just like full blown AoE, but
Da
full-blown
oben hat man
single
dann
target.
sogar Abomination's Limb anstatt Sorrow
Like the
Reaper.
spec and the talent tree. When it comes to making decisions between how you allocate points, if you look at like different types of fights, different types of damage profiles, there's a lot of flexibility within this tree where you'd actually make those meaningful decisions. Like let's say there's like a target that spawns every 45 seconds, then you can grab Chill Streak and still have your single target build. And then your general tree also gives you 2 target D&D cleave. If you don't want that, don't spec into it. You can go into like full AoE, you can go into full single target. So I think they did a really good job in that regard. The only thing I'm scared for is tuning, because the right side when it comes to AoE is just like it's unfucking believable how strong you'll be on AoE, but maybe that's a good thing. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be an
basically,
issue too.
Yeah.
I
do have
I agree
one
with you.
concern though, for the people, two-handed being a talent. I know a lot of people want to play two-hand. I know a lot of people like playing it, but it being a talent also seems like it kind of sucks for some. Yeah, you have to spend you have to spend a talent point.
Where
just
is
to be
that on
able
the tree? I
to play
actually
dual.
forget.
Left
left
side
middle.
below Killing Machine. So you have to use a talent point just to be able to play two-hand. And I know like that's gonna suck for a lot of people because they love playing two-hand.
Well, the good thing about the talent trees is that there's no proper build, and you don't have to make choices on cookie cutter builds, and you can theory craft your own stuff. So it's very.
I would
fluid and
actually argue
dynamic.
that I don't know how else they could have done it other than just taking that point off the tree entirely. Maybe that's what
Ah ja, klar kann man ja machen. Ich meine, der Punkt da unten einfach Baseline machen. Der Punkt da unten stört ja irgendwie nicht, wenn er weg wäre.
you're leveraging for.
Du
Being
musst ja nicht irgendwie immer. Ich weiß nicht, wieso Blizzard das irgendwie denkt, aber das muss ja nicht irgendwie immer absolut symmetrisch sein.
that you could just make that choice now, and it's just you make the choice by equipping a weapon, not by picking a talent. But the argument outside of that is imagine how bad it would be if it was on the road to something you would also want as dual wield, right? That would be the worst, right? Where you have to pick Might of the Frozen, and other classes have shit like this, where you would have to pick Might of the Frozen Wastes to get like Bone Grinder or something like that. And it's like, okay, well, what if I want Bone Grinder and dual wield, right? So I don't know how bad it would be, other than I do agree that maybe if you could just make the choice by equipping your weapon instead of a talent point, that makes sense.
I could
Like
see it going
the-
before obliteration, if anything, and just like move ice cap over to somewhere else.
Okay, let's look at a single target before we go. So yeah, we all agree that obviously Frosty KAOE is completely fucking cracked.
I think the simplest way to kind of bring it down that makes the most sense though is just take a little bit of the power out of Remorseless Winter and all the abilities that buff it right now. Because right now it's just so absurd in both AoE and single target. Bringing that back to a more reasonable place will definitely help bring it in line AoE wise.
Yeah, I was gonna say for M plus specifically. So my problem with this is usually what happens because of tuning, where like let's say we're nerfing a bunch of the stuff on the right side, is that like yeah, the right side will still own really hard, assuming it's nerfed, and it's gonna be like super good in raid where it's a specific niche fight. Like let's say Lords of Dread, you go some right path, you would absolutely crush that boss. But it'd be one of those cases where the class is tuned where you would have fat stuff being specific for AoE situations, and then your single target would probably be really doo-doo. But if you go down more on the left side, your single target would be good, but your AoE sucks. And that's generally fine in raid, because in raid you would just go, all right, like in this fight I'll just go down this path, and in this fight I'll go down this path. But in M plus you can only play one.
Ist aber schwierig, weil eigentlich war ja auch Breath of the Dragosa im Single-Target-Fight, aber ich glaube nicht, dass man 2 Einhänder mit einem Obliterate spielt und mit dem, also schon mit Punkten im linken, als weniger im rechten. Obwohl er eben Chillstreak, selbst bei einem Add oder so, bei 2 Adds, das glaube ich worth ist mitzunehmen. Das ist also schwierig, glaube ich. Der ist klar aufgebaut, aber irgendwie schwierig, glaube ich, da gut was draus zu machen, wenn man. Ich weiß auch nicht. Bei den Pass, den will man ja auf jeden Fall gehen. Und Chillstreak will man ja eigentlich auch mitnehmen. Auch vielleicht, wenn es nur 2 Tage Cleave ist, oder vielleicht nur teilweise, dann nicht immer 2 Tage Cleave, aber halt in gewissen Abständen. Das ist halt schwierig, da links vielleicht.
Specific build, right? Where
Also wenn dann hier vielleicht Punkte rauslassen, irgendwie 5 Stück, und dann hier das da vielleicht mitgehen, oder den Punkt noch mit Frozen Heart.
you're usually fighting for like a single target or an AoE ability. And that's why like historically you have classes that perform really well by just playing one build, like mages and rogues generally have those type of one type build. And I don't really know if Frost will be able to achieve that, where you have like a really good one type build.
Yeah. Oh wait, I'm actually surprised. This single
ja.
target tree you linked me doesn't look really much different at all. It's like 5 points.
Aha, ja, sowieso Breath of the Dragosa. Chillstreak sogar nicht mitgenommen, okay. Gut, wenn man jetzt eine Pure Single Target macht, dann braucht man das nicht, stimmt wohl. Ja genau, hier eben das mitgenommen, ja da, wie gesagt, Cold Heart und weiter nach unten.
Points on dude, they're going to be so insanely good.
It really is.
Wait, I'm look. Yeah, it's the same as mine as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it basically just you're still focusing on the same things. You're taking all the remorseless winter buffing stuff and then going as far down the single target path as you can to get all the obliteration improving stuff and the icy citadel replacement. I can't remember what it's called right now. Unleash strength or something, or enduring strength. Yeah, but it's really similar. You give up like Frostworm, you give up Chill Streak, but that's really about it.
If you're just transition this into a 2-target boss or a 2-target raid boss, what 2 points do you drop for Chill Streak?
Actually, quite a lot.
Enduring
I mean,
strength.
2 points you would give up. I would probably give up enduring.
Yeah, I don't know. My personal take is for 2-target right now. I'm kind of on the boat of two-handed obliteration, looking really good for it. So you got Glacial Advance to replace Razor Ice. You have Chill Streak right there, which you can use anytime with obliteration, where you can't with Breath. 2-target Cleave in the talent tree. You get the double charge of Death and Decay. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff for 2-hand obliteration and 2-target Cleave. Not sure if it'll be the best, but I'm hopeful at least.
Quick question for single target and
Nice.
AoE stuff. Are you guys taking 2 charges of Impaired Rune Weapon with the 1 point?
Yes.
You
Yeah.
are? It's
It's
interesting.
unbelievably good. Yeah, it gives haste too. It doesn't just give resources.
Oh, did they make it
gives
the conduit
15%
version?
haste. Yeah.
Well, it's always been that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay.
It's good.
The only thing I could see it maybe not having as much value over like a super long fight, right? Because like in reality, it's basically like in Lust you get in Lust on the opener you're getting an extra use of Empowered Rune Weapon. You're not ever really letting it stack. Assuming this is Breath, right? Like you're not letting it stack to 2 outside of that. So does another point over an entire fight give you more value than the extra singular use of Empowered Rune Weapon?
Situational. Just depends on how the
Which is
fight's
good
designed.
though, right? That
Yeah.
it's good that it's
really
situational.
good.
Like yeah, like that's the exact kind of stuff you want is If it's just no, you're taking this whole expansion, then maybe that isn't as good always. Even though probably 60 to 70% of these talents will be taking the whole expansion, but that in reality you're not gonna. It would be worse if realistically you could pick anything on the tree at all times, and you'd just be constantly. It'd be like going to Cheesecake Factory, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that's why the Frost Tree's really good in terms of like making you pick between different things. It's because
Ich bin gerade überlegen, ich meine, es gibt eigentlich keinen Grund, warum man Empowered Rune Weapon eigentlich nicht mitnehmen sollte, also beziehungsweise den zweiten Charge. Ich glaube, es hat eh nur 1,5 Minuten Cooldown, so nach dem Dreh, allerhöchstens 2. Die sind mehr oder minder schneller wieder da, als man, glaube ich, denkt. Ich glaube, es ist einfach worth mitzunehmen, vor allem mit dem Breath of Sindragosa Bild, wie schon bereits erwähnt.
everything on the tree is just good. You're not really picking between things that are dead or things that you wouldn't want. You'd want everything on that tree in some sort of scenario. And then the reason why you're making choices is because the scenario is changing, which is not the case with Unholy. Unholy has like a bunch of things that feel bad to take, or you don't have enough points to grab all of them. But like this one, you do have enough points to grab all the things you would want for your specific scenario. I do have a gripe with the Chill Streak improving talent though, because there's two options there. It's in a choice node, and it's not a choice. Mathematically, there's just a superior option. The first option, Piercing Chill, increases 5% per hit, and there's 9 total hits. It bounces 9 times, so it's 10 total hits. But the second one, if it procs once, it's 100% extra damage to that Chill Streak because you just procced an extra hit. So why would you ever take the one that baby buffs it if you have 9 individual chances for it to just proc a second hit? I think they need to look at that one because I mean, their design intention behind the choice nodes is like situationally you change it depending on something, like you still want it. It's like a fundamental thing that augments something, but in different scenarios you'll want to change it. This one, you'll never change it. You'll always take Enduring Chill no matter what.
So I think the solution to that is just to buff Piercing Chill. Because like I think the way it can be a cool choice is, let's just say a raid fight, for example, not Mythic Plus. You have an ad that needs to die at a certain time every time, and if Piercing Chill was mathed out to be on average 2 procs, right, or the damage of like 2 procs just all the time, but it's consistent, that might be like on this fight, it's like we need this every time. Like we might actually wipe if it doesn't proc, and it doesn't really matter if we overkill it; it just has to die, right? Like those are decisions that absolutely should matter. And so yeah, it would just be a buffing of that. But I completely agree with you.
Well, I'm psychotic. My proposed change that I thought about is a little OP, but it would be fun. I think that Piercing Chill should be buffed numbers-wise to just increase the amount of damage per hit. But the second one should be changed so that Chill Streak has a chance to split. And then it just continues the number of
Das ist ja ein bisschen zu strong. Vor allem, wenn es auch noch selber von sich procken kann, dann splittet es ja nur noch.
bounces that it would have had. But in a mass AoE scenario, if
That's
you get
fucking
lucky...
lit.
If you get
Yeah, that's
lucky,
2
it
RNG
splits
though.
early.
That's 2 RNG, dude. That's like
No, that's fun. That's so fun. Imagine you throw a Chill Streak and your first bounce splits, and then the next one splits, and then the next one splits, and it's just splitting like 20 times, and it's bouncing all.
Das wird auf jeden Fall witzig aussehen, wenn dann immer so Schneebälle über so 10 Mobs rumspringen.
All over the place. That'd be sick.
Yeah.
You're insane, Atlas. but
Yeah,
that sounds
yeah,
fun.
that's definitely a spicy one. I
You'd
will
see
say
that, and you'd pog in real life.
yeah,
that'd be
yeah,
sick.
exactly. You would, but like I guess the only to support his point, I think like the things in the game that are super RNG AoE wise, what makes a lot of them not fun is how it makes you change your character. Like look at Dance of Chi-Ji procs, right? Like probably the biggest example of this. That makes you have to like I guess not in the Necrolord situation where they just use Bone Dust Brew. Like outside of Bone Dust Brew, you just always have to use it, and because you could proc it again and lose a proc. With Chill Streak, it wouldn't actually change the way you play. You're pressing the one button every single time, no matter what, and it just has a chance to pop the fuck off. I think that's a more acceptable version of RNG than the one that makes you change the way you're playing your character a lot. Same way we were talking about with Unholy, with the Festering. Like, the fact that it changes the decisions you make and playing in a negative way is bad. I think Frost fucking owns. My only question is, you guys, same thing we did with Unholy, is there anything on this tree that...
Herr Frost sieht natürlich ganz gut aus, aber halt nix Neues auch wieder, bis auf Chillstreak, muss ich sagen. Es ist halt... Ich finde Frost halt auch relativ langweilig, bis zu einem gewissen Grad. Also ist mal ganz witzig, Frost zu spielen, finde ich. Weil es halt auch einfach so dieser consistent Cleave AOE ist. Das ist mal ganz witzig, aber es hat halt irgendwie nichts. Keine Ahnung. ist nichts für mich auf Langzeit. Und wie ja eben, wie im Unholy Tree halt auch einfach nichts Neues, bis auf Chillstreak und das war's halt. Ja gut, ein paar alte Sachen sind wieder drin, wie dieser Frostwhelp bei Pillar of Frost, auch ein Conduit von BFA und das ist halt irgendwie alles, naja, nichts Neues halt.
Right now,
Klar, es ist natürlich Alpha, ja, man muss das immer mit einer Grain of Salt nehmen und so, aber es ist halt unspektakulär bis jetzt, muss ich einfach sagen.
you would basically take never for any reason for the entire expansion, so Blizzard would know to work on it or just look at it in general or change its spot.
I would have said Runic Command, but Atlas picked that, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, I like it.
Which is the
Yeah.
In mass AoE.
Oh, in your first
assuming
build?
that assuming that you're heavy cleaving, and then you're also in the general tree taking kick, giving you runic power and stuff like that.
Yeah, I
But,
mean,
it's pretty weak, like in terms of like
especially as a
usefulness
2-point
scenarios.
talent. I think it'd be
Yeah.
way more.
Das ist echt nicht strong. Increase your maximum runic power by 5 and 10 to rank talent. Das macht halt irgendwie nichts gefühlt. Aber man muss halt irgendwie zu Pillar of Frost kommen. Dann will ich vielleicht sogar einfach machen, dass Frost Strike ein bisschen mehr Damage macht.
acceptable if it gave you 10 for a 1. I think that's like that would make way more sense.
Yeah.
Yep. The only other one that comes to mind for me is Frigid Executioner, which competes with Rage of the Frozen Champion. It's basically Coltiers right now, which doesn't even compete, but nerfed even more. I don't really get it.
Okay.
Thought that was a choice, no.
Obliterate has a 10% chance to regenerate 2 runes. Das ist halt irgendwie 10%, 1 sind 10. Ich glaube, das Legendary macht 15 wenigstens. Das ist schon um einiges besser. Das glaube ich nicht worth.
Yeah. Rage is so insane.
Okay, I'm gonna
That's
say it,
fair.
man. I'm controversial. Okay, I have to preface this though. The last time I said this, people got really mad at me because I said it in a joking manner. I'm down for two-handed. Okay, let me make that known. I'm totally cool with two-hander. If you want to play two-hander, that's all good too. Good for you. I'm just gonna pick what's mathematically better. Between dual wield and two-handed, there's a mathematically better one, always. So it could just be a dead talent if it's not tuned well. It hasn't been tuned well since it's been introduced into the game. So I don't really see the point. But if you want to pick it just for fun and run around with a two-hander, live your life. In terms of like actual design behind how the class performs in like a raid setting, I have a problem with this talent personally because I think that it's wasting a talent point if it just ends up not being better because of tuning. But they could just change tuning to make it good. So like I guess it justifies its spot on the tree. But yeah.
Yeah, I've never really understood that. If the point of being able to two-hand is a
Ich muss auch sagen, Two-Hand Frost, das fühlt sich irgendwie so unrund auch irgendwie an, finde ich. Ich weiß auch nicht. So außerhalb vom Obliterate Cooldown ist es halt irgendwie so. Irgendwie macht man da nichts. Ist halt auch wieder so übelst Cooldown basiert, finde ich.
Frost DK is just to give you more flexibility with obtaining weapons, but they chose to make it, a pretty different playstyle, as opposed to like maybe Windwalker, for example, right? Like you can wear one-handers or a stave or like a polearm, but that doesn't really change the way you play. It's just like a damage calculation, and for a while two-handers were bad, but I think recently they were better again. So I wonder if you feel that and you feel like the other playstyle isn't as good, if maybe just giving you the option to run more weapons as a Frost DK. Because I think something else that is totally different from any talent is I think it's kind of weird that, like, is the Frost DK weapon the hardest one to get in the game in a raid?
Yeah.
By
the
far?
only people that can trade it to you are tanks. If you're playing those tanks.
If you're playing those tanks, exactly. Like I think that's something that should really be looked at with things like single-minded fury with warriors, and just in general of the few specs that can wield multiple weapons. Not every weapon is the same in terms of requiring them, and you can make that better by giving them just an option to wear two-handed without it changing their playstyle.
The shitty part about it too is it does, like, the two-handed thing is stronger in scenarios where you're playing at obliteration and you're changing your playstyle to accommodate for the two-hander. But it's even worse than if you just play that same build with dual-wielded weapons. So it's like that's my issue with the tuning aspect of it. It's like, why introduce that as like a route that you could take? Like in an ideal world, slap on the two-hander, play obliteration for single target. It's the best performing spec. But like in
Not gonna
reality,
happen.
even if you were to play obliteration, you'd still use dual wielded. It's just better. So
Ja,
it needed to,
einfach,
like,
einfach
come
wegen
with it.
dem passiven Talent, was man im Base Talent Tree hat, dass die Auto Attacks einfach Runic Power geben. Ich meine, erstens schlägt die Waffe, wenn man 2 Einhänder spielt, schneller zu und man hat 2 davon. Also man hat legit 100% mehr Runenmacht-Regeneration, als wenn man einen Zweihänder spielt.
You just need to. I mean, I would just suggest changing this talent to say increases obliteration damage by 30% and cause your next auto attack crit to grant killing machine. I don't even know why two-handed weapon has to be involved at all, and just make two-handed weapons work for everything with it. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the DK community likes the fact that the weapon determines the different build than the talent point. Who knows?
I don't know. I'm scared of the two-handed people. They clobbered me last time I fucking talked about it. So
Oh, they get mad at you?
They
Yeah,
cover anyone that
well-
talks anything about it.
Oh
Well,
shit,
I
my bad.
might have not
Oh, okay,
presented
I
it
take it
well.
all.
Das Problem ist auch, bei Two-Handed muss man halt sowas wie Glacial Advance mitnehmen, um noch einen Runenwaffeneffekt irgendwie zu bekommen. Und wenn man es nicht mitnimmt, hat man halt einfach einen Runenwaffeneffekt weniger, was im Fall von Glacial Advance 15% weniger Schaden sind.
Back.
I
didn't
I
mean it.
might have made fun of them a little bit. I didn't mean it. It was a joke.
Yes, you did. So do you guys see yourself playing Ice Cap ever?
Maybe.
Ne.
Like, there's a chance it could be good.
Ich glaub-
like a full Gigamind.
Ich sag's euch, wie es ist. Ich glaube, bis Frost irgendwie einen interessanten Overhaul bekommt, was nichts mehr Breath of Syndragosa based ist oder was mindestens genauso stark ist mit was Spannendem Neuem. Vom Playstyle her spiele ich keinen Frost mehr, glaube ich.
AoE Mythic Plus scenario where you do just
Beziehungsweise
absolutely healer,
kein Zweihand Frost.
like druid healer damage on a boss. If you want to do that, you totally can. I don't know if it's going to be good, but it's totally an option.
Good. I want to move on to Blood, and if anyone in the call for whatever reason knows nothing about Blood and does not care about being a part of the conversation, you can leave. I did this last time when we swapped roles. But I assume a lot of you are, almost all of you except for Taeznak actually. So it's Taeznak if you want to stick around, perfectly fine, or if you have any input. And all right, let's move on. Does anyone have a Blood tree? This is probably.
Nice, Blood. Also bei Frost habe ich jetzt nicht schon so viel gesagt wie beim Unholy. Merkt man vielleicht, wo da die Main-Verteilung ist. Aber jetzt kommt halt Blood. Da kann ich, glaube ich, gar nicht so
We
viel
have to
sagen.
split it between Raid and Mythic Plus.
Dass ich Blood wirklich mal aktiv spiele, ist, sie müssen irgendwie allgemein einfach gewisse Sachen ändern. Ich finde du wartest auf einen Hit, auf den größten Hit, dass du möglichst tot bist in einer kurzen Zeit und dass du dich dann voll heilst, ist irgendwie nicht gut designt, finde ich. Das macht irgendwie ganz wenig Spaß, muss ich ehrlich sagen.
Plus, and then talk about the differences.
Ist natürlich geil, dass man jetzt so Healer abhängig ist, aber das ist halt irgendwie auch, ist der Lebensbalken, der ist entweder voll oder halb tot. Das ist immer ganz gefährlich.
Does anyone have one of those made? When I briefly looked through this, I know that it appeared like you had the opportunity to get the current playstyle pretty easily. And then there was also a lot of really hard choices. Like the only choice that didn't seem that hard was like it seems like you're probably not gonna pick Bone Storm. I feel like Red Thirst
Bone Storm
is just like too free, and then like going down the right side, there's not like an easy way to get to it. But I'd be interested to see what you guys have.
No,
I
yeah,
really
you really
like
want the
that
dancing
they,
stuff.
I really like that they made Death's Crest generate Bone Shield. That's
Yep.
nice.
Yep, amen. That was the first thing I saw when I did this was
Das muss
the
ich mal
amount of
kurz
times you
durchlesen.
have to like you want to generate AoE on a pack as soon as you pull, and you have to like mirror rend one thing just to not like get globaled at like the beginning. Actually, this is different with the current tier, and then like before you start blood boiling, but be able to go in with Bone Shield immediately and just be able to start AoEing is so
Geht
good.
er
even
jetzt
if
drauf?
it's
Ah!
red.
I have a weird build.
How weird.
You sort of would have as a baseline.
Wo sind wir? Bei 1.
Bone Shield is different with like, mirror rend. Want to gen. Yep, amen.
Passt.
I like that they made Death's Crest generate Bone Shield. That's
Yep.
nice.
Yep.
Reach out with necrotic tendrils, dealing damage and flying blood plate. Ah ja, nice. Das ist dieser Range, den man hat. Ja, das ist natürlich mega gut. Das stimmt. Also die wenigen Male, die ich Tank spiele habe in den vergangenen Expansions, Hat erstens wenig Spaß gemacht natürlich, einfach weil ich schon gesagt ich muss da weg drauf rumreiten. Einfach weil das Design von Bloody K einfach langweilig ist, finde ich, und irgendwie einfach nicht gut, ich weiß auch nicht. Gefällt mir einfach nicht. Aber ja, als dann wirklich mal das Knochenschild weg war und dann beim nächsten Pac-Man gepullt hat, da waren die ersten 1, 2 Hits vielleicht, bis man Bone Shield wieder drauf hatte. Konnten schon unangenehm sein.
Hey man, that was the first thing I.
So,
Look at his.
Oh, it's
mine's
28
mine's
of
all over the
30.
place.
Okay, here we go. Oh, so you you left 2 points unspent on purpose, I assume.
Yeah, because like this is where like it's like, do you go for Death's Caress or Red first or Blood Tap?
Yeah, it's crazy to think that the Death's Caress.
ja gut, dieses Death Crest, das braucht man ja eigentlich eher so in der M+. Im Raid ist es ja,
Talent
That's what
is
it's-
actually just obtaining Death's Caress at all.
glaube ich.
That's probably why they added the Bone Shield charge to it, because it would feel terrible to take as a 1
Oh, yeah.
point without it. But it also goes down to Heartbreaker too. Like Heartbreaker is like pretty good generation through a key, but it looks like you can't get that.
Well, the thing is, right now we're gonna have a crap ton of resources as a Blood DK. Like from what I've heard, you're basically gonna be an infinite resource DK, a Blood DK, which is like unheard of early in expansion. Because like normally what happens is you enter a new expansion, you're playing Blood, and it feels slow as hell. Your resource generation is really slow. Your death strikes matter a ton, but like because we have all the Frost stuff in the class tree, we can actually probably get away with not playing as many resource generating stuff that are normally really important for Blood DK.
Yeah, Blood DK is probably the hardest tank to tune in the game, because as opposed to a lot of the other ones where it's like
Ja klar, entweder ist er absolut OP, siehe Legion, oder er ist eher so nicht so OP, glaube ich.
you know, they have like their active mitigation charges, and you know, a lot of the cooldowns are like pretty similar, but like the way it actually does its active mitigation is something that, with runic power being in flux at the beginning of every expansion, the value of haste, they
Stimmt,
can
das
just
ist auch immer so
become-
ein wichtiges Thema, wie die Haste einfach ist am Anfang von der Expansion. Es war ja auch oft so, dass Worries eher so am Ende der Expansion, also Prot Worries, eher so wirklich krass gut waren, weil dann einfach die Stats da waren für gewisse Uptimes. Am Anfang ist es immer schwierig, aber ich meine, braucht es wirklich der Blood Decay? Ich meine, der macht da Blood Boil, dann hat er das Pack und der wartet da ja eigentlich nur auf den Hit. Das Blood Boil wird ja dann auch nur mal schneller da sein. Also Blood Decay wird auf jeden Fall nicht die Probleme haben wie andere Tanks.
extremely self-sufficient very quickly. There's like been very few times in this game where they were just completely self-sufficient without a healer. I think like the last time was the end of Legion, right, where they were actually
Ja.
just like solo tanking keys with 4 DPS multiple times, and like no
So-
other tank could do that,
so,
right?
yeah.
I don't know if they've ever gotten to that point again.
Ich glaube nicht. Aber es ist schon, also es gibt schon echt, man kann schon echt gut was reißen, auch wenn die Hälfte der Gruppe tot ist. Oder oder ein paar Leute einfach tot sind im Key und der Boss vielleicht noch 10% hat, etc. etc. Kommt natürlich auch ganz auf den Boss an, aber es ist schon möglich, mit dem Blood Decay lang ohne Heiler zu überleben.
Wait, Alice's build looks so much better.
Atlas's build looks
My-
better.
Mine's
I
like a
don't know.
general purpose, kind of like live your life kind of thing.
Wait, you like Unquenchable Thirst? Let's see.
Yeah, yeah.
When Vampiric Blood is active, so a portion of your Death Strike Healing. Ist, glaube ich, nicht schlecht.
Yeah, that sounds sick.
It sounds like something that would be really good on like a raid boss that like
Yeah.
like imagine the amount of healing you do with the
On Jailer.
the jailer dot through a vamp, and it's only hitting one target. It would just destroy it.
Well, you don't get the jailer dot, but yeah. It has like the
feel
potential
like-
to be really good, but it might be useless in some scenarios if you're not taking enough damage. But I don't know. It's like a general purpose build.
Yeah, I think it'll probably be between this and Purge,
Yeah, Purg is weird.
because you have to take the Tightening Grass, which is
Ja,
very
das muss ich
weird.
auch sagen. Hier,
Ja, it's
dieser
weird.
Cheat Death von Blood Decay, den fand ich auch irgendwie immer so seltsam. Ich habe keine Ahnung. Ich weiß irgendwie immer noch nicht so ganz, wie der interagiert, weil wenn man dann dem Tod nahe ist, dann ist man für 3-4 Sekunden unverwundbar. Und dann muss natürlich ein gewisser Throughput kommen, dass der überlebt. Aber wenn man halt irgendwie so einen ganz geringen Throughput hat, gerade so, dass man überlebt, und dann kommt der nächste und dann fällt er ja trotzdem irgendwie instant um. Es ist irgendwie nicht so der Cheat Death, dem ich mir hoffe.
Weird because like it's like a 3-point commitment. At least in raiding for a while, Purg. Actually, I don't know. Do people?
Ich glaube, es kann ganz gut sein.
Run Purg in this expansion. Like during all of BFA, running Purg was wrong.
People do it
as a
on
blood DK.
Raglan.
They do it on Raglan. Yeah, just it's basically things that could just kill you out of nowhere, and it's just worth it.
Yeah, it's mostly an M plus thing.
Yeah, like
Bei Rygolon, wenn er vielleicht die Kugeln saugt oder so. In der Mission. Ja, gut. Ich weiß auch. Ich bin irgendwie auch kein Fan von dem Talent. Keine Ahnung.
M plus makes sense because like in Raid, the alternative being Red Thirst, there's just sometimes where having your Vamp blood off cooldown earlier actually doesn't matter because like there's like big parts of the fight where you need Vamp, and then sometimes having it off cooldown 30 seconds before that doesn't matter. Where
Thirst is just too good. It's always been too good since it's been put in the game.
Yeah,
it just gives you so much flexibility, like in terms of like when you want to use Vamp. Other times you'd like would look at Vamp and you'd be like, well, I want to use it here, but like, what if something goes wrong like a minute and 30 seconds from now, and I don't have that option available? It's kind of like a get out of jail free card. It's like you can be way more flexible while you're learning damage intake. I don't know. It's just too good.
I feel like you're never gonna take Death's Caress if you have the ability to get the 5 bone shield things from Rune Weapon, because you're either
It's not worth Death's Caressing.
yeah, like you're gonna have bone shield leaving a pack, and on the packs where you don't, or at the beginning or after you die or something, you have weapon. So it should that just can't be worth a talent point, especially if the thing.
Although, the more I think about it, though, I feel like you might have a lot of issues grouping up mobs sometimes. Like, I'm just trying to think of certain setup pulls where it just becomes way clunkier not having Death's Caress.
Honestly,
because you only have a limited amount of range pulls.
I mean,
probably just not take Unquenchable Thirst.
Yeah, you just don't take Unquenchable. That's the only thing. Ossuary's too strong. My only thing with this is it looks like it doesn't.
Das war die Artefaktfähigkeit.
It doesn't
Consumption.
look like there's a lot of choices. You also took Consumption. Do people take that now?
Check out. Ich habe das Gefühl, das hat immer nicht so viel gemacht.
Slam that in there for fun, but like one's AoE, one single target. So
yeah, that's kind of whatever. You probably just go.
Bloodringer finde ich halt im Vergleich nicht schlecht, weil ich finde, es hat ganz gut Damage gemacht. Man konnte halt noch während dem Channel noch blocken etc., glaube ich.
Bloodrinker, but
Und hat auch eingeheilt.
If you have an insane amount
Vielleicht für Single Target ein bisschen besser.
of runic power generation, it's possible that you just don't go to Ossuary. You don't have to go through this bad node, and you could, I guess, skip Blood Tap, and then like I wonder if those 3 points actually gets you anything meaningful anywhere. Gets you
the scary thing about
Improved
not
Vamp
taking
Blood is kinda nice.
Ossuary is is it 10 runic power now? Oh, never mind.
The improved Vamp Blood is also duration too.
Yeah, no, actually no. Ossuary is really situationally good because it lets you bank.
Man hat ja eigentlich immer 5 Bone Shield Charges. Glaube ich.
3 Death Strikes if you need 3 Death Strikes back to back to back. If you don't take Ossuary, you can't do that. You only have 2. So
Yeah.
you run the risk of, let's say you need 3 Death Strikes and you only have 2 in your bank, and then you die between generating for your third kind of shit. It's just
Sehe ich.
throughput wise very safe. But like with Crimson Rune Weapon and Tombstone, and the fact that you still get both of those in the tree without really giving up much, in keys at least, or in non-challenging content, maybe you can give away Ossuary, but it seems like a mistake in my eyes to give that up.
Are you missing a good bit of damage from the current build now to this?
You don't have heart
No,
strike
not
damage
really.
in this tree, but it's not that big of a deal. I think a majority of your damage actually comes from the general tree, because you can take a lot of throughput boosting things in there. Like you can have Soul Reaper, you can have Limb, you can have a bunch of like strength modifying things within that general tree as well.
Can you have you done a like blood general tree real quick? I actually kind of want to see what that looks like, because I think the ones you guys linked me didn't have it. I can do it real quick, because I wonder what you're actually going to take. Do you think you take A-bombs with Mass Grip?
I think
I
you
think
avoid
so.
A-bombs unless you need it.
Das glaube ich schon ganz
What about,
gut. Weil, wenn man dann vielleicht Gorfins Grasp hat, mit dem verbesserten sogar, und dann auch A-Bomb, das ist viel Utility, muss ich sagen. Dann muss man vielleicht nicht mal unbedingt einen weiteren DK mitnehmen, falls die dann nicht so gut sind. Sondern Bloody K als Tank. Dann hat man halt 2 Grips und auf einem relativ 2 Minuten für Abomination Slim und ich glaube 3 Minuten für Gorfins ohne die Verbesserung. Und man kann damit auf jeden Fall schon einiges anfangen. Ist auf jeden Fall besser als Soul Reaper, aber dann würde ich vielleicht noch das mit verbesserten Runen-Empowerments mitnehmen. Das glaube ich auch recht strong.
Because you're gonna go for improved Death Strike anyways. You might as well just
Ja.
spend
Oh,
that one
we
extra
never
point.
talked about assimilation. The 100 rune power in gain from dropping AMZ. I think like obviously Blood Decay survivability and Frost Decay breath are like the two things that immediately come to mind to be useful for that with the Death Knight class. Have you guys thought about that at all?
I think it's
It-
extremely broken for Frost. The other two specs, it's kind of whatever.
All right, I'm making this. So you're definitely taking the Death Strike. Oh, the thing is, you're taking the Death Strike for sure, right? And then it's like A-Bomb's Limb becomes a 1-point situation. That might be
Yeah,
too. That
exactly.
might be too good. And then also Death's Echo as a point.
Stimmt, Death
You're
Echo
not-
hat man
Schmeißt,
ja
you're
dann
not
auch noch. Das ist ja richtig strong.
taking Empower and Room Weapon, are you?
You are. You have to as a. I mean, I think it's just way too good to not take.
What are you dropping to get it?
It'd probably be something like. Let me see.
All right, I got one.
Yeah, show me that actually. Because like right now I'm missing a lot of stuff.
Schwierig, ja. Vor allem, wenn man auch noch hier vielleicht die verbesserte AMC mitnehmen will. Ist aber recht strong. Schwierig.
This is sort of what I have right now.
Ah ja gut, das Gar mitgenommen. Ah, ich weiß auch nicht.
So just ignoring.
Gut, die kennt sich da natürlich um einiges mehr aus als ich. Aber Death Echo fände ich halt schon strong. Mit dem verstärkten Runenwaffenverzauberung auch eigentlich.
Soul Reaper. Yeah, you said like you could like get some points in the tree through Soul Reaper, dude. I don't think you're ever getting Soul Reaper as a Blood Decay. I feel like.
No,
Nee, macht auch keinen
should.
Sinn.
But the thing is Death's Echo. I feel like Death's Echo as a Blood Decay would almost be worth the 1 point as much as Soul Reaper.
Ich glaube auch, ja. Vor allem, wenn man den Slow mitnimmt beim Blood Decay mit dem 90% der Death and Decay Slow. Was dann natürlich langsam abklingt. Aber man hat dann halt noch einen zweiten Charge gleich hinterher. Es wird halt einen Haufen Kiteability gibt es, dass man halt viel kiten kann. Und halt somit auch einen Haufen Sicherheit bringen in die Gruppe.
I think you
Um,
definitely take Soul Reaper in a raid. But,
Yeah, yeah.
Which is good, because then you have choices, again, that you have to make within the tree.
Oh, you linked one for Bone Storm. Do you think you'd play Bone Storm?
So like the thing I'm kind of worried about is, aggro issue, as I'm sure you're fully aware of. Like, cause like we're losing a lot of power going into next expansion, right? And it's gonna get especially bad because we have like nothing for AoE threat generation, and Bone Storm could be like a potential gold.
Well, I guess the reason that Bone Storm has always felt bad over the years, for sure, is that you've been losing Red Thirst or Purg depending on the content, but now you don't necessarily have to make
Aber ich finde Bone Storm einfach witzig.
that choice. It looks like in every build you guys have got the whole Dancing Rune Weapon current tier set up. That's probably something you're not going to go away from. That just seems super good.
It's RNG survivability, but the impact that it has is like super, super, super good. Way more in keys because you're pairing way more individual hits, but even in raids, like parry, completely negating an attack, especially from like somebody that has like extremely large melees, like Jailer, is too good to give up when you consider how long it extends.
Trying to like picture DK's power level with this. It seems like the Blood DK is going to be really strong. Like it seems
Yeah,
like
I think it's probably gonna be borderline broken.
like defensively it seems like it's got all the stuff.
It's the same thing of we're used to going into expansions and acquiring power over several patches when they keep giving us new shiny things, and then now they've took all the shiny things that we had and they just slapped it in a tree and we can grab most of it.
That's so funny because a lot of classes that's not true. A lot of classes like well, I guess there's only been a few, but like a few spec trees have been most of their points just getting shit that they have, and they're definitely not able to get a bunch of new stuff they don't have currently. So I think DK specifically Frost and Blood seem like they have so many options. I mean, Unholy probably has options too. It's just that the spec has much more flawed things going on. But the thing is with Blood though is you could like I really like the fact that Asphyxiate is an option. I like the fact that Anti-Magic Barrier is an option.
Ich finde schade, dass unser Stun Asphyxiate einfach kein Baseline ist,
Those
sondern
are
dass man einen Punkt
definite-
rein tun muss.
Like per fight, per dungeon things. Sometimes they matter, sometimes they don't. Even the kick one, like the Mind Freeze giving you 10 runic power and reducing your cooldown by 3 seconds. That's something where it kind of sucks for DPS DK because there's so much stuff to get in this tree. But I mean, that's a 12-second kick, right? That
Das
is
ist echt gut, ja. 12-Second Range Kick.
very powerful. There's a lot of things that shamans can kick right now that no one else can. All right, this
Yeah,
will
it's gonna
work.
be nice.
All right, here we go.
raid build, so no A-Bombs, getting Unholy Bond, Death's Echo, and Soul Reaper with Empowered Rune Weapon. Don't have...
Da hat man jetzt natürlich noch den Empowered Death Strike mit drinnen. Was ich persönlich sehr strong fände, weil einfach erstens 10 Runic Power gespart wird beim Death Strike. Und dann hätte man schon 15 mit dem Talent weiter unten beim Blood Tree. Das ist ein Haufen. Und aus dem heilt es ja dann auch noch mehr.
A stun, don't have Wraith Walk. Yeah, this is probably what you'd do. No Blinding Sleet, obviously. Yeah, this is and obviously the 1 point missing is maybe Horn of Winter. Horn of Winter doesn't seem bad at all. Like, I guess is it on the GCD actually?
Horn of Winter is really OP. The runes and runic power are really big for Blood DK.
Yeah, so like in this, there's a lot of things you could swap. You could grab like 1 point Horn of Winter, 1 point Runic Attenuation. You could grab a stun. Grabbing a stun for a Blood DK feels really bad. Also, you didn't grab Improved Death Strike. Do you think,
I
that's the
improved it.
move?
Yeah, I think it's fine. This is like I'm gonna pop off. I'm gonna do a lot of damage as a Blood DK. This is like
Okay.
grabbing the
If you're not
throughput that I'm
worried
missing.
about. Yeah.
I think the improved Death Strike is just situational, like depending.
Ja, ist natürlich geil, wenn der Tank einen Haufen Damage macht. Was ich mir mit dem Bild durchaus vorstellen kann mit Soul Reaper und Empowered Rune Weapon auf der Waffe. Also auch ein bisschen tanky mit Will of Necropolis. Aber wenn halt doch mal die dicke Watsche über 30% kommt, ne, und dann ist es schwierig und man nicht so viel Runenmacht vielleicht gerade hat für einen Death Strike, dann ist man halt tot.
depending on how much damage
Da kann man halt so viel Damage machen, wie man will.
that you need or you're taking.
Even just as a 1 point though, just for the reduction, right? Potentially, but the fact that you have to get assimilation for it is kind of weird. There's definitely gonna be situations where assimilation is probably really fucking good. It's just that one issue I had with this in the general tree initially for any spec, specifically Frosty Case, is I feel like it's a really weird decision to make as a player where you are feeling bad that you're using AMZ to help your raid live in part of the fight. And it's bad for your breath versus always trying to AMZ during your damage, like turning AMZ into a damage cooldown. I think there's always a really weird dynamic that happens between groups and players.
Finde ich aber interessant, dass man dann die AMC vielleicht nicht primär stellt, um Raid Damage zu verhindern. Also macht das dann natürlich auch, aber primär stellt, um mehr Ressourcen zu bekommen und somit mehr Schaden zu machen.
kind of choices, but that hasn't really been something that people have sounded off about, and I think it's primarily because it's just kind of in the way, you know? Like, it's in the way for Blood DK, and it's in the way for DPS DK to get A-Bombs, so. Alright, hell yeah. Do you guys have anything else about DK in general, or just anything you guys see on these trees that we haven't talked about that you think is a problem, or even that you think is specifically really good?
A problem is, I mean, not necessarily. I don't know if
Ja, ganz klar, der Unholy Tree.
problem. The rune node on the general tree is. I don't really feel like it's a choice node. You have runic empowerment and runic corruption, right? It's just you would never take runic corruption.
Yeah.
For resource generation.
So that's a runic corruption buff situation, or just removing it and adding another thing. And even if they buffed it to be equal to runic empowerment as far as generation, even though that's kind of weird to see how those two things would be equal, but it's still a weird choice because you're just picking between two different ways to get the same resource generation, when I think the idea should be picking between resource generation and maybe something else, right? Or a different resource. Yeah, I agree with you. Anything else?
That's just me being a little bit weird. Assimilation increases damage absorbed by AMC. Is that 10% increase, making it go up to 30% of your health? Or is it a 10% increase, making it 22% of your health? Because right now it can disappear in an instant, just being 20% of your health.
Yeah, I think they should maybe go back and look at that again, because I think
Vielleicht
I actually
sollten sie
read
es auch
something-
einfach reverten, den Nerf, sodass AMC vielleicht sogar einfach kürzer machen oder so, aber dass AMC einfach so ist wie vor Shadowlands, dass einfach flat 20% Magic Damage Increase ist vom Gegner und gut ist, und dann halt nicht 12 Sekunden machen oder 10, sondern halt 7 oder 8.
The other day on WoW had like the Rogue Guide Writer came up with the things he'd like to see on the tree, or things added back to Rogue and Dragonflight, and obviously one of those things was Smoke Bomb, and then it just comes to the point where it's like, okay, if like every melee now just has like a like some AoE raid damage reduction type thing, that's like kind of
homogenized and stale in ways to deal with that. I think assimilation might be Blizzard's way of being like, oh, this is how this is different. Like, it's not as big of an absorb, but it works. I think AMZ definitely, I think this was actually said right when it was nerfed, is that I think AMZ should have definitely been nerfed from what it was before. Everyone would agree with that. But
Nee,
it
ik
should
net.
probably be better than it is now, specifically for DPS players, I think. Oh yeah, one thing from the beginning that just to like bring up again is the just mass grip kind of instead of A-Bomb's limb, because currently it doesn't look like a lot of people are picking that. It might just kind of sit there the whole expansion.
I just wish there was something within the general talent tree that made it so that DPS DKs didn't feel inferior to blood DKs when it came to gripping, because it's like the class identity, it's like the class spell, it's like why you bring a DK to begin with is like for that specific utility, and it's like why would you ever bring a DPS DK when the option is just slot a blood one, they do it better. I wish there was something like within the tree that just reduced the cooldown of grip for like the DPS specs.
Just make grip
or-
universally the same cooldown, the blood DK one.
Ja.
Yeah, like, yeah.
Macht auch irgendwie,
one-
ich wüsste nicht, warum das so ist, dass der Blood DK einen einiges kürzeren Grip hat als die anderen DK Specs.
One being half cooldown is like cool for like a trait, I guess, to like make them stand out. But when it comes to raids, it feels really shitty knowing that yours is twice the cooldown of the blood one. And then honestly, like, yeah, mass grip being back as like a talent that you can slot in somewhere like in the middle area would be really good.
The thing with grip being shorter is I would imagine this is part of the issue with these trees is that in a lot of the nerfs and balance patches Blizzard has done recently, they've made a point to make sure people knew they were for PvP or for PvE. The issue with these talent trees is that they are definitely trying to do both things in one. And I think there are a lot of conflicting decisions that they would make because they're trying to do both in one. And I think the grip cooldown is one of them. I could already hear PvPers being upset that a DPS DK's grip is a 15-second cooldown, for example.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Ja, stimmt, aber man könnte auch den Blood DK Grip einfach 30 Sekunden machen.
That'd
and then-
be really bad.
It's the same thing with the Shadow Priest thing, right?
Aber man muss halt auch sagen, ne? Ja, weil 15 Sekunden Grip ist ja alles fein, aber was hat denn der Demon Hunter? Der hat 10 Sekunden Dash. Das ist ja irgendwie auch dämlich,
like,
scheiß Demon Hunter.
Shadow Priest had disperse in their
Oh,
tree, and it looks like
Entschuldigung.
they're not taking it. It's like, oh, put it in the class tree. It's like, okay, I think honestly, the game wouldn't be broken, and I promise you, healer priests could really use dispersion in PvE. But that would be absolutely ridiculous in PvP, and that's almost certainly the reason that would never happen.
Ja, das stimmt. Da muss man wirklich aufpassen mit dem Balancing. Das ist ein gutes Beispiel mit dem, dass Priester auch neben Shadow Priest, die auch einfach Dispersion bekommen als Defensive Cooldown. Das wäre im PvP ja übelst lästig.
And I know it's probably way too late to consider fixing this, and I doubt they would do it any other way, but I think there's always just going to be small problems with classes that can't be addressed because they're trying, even though they're two very different games, they're trying to make this system for both of them at the same time.
We criticize where limb is on the tree and how we would never pick it, but I bet the PvP people are screeching that we're not taking A-Bomb's limb. I guarantee you they're all going to pick that. So
Ja, das stimmt. Wie auch am Anfang vom Video schon gesagt, wird sehr PvE-Fokus sein. Die Talent Trees, die werden auf jeden Fall für PvP anders gewertet und auch anders aussehen. Ja, wie Atlas jetzt meine, Abomination Slim wird Safe Call mit dabei sein, auch mit dem verbesserten Death Strike ist einfach viel zu gut und das hast du vielleicht auch sogar mit Will of Necropolis. Ist auch, glaube ich, gar mal so schlecht. Vor allem, wenn man gegen Warrior oder so kämpft. Ja, und dann halt Soul Reaper wird natürlich ausgelassen, weil was will man da auch großartig executen mit
that's
dem
the thing as
Execute?
well. They at least have the choice that they're taking A-Bomb's limb and they don't see any value in Soul Reaper at all.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna do like a middle and a left.
How do you guys feel
Because
about
like the stuff on the right looks kind of useless.
how do you guys feel about breath in general in the class, both in its current spot for Frost, the playstyle of it compared to having it versus not having it, and also the prospects of potentially having breath for all three specs again by having it be in the class tree instead of the spec?
Well, yeah, that was gonna be my hot take. My hot take was that as long as breath exists for Frost DK, the spec will probably never really be good in M+. Like I think breath is just way too problematic. The fact that it's a real, especially a really long breath. Like right now, we can maintain breath for like almost 2 minutes depending on the fight. I think it's just a big problem because all your damage is baked into that window. If you ever fuck that window up, you're completely screwed on damage. Not only at on a really high level, let's say you play your breaths good 90% of the time. that's not good enough because M plus is all about consistency. You would much rather have a class like a Windwalker or a Fire Mage who's like doing their burst damage in a 10-second window with just pressing their Bone Dust and proccing GG, all
Yeah.
that stuff.
Yeah. Also think about how hard it is in comparison.
Ich wünsche auch einfach, dass Breath of the Hintergrund einfach was anderes gemacht wird. Es dominiert seitdem es drin ist, dominiert es einfach beim Frost DK, dass Abitur einfach das beste Ding drin ist. Das ist einfach lästig.
Like dropping Bone Dust and spinning Crane Cooking over and over again for 10 seconds versus like it's like the Halandris melee versus ranged meme video. Do you guys know which one I'm talking about? Where like the melee player's like sweating and like has a distorted mic, and the range player is like the stable Ronaldo guy singing that's Maroon 5 song. Yeah, that's like that. Like when you're like trying to maintain your breath at the end and like trying to salvage it is just like that's all you're thinking about, and like it's just it can cause problems. Yeah.
And it's especially bad if you somehow lose it early on, because like, unlike in raid, it's pre-scripted, right? You know exactly when you can breath and like what's gonna happen, what mechanics are happening. In M plus, like shit happens, right? You've been in Arceus Max where like either you rip aggro or like the tank is like running all over the place, or like one of the mobs doesn't get CC'd, or I don't know, you somehow have to B-res someone. Worst case scenario, it's like, dude, I am not gonna B-res someone in my breath. Or like if you're having to use like blinding sleep and stuff. Yeah. And like I think that type of playstyle will just never effectively work in M plus. And like the only time Frost was ever good in M plus was when Ice Cap was a thing in the end of BFA, and Frost DK was OP as hell at the time. They were actually like topping a lot of dungeons in single target and AoE.
Oh yeah, grip being off the GCD is another one. It just doesn't.
Please.
Yeah, it's like it feels weird to complain about it because it doesn't like really affect really any situations where you can grip. But man, is it just like why not? Like it would change nothing. It would be so much better. Definitely do that.
Yeah. Only thing I really have like hot take wise is I'd rather see Soul Reaper replaced with Army of the Dead. Like for Frost DK, they're never really going to use Soul Reaper. The opportunity cost is too high. Why not just throw Army in there? It'd be way cooler for all three specs.
Ja, aber was macht man dann achso, man tauscht quasi Army mit Soul Reaper. Beim Unholy. Ja, aber dann hat man, glaube ich, auch wieder das Problem, dass es dann vielleicht zu strong wäre. Das ist ja ein übelst starker Cooldown. Fände ich keine gute Idee, glaube ich.
Hard agree. This is actually a great idea at the end of this thing. Fucking hot take time. Who's got some absolute spice?
Ich weiß, ich bin davon nicht so der Fan.
I'm tame now. I present my ideas in a well-educated and thoughtful manner after I've been lashed at.
Dude, what happened to you? Did you just like have a bad take about like DKs and they just got mad at you or
something? No, I've matured as a person. I found myself in the last year.
Aber man macht so, ach nein.
And
müsste man ja auch alles ein bisschen reverten, sonst hätte ich gesagt. Nein, man macht es halt so, dass Army dann dahin kommt, Soul Reaper Baseline wird und dass bei der Army Node im Unholy Tree dann Necrotic Plague zum Beispiel ist.
I've decided that hurting others is not a good idea. So,
okay. Yeah. Yep, got it, man. All right, cool. I think we're good. I think we kind of got through all of it. Thank you guys for coming on. And if they ever like heavily revise the tree, we might like do a shorter one of these again. That would be fun. So thanks for talking with me as always, guys. And then Muffin, nice meeting you and having you on here. And I'll probably just leave this Discord channel open too if you guys just ever want to like randomly talk about DK stuff or anything gets posted. So all right, thanks for coming, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Yep. See ya.
Tschüssi. Okay, ich muss sagen, das war sehr guter Input von allen Leuten hier. Bin da mit sehr vielen auf einen Nenner gekommen, vor allem mit dem Unholy Tree hat man es, denke ich, gemerkt. Da haben wir auch die meiste Zeit mit verbracht. Ja, Frost waren natürlich viele begeistert, weil es so stark ist. Das Problem, wie gesagt, bei Frost ist halt einfach, bei mir ist halt einfach langweilig, finde ich. Es ist Breath of Sindragosa, nichts mehr so der Fan. Ist halt irgendwie einfach nichts zu tun, nichts zu machen. Ich wünsche einfach, da würden sie auch einfach was ändern und wahrscheinlich wird es so wie in den nächsten Expansions auch sein, dass einfach 2 Einhänder-Frost mit Breath of the Nergosa Bild einfach dominiert gegenüber dem Zweihänder-Bild, außer natürlich im PvP vielleicht. Ja, und Blood kann ich nicht viel sagen. Ist, wie gesagt, ein Tank-Spec. Naja, wir schauen uns auf jeden Fall den Blue Post jetzt an. Zu dem Unholy Tree und danach werden wir noch den zweiten Teil reviewen, weil es dann inzwischen ein paar Änderungen gab. Ich weiß noch nicht, ob da jede Änderung mit drin ist. Schauen wir einfach mal. Wir sind jetzt beim Blue Post. Feedback Taeznak über die Alpha war gar nicht so lang nach dem Video, nur 9 Tage, ich glaube nur 4 oder 5 Tage nach dem Video. Ja, ich würde sagen, ich lese einfach mal vor und ja, los geht's. Von KVX, Community Manager. Hello Death Knights. We'd like to kick things off here with a talk about some future plans for both the car and Unholy Death Knight trees. While all specs can accept iteration as we navigate through Alpha and beyond, this update will focus on the 2 trees mentioned. Core tree. In the next week's Alpha, you can expect to see an update layout for the core tree. In its current iterations, the tree feels a little too linear, with lower variance and customization as you progress down one of the branches of the trees. To alleviate this, we added connecting knots to Blood's branch from both the Frost and the Unholy sides of the core tree before the first gate and one after the second gate. We are also adding more nodes above the first gate to add some more flexibility when picking up utility options. We're also doing some talent rearrangements to fix dependency issues, preventing players from picking up talents with 0 value based on their prior picks. Here's a work in progress picture that might give a better idea of what that means. Gut, hier sieht man es dann, glaube ich, ganz gut. Wirklich, dass das ein bisschen mehr verzahnter miteinander ist. Man hat hier leider immer noch viele Baseline-Sachen drinnen. Ist aber, glaube ich, schon ein bisschen besser. Death Advance ist ein bisschen weiter oben auf jeden Fall. Auch der Sacrificial Pact. Bisschen weiter oben. Ich gucke gerade, wo ist denn Wraithwalk? Hier ist Wraithwalk. Hätten wir Lichborn. Dann hat er ein paar mehr Nodes. Ja, mal gucken, wie es jetzt dann ausspielt. Also so, jetzt so vom Aufbau her, jetzt so auf den ersten Blick sieht es auf jeden Fall schon mal einiges besser aus, muss ich sagen. Man hat nicht mehr, glaube ich. Nee, man muss nicht mehr den Avoidance-Take mitnehmen für Wraithwalk oder unseren Stun, etc. Das gefällt mir auf jeden Fall schon mal ganz gut. Sehr gut. Sehr, sehr gut. Was das natürlich immer noch so viel Baseline ist, gefällt mir nicht, aber machen wir weiter. In the core tree, we are going to move forward with some known bugs. While most things aren't actually working, should be marked as NYI, not yet implemented. We missed one with Emperor Rune weapon adding charges for Frost. It's currently not giving a charge if you learn it in both the core and the Frost tree. This will be fixed in a future alpha build. Rune Strike is intended to only be available prior to choosing a spec. Each of the spec's first talent choices should replace Rune Strike. This will be fixed in the future. Krass, Rune Strike schon lange nicht mehr gehört. Unholy. Na, also. As we move into future builds, we want to tackle 2 main issues we've heard about from the community. The first is the issue of cooldown desyncs, which is caused by a few different talents and some oddly timed base cooldowns. This will be our first priority. Secondly, after these changes make it to the alpha, we will want to tackle the overall structure of Unholy's talent layout. The tree layout changing will take some time, but we want to give an early heads up that we are actively looking at it and you can expect changes in the future. Our initial goals with this include update the cooldowns of the Unholy to better sync with each other and prevent the dreaded desync issues the spec has seen. Generally, we should expect 45, 90, 180 second cooldowns for Unholy. Reduce the number of the RNG mechanics the spec has to deal with. Hatten wir ja mit dem Festering Strike. Restructure the tree layout to include removing some talents, updating existing talents and adding new talents. Hoffentlich. We'll mention some of these changes below, but this will not be a comprehensive of all changes coming. Aber was ich da sehr interessant finde, ist, dass da der Cooldown angesprochen wird, dass die ineinander ein bisschen schließen. Momentan ist es so mit den richtigen Conduits. Da ist aber auch das Problem, momentan ist es so mit den richtigen Conduits. Anderweitig ist Unholy Transformation, line nicht ab mit Apocalypse, line nicht ganz ab mit Unholy Blight. Und das hat einfach wirklich ein paar Probleme. Momentan ist es ganz gut, wenn man ein gewisses Conduit-Level hat. Dann hat man nämlich oft Unholy Transformation mit Apocalypse, mit einer kurzen Wartezeit von 5-6 Sekunden. Und dann kann man das alles auf einmal machen, das finde ich sehr gut. Aber wie es halt, weil ist ja eine Borrowed Power, gutes Konzept. Wie es dann halt in Dragonflight aussieht, ist wieder was anderes. Aber gut, dass sie daran denken. Und bin auch mal auf den 180-Second Cooldown gespannt, weil wir haben keinen 3 Minuten Cooldown. Doch, Icebound Fortitude. Aber kein Offensiv-Cooldown. Soweit ich weiß. Doch, Gargoyle, glaube ich. Wenn man den Gargoyle spielt, ja. Mal gucken. Weiter geht's. Some changes to expect in the future alpha build. Deadly Coil. Reduce the runic power cost of Death Coil by 5-10%. This talent will be removed as a talent and wrapped into Death Coil Baseline. Das ist schon mal sehr gut, weil das macht wenig Sinn. Das wäre eigentlich immer so ein Must-Have, was man mitnimmt. Vor allem, wenn man diesen Death Coil Build spielt. Developers know that Deadly Coil has become quite important to how smooth the Unholy Spec Rotation feels. Ja, so ist es. Unholy Command. Damage dealt by Death Coil reduces the cooldown of Dark Transformation. This talent will now read Dark Transformation's cooldown is reduced by 8-15 seconds. Okay, Ja, gut, dass das so fix ist. Ist, glaube ich, nicht schlecht. Ja, doch, ich glaube, es gefällt mir ganz gut, dass man ein bisschen so fixe Sachen vielleicht reinhaut. Developers know this should help Dark Transformation cooldown feels less RNG or punishing for players who don't manage Death Coil perfectly. Ja, genau. Also align with the rest of the talents. Sehr gut. Quest gefällt mir auch ganz gut. Infectious Wound, Festering Strike, da ist es nämlich, mit dem RNG. Festering Strike has a 20% increased chance of applying 1, 2 or 3 additional Festering Wounds. This talent will be cut or reworked. Gott sei Dank. While this talent may be repurposed rather than cut, we plan to cut the current randomness and rework it to provide a more consistent benefit, with the goal of better helping players play around the talent rather than hope it happens at the right moment. Und verrückt einfach. Epidemic, damage to be buffed. Oh, krass. Verwundert mich. With a new talent that allows Death Coil to cleave, the line on when epidemic and when not to epidemic has been widened. This is not ideal. With the changes to Unholy Command and the damage increase to epidemic, this should help cement. There's also cement. Ich glaube schon Epidemic's position at around 4 targets. Ja, da muss man natürlich gucken, wie stark das gebufft wird. Ich weiß nicht, ob dann ihr Ziel ist, dass, wenn immer 4 Targets da sind, Epidemic immer Prior hat gegenüber dem Death Coil. In dem Fall. Na, mal gucken. Army of the Damned. Death Coil reduces the cooldown of Apocalypse by 1 second and Army of the Dead by 5 seconds and summons the Magus of the Dead. This will be updated to reduce the cooldown of Apocalypse by flat 45 seconds. Okay. No longer be reduced by Death Coil Epidemic. Ja gut, wie beim anderen natürlich. Finde ich, glaube ich, ganz gut, dass da ein fester Cooldown dann eingeführt wird. This change will smooth out the cooldown of Unholy to match our initial 45, 90, 180 second cooldown windows. We are considering what to do with the Army of the Dead portion of the talent. Having the mastery of maximizing your Death Coil cast to give you a chance at another Army of the Dead. An encounter feels like a great skill and mechanical hook for the talent, by not completely harming your rotational impact the way Apocalypse did. Ja, finde ich ein guter Take. Die Frage ist, könnte man es denn dann nicht auch so machen, dass es um die Hälfte reduziert wird? Weil so bei einem Fight kann das durchaus schon mal möglich sein. Das Army of the Dead hat ja normalerweise einen Cooldown von 8 Minuten. Und ich würde sagen, man kann es wirklich auf 4 Minuten runterbrechen in einem längeren Fight, wenn man mit der Army of the Damned spielt. Dann sind auch wirklich 4 Minuten möglich und da vielleicht einfach flat 50% runterzunehmen, wäre vielleicht ein Anfang. Aber ob das dann zum Beispiel auch einer schafft, der vielleicht 20, 30 einem Level unter mir ist die nächste Frage. Vielleicht dann, ja, schwierig. Oder sie machen irgendwie was anderes Interessantes mit. Mal gucken, was sie damit machen. Summon Gargoyle. Currently, Summon Gargoyle does not feel like it rises to a capstone talent, and we have a few ideas in mind to solve that. First, we plan to buff Gargoyle to better perform and shine in single target scenarios, and also move it higher into the tree to be a little more accessible when the situation calls for its needs. Secondly, we want to introduce a new and more powerful ability in this capstone position. As an example, Dark Transformation empowers your Gargoyle and Army of the Dead for 20 seconds, increases the damage by 50%. A talent such as this does a better job for capping a build that heavily focuses on Dark Transformation and your pets. Das ist korrekt, aber das ist viel zu viel. Aber gut, soll ja auch nur ein Example sein. Sehe ich, ja, dass es dann wirklich beim unteren Node noch mit dabei ist, mit Army of the Damned. Aber wenn man dann das mitnimmt, wenn man es schafft, das mitzunehmen, Army of the Damned und den Gargoyle, beziehungsweise dann eben den Buff, das wird schon wirklich sehr strong sein, glaube ich. Tree structure. The current tree has a few less than ideal dependency issues that we are looking to solve to prevent trap talent builds where we can. The tree could also be a little more connected to allow for a bit more flexibility as you spec out your unholy DK. As an example, Clawing Shadow's current positioning feels a bit too restrictive at the moment. This is correct. Thank you all for the ongoing feedback. It's greatly appreciated and we look forward to more as we iterate throughout the testing period. Da bin ich mir noch nicht so sicher, ob das auch so ist. Ja, wir schauen mal, was sich daraus entwickelt. Wir werden gleich zum zweiten Video rüberspringen, das vor einigen Tagen, gestern glaube ich sogar kam. Mal schauen, was geändert worden ist. Bin da auf jeden Fall sehr gespannt drauf. Ich hoffe, dass die Kritik von Atlas und den anderen und Maximum und den anderen sich eben durchsetzt, dass vielleicht Wounds wirklich mal abgeschafft werden und der DK ein bisschen ein Rework bekommt, der Unholy. Das wird mich wahnsinnig freuen und es ist auch wirklich schon überschüssig, dass sowas mal passiert. Weil viele Leute haben wirklich auch keinen Bock mehr auf die Wound-Mechanik. Wurde ja jetzt schon oft genug erwähnt, wieso, weshalb, warum. Und es gab da auch wirklich sehr gute Punkte. Und ja, mal gucken, was noch in der Zukunft so kommt. Ich werde auf jeden Fall weiter dranbleiben und wir switchen zum anderen Video. Hier sind wir auch beim zweiten Video. Ich würde sagen, ohne weitere Umschweife, los geht's.
Yeah, okay, so...
Der Shami-Tree. Hey, ich habe gehört, der Shaman-Tree, der soll so krank gut sein. Aber ich kenne mich mit Shami leider nicht aus.
It's been a while. They have posted the changes, which were generally pretty positive, but still want to point out some issues with them. A while ago for Death Knight. The reason we have not done it until today is a lot of the it wasn't changed yet on the actual alpha, and I think it's pretty important that not only do we get to actually look around to this stuff, but also play with it on alpha a bit and just give us a little bit more perspective and talk about the trees a little more. It's not going to be nearly as long for as the earlier one we did, but I just kind of want to go through and talk about the decision making throughout a tree and like what you're able to get. And then we're not going to talk too long about the Unholy Tree because they're still doing a lot there, right? Like this is an unfinished product.
Sehr gut.
Yeah.
So we can talk about a few of the changes they made, but not go super deep into it.
Okay.
And then I want to talk a little bit
Ja,
more,
dann halt Unholy Tree noch zusätzlich, je nachdem, wann das Video kommt.
about
Mal
the
gucken.
Blood Tree with Kyrasis and Dorki.
Vielleicht mache ich dann auch noch den Unholy Tree, den überarbeiten extra, falls das früher kommt. Beziehungsweise später.
Now that we have a second Blood DK on here, and also you guys have had the opportunity to actually play these on alpha a little bit, even though you don't have exact 70 points, but just to kind of get an idea for that. And before we start on the entire tree though, what do you guys think about the changes they've made in general without getting into specifics and the communication from the developer?
Spectacular. That's all I can really say. Like, they're listening and they're doing what needs to be done, and honestly, I love it.
Hoffen wir mal, dass es so bleibt.
And even from the blood perspective, yeah, there's no real downsides with the changes that they've made to the general tree at all.
It is actually the most impressive thing that I've seen so far from any single post by a developer was the post that not only explained their thought process behind the DK tree, but also posted an actual picture and we're like, here are the changes. Obviously, the initial reaction is like, wow, this is so much better. But we're actually going to get into like how that's better in a second. But yeah, this is definitely wow, like look at all this. Just like absolute insane feedback. But we're going to stay off a lot of this unholy stuff. All right, so what about the general class tree do you guys... I know there's one thing we're all going to agree on that is clearly a problem near the bottom of the tree, and I'm sure they're aware of it as well. But how do you guys feel about the changes they've made specifically to the general class tree as far as the decisions you have to make.
Very,
Sure.
very positive.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Muffin.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think it's very, very positive. It's you have a lot more freedom, and you can actually like feel like you can make a build more so than just go down a row.
Ja,
Yeah.
habe ich ja auch schon angesprochen. Das ist nicht so genau, aber einfach drauf gedeutet, dass hier jetzt die Avoidance oder Leech Conduit Nodes, was heißt, nicht einfach verschoben worden sind, sodass man die nicht nehmen muss, um gewisse Dinge zu erreichen, sondern man kann einfach bessere Sachen für einen nehmen, um die eben zu erreichen. Und das vor allem links, wenn ich mir das angucke, das ist da so gut. Die Reihe mit dem Interrupt, dem verbesserten Interrupt und Iceborne Fortitude. Man kann nämlich hier dieses Desorient ignorieren, genauso wie Permafrost. Hier kann man es genauso machen. Das Advance wir wahrscheinlich mitnehmen und das ist einfach so schön. Ist richtig gut.
This is actually a problem that has existed between a few of the specs. I just got done talking about hunters. I'm not sure if you guys are watching, but like there's a few classes that are like these class trees have totally different philosophies almost. Like one major one you can look at is the bottom of the trees and how they're treating these. Like you guys have like basically utility, a little bit of throughput at the top, a little bit of throughput, a little bit of utility in the middle. At the bottom, it's pure throughput. There are classes, including some that have multiple roles in it, just like yours, that, you know, it's the capstones are purely based on utility. They're, you know, this is all just like, oh, pick whatever you want. And all those decisions are super nice. Death Knight.
Aber wir hier gerade so beim Dudo sind, ich fand den Guardian Druid Tree interessant, sehr auf Maul und Zerfleischen fokussiert. Ja, die haben das auch ein Video gemacht, was fast 3 Stunden geht. Darüber werde ich keine Reaction machen. Dafür bin ich auch zu unwissend beim Dudo, glaube ich. Vor allem, da ich ja fast ausschließlich nur Tank Dudo spiele und ein bisschen Resto im PvP.
Is one of those where I feel like you are kind of picking a
Mal schauen, schauen wir vielleicht die Tage mal an oder heute noch mal gucken.
little bit of throughput throughout the tree, but it doesn't really feel bad in this new configuration. You can kind of still grab what you specifically need for a fight, but I do think there is still some issues with some of the choices you're making, which we'll go into. So I'm actually not going to look at your all's like pre-made builds. I actually think it makes a lot of sense to go through it and talk about the decision making that still exists together and kind of go through it for all of it. So let's just pretend we're a DPS DK right now, right? The first problem I kind of see in this tree that still exists, and I want to know if you guys agree with me or not, is you grab kick every time. Makes sense because you're on the road to IBF and you will always have IBF. Now, this is the first thing that I don't quite really like. There's absolutely a scenario. Permafrost, I'm under the impression this is not a super high power level talent, right?
Nee, Permafrost ist,
It's
glaub ich,
not, but
vielleicht nehmen wir das für PvP mit oder so. Ja, ist halt irgendwie nichts Spezielles, finde ich. So krass finde ich es aber auch nicht.
I mean, it's still free defense. Like it's okay.
It's okay in Mythic Plus. It has like some decent value. Like right now, you get like between like 500k to 1 million healing overall in the key, which is decent, I guess.
That's pretty decent, yeah. That was kind of my main issue. Is it felt like there's absolutely content where you don't take Blinding Sleet, even though it's a fantastic ability. There's absolutely content, specifically raids, where there are fights where you don't kick and anticipation wouldn't be as good. There's also even fights where you kick and you still wouldn't take anticipation based on when you have to kick and exactly like what spec you're playing and stuff like that. And to where Permafrost is like kind of the only spot. I just feel like there's kind of a scenario where all three of these are kind of meta picks. And you're always going to IBF, so it just kind of felt a little strange to me. The rest of it seems great, though, except for the right side, which we'll get to in a second. So you're always going to grab Death Strike, even as a DPS DK, no question. Always going to grab AMS. Always going to grab Death's Advance. And I believe you will always take Veteran of the Third War. This is kind of where I think it's an interesting thought, because you do really want to get down to... Where's the node that's important here?
Da muss ich natürlich sagen, Veteran of the Third War ist einiges besser als das Leech oder das Avoidance.
It's
Ding,
like there was a reason that you wanted to spend
würde
like
ich
a
sagen.
decent amount of points on the right side of tree, if I remember going back. It's to get to 20 required points. That's what it is. But like, you definitely like 10% stam per point is like kind of crazy. And then now you're just sitting here trying to figure this out because like you don't necessarily need Raise Dead. It's pretty good as like a Frost DK, for example.
Yeah.
As Unholy, you start with it. Cleaving Strikes for Frost, not great in a lot of content, can be fine. Control Undead, Total Tech, Sacrificial Pact, very weak power level. Enfeeble, it's kind of whatever. Does this work on bosses, by the way? Do we have any way to know? I figured it would kind of maybe be a debuff, but I don't know if this will work on
Ich
bosses.
würde schon sagen, oder? The Ghoul's attacks have just apply infeasible. Ja, ich wüsste nicht, wieso es nicht auf Bosse funktionieren sollte.
Right?
Not yet
Oh,
implemented.
no, yes. I'm assuming the DR will work on bosses, but we can't know until we can test it.
Yeah.
I mean, if it does work, it could be very strong if you get it at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. No question. And also, because it will certainly not apply the movement speed, so it's kind of weird. Who knows how the debuff will work, but yeah, and then Brittle, right? So Brittle's the only, one of the only throughput options in this entire top of the tree here, which makes you feel like you want to get it, but none of the decisions to get it, at least for Frost, really feel great. But
Yeah.
you are going to need to kind of spend these points to get to 20, right? Because if you just go through normal thought process, grab the crit, grab the IBF cooldown, Chains of Ice, one additional enemy.
Ja,
I
was war das?
actually
Crit?
normal thought process,
Ach ja, tatsächlich.
grab the crit, grab the IBF cooldown, Chains of Ice, one additional enemy. I actually, thinking about this more, I love that you actually have a chance to potentially choose this now because it kind of makes Cold Heart a like really nice 2-target cleave
Das stimmt. Das ist mir auch gar nicht aufgefallen. Cold Heart mit dem verbesserten Icy Shackles. Alter, das ist ja übelst gut.
option with Chill Streak,
Das ist
right?
echt gut.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's really fucking cool. And then like anti-magic zone almost always, although there is a world where you do a fight where you potentially don't really have to AMZ and Wraithwalk, right? Like there are fights where AMZ actually does nothing.
That's actually
Das stimmt, ja. Aber. Aber es ist immer irgendwie nützlich, selbst wenn es irgendwie ganz wenig macht. Dafür nehme ich halt wirklich lieber Wraithwalk mit, weil Wraithwalk einfach gut ist.
something I wanted to bring up. Like, I don't really, in a sense, I don't like Wraithwalk being locked behind AMC, because you don't always want AMC, but where you necessarily want Wraithwalk.
Ich würde vielleicht Wraithwalk würde ich vielleicht mit hier diesem Sacrificial Pact Style, keine Ahnung wie das heißt, austauschen. Und dann könnte man nämlich den Stun mitnehmen, was da vielleicht sogar besser wäre.
True. But that's also true the other way around as well. Like there are fights where
Yeah.
you don't really need Wraithwalk. We've been dealing with that with it being a talent for a while, but yeah. And then now it's kind of this weird
Ich würde Wraithwalk eigentlich fast immer mitnehmen, weil es fühlt sich einfach gut an, noch einen zweiten Movement-CD zu haben, wenn man jetzt nicht unbedingt Death Echo spielt.
thing where like assimilation is definitely going to be fight specific. On Frost, you're probably going to slam this, right? Just because like breath exists, but like runic empowerment, and now you're sitting here with 7 points to really go down into the meat of your tree, which basically means like, okay, this is like a pretty free shot to go and grab Brittle. You're not going to need all of this utility for everything, so you just kind of run it down. Probably grab Enfeeble if that works. Grab Brittle, whatever. Grab Strength because you also want this Strength node. Grab Lichborn. And then now, before you even get to 20, you're kind of always getting Unholy Ground. But I wanted to talk to you guys about Unholy Ground a little bit, because this is also something that feels a little bad, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Da weiß ich halt jetzt nicht, ob es die 5% Haste worthen, das Death and Decay auch bei einem Target zu benutzen oder vielleicht auch ja, bei einem Target eben, sodass man einfach selber drin steht. Oder ob das einfach jetzt nur so ein kleiner Bonus ist und man nimmt es halt trotzdem mit, weil anders kommt man nicht weiter nach unten.
it's just not always useful. Like you're gonna want to go down the right side of the tree to grab stuff like Brittle or Unholy Bond, but the stuff that you need to take to get there isn't always super impactful. Like a Frost Death Knight's almost never going to be casting D&D unless you're in multi-target. So Unholy Ground is kind of meh, and even in that scenario, 5% haste doesn't really do much of anything for Frost DK. So just meh all around.
But you could also always go Will of Necropolis instead, right? If you want.
Yeah.
Go for it.
You-
Yeah.
but
I
you-
definitely,
you
like,
want
I
it.
love the
That's Echo,
choice.
though.
I love the choice after Unholy Ground. Like everything after you already have this point, it's like the
Ja, ich muss halt
based on
auch
the fight.
echt sagen, die Talente hier unten, die sind halt wirklich richtig gut. Die sind so vielseitig, man kann das echt gut benutzen. Auch Will of the Necropolis würde ich halt auch wirklich öfter mal überlegen, einfach mitzunehmen bei manchen Bossen, die vielleicht einen hohen Burst, AOE oder so haben. Einfach um Healer zu entlasten, etc. Aber dann halt auch Horn of Winter, das ist richtig gut. Icy Talents für Unholy ist nicht so was, aber für Frost natürlich ein Must-Have. Also wie Empowered Rune Weapon, das ist auch krass, 6% Stärke. Weil, wenn man eine Rune benutzt, dann natürlich Soul Reaver und halt Unholy Bond mit Effekte sind auch
These are
Rune Forge Weapons, die sind echt stark und halt
insane
Death Echo.
options, right? I mean, obviously
Yeah.
you're always slamming Unholy Bond, but like coming from Unholy Ground, like this is like the option. Like Death's Echo and Wilden Acropolis are actually excellent choice nodes. It's basically a choice node, right?
Yeah.
With the way you're gonna fill out the tree, like this is fucking unbelievable. You'd absolutely use both of these a decent amount the expansion, but in my opinion, it's actually one of the few choices you're actually going to make as like a DK. That's like definitely, we're not gonna get into this super a lot right now, but like this definitely one thing from the theme of these trees, a few of the trees versus others, is that there's absolutely way less choice from what you would select. But also that's mainly because the DK tree just has so much more throughput than others, but that's a whole different conversation. All right, so from here as a Frost DK, right, you're slamming Icy Talons, second charge of Rune Weapon, Attenuation.
Rune Mastery.
Yeah, Rune Mastery, Horn of Winter, and now we're
You
sitting...
don't necessarily slam Horn of Winter.
Yeah, true, yeah.
But
so
I think
now...
it's good that you can pick Rune Mastery without taking Horn of Winter.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely, that was a nice change. So now you're sitting here without Horn of Winter, with 2 points, and the rest of this is kind of nice. So on an execute fight, you could take Soul Reaper. On a grip fight or a... There are absolutely fights where having 2 charges of Death's Advance is so fucking insane, right? So like...
Das stimmt, ja. Ich kann mir da sehr gut so einen Fight vorstellen, wo man halt Sachen transportieren muss, wo man da einfach wo man einfach das Movement beeinträchtigt ist. Normalerweise hat man da ja dann die DH mit dem Jump oder auch ein Worry mit einem Jump dahin schickt und ja, dann machen die das einfach. Aber jetzt wäre auch der Decay tatsächlich viable mit den 2 Charge von Death Advance. Das kann ich mir wirklich gut vorstellen.
Like Death's Echo is super powerful. Defensively, you have a Will of the Necropolis choice. You have the super long breath Horn of Winter tech. Okay. The issue that I see is the one thing you would really, really want to get is obviously A-Bomb Slim. But
yeah,
this is just the biggest barrier. This is one of the biggest barriers that exist on any class tree. A completely irrelevant choice node for DPS DKs to grab something that is very useful.
Das stimmt, ja, für PvP nimmt man es wahrscheinlich mit. Das ist natürlich geil, der extra Heal und alles, aber wo haut man dann das Improved Death Strike dann am besten hin, ne? Ist die Frage. Es muss ja mit irgendeinem anderen Dreier-Node irgendwie ausgewechselt werden, aber geht nicht, weil es sind die einzigen Dreier-Nodes. Und entweder man macht... Das muss ich mal kurz überlegen. Das Ding ist einfach, egal, man kann es nach links oder nach rechts packen. Das ist irgendwie alles nix. Außer man packt es irgendwie nach oben und macht nach unten was anderes oder verändert es.
Yeah, I mean, the improved Death Strike, it's nice to have in PvP, it's nice to have for Blood, but it doesn't really do anything for DPS DKs. Especially with all the defenses you can pick up earlier in the tree, it's like, why do we even need this? I really want to see that node replaced with something a little bit more universally good, so it's a lot more...
Man könnte höchstens... Na, das fühlt sich auch nicht gut an. Sonst hätte ich gesagt, man macht Veteran of the Third War, tauscht man. Macht hier auch nur 2 Punkte. Ja, dann nervt es vielleicht statt 10% pro Punkt 5% pro Punkt. Das ist schwierig.
A-bomb, no matter what.
Well, I mean, because
sehr schwierig.
I don't think it should be like, you know, it's we're like as a DK, you're not saying like, you know what, it would be nice if we had all of our capstones. You know, like I get that. It's just
Yeah.
that the rest of these decisions, even if they were more competitive, the difference between slamming Unholy Bond, slamming Icy Talons, and slamming Improved Death Strike are just a totally different world. But also maybe it comes with the power level of Death Strike kind of coming in question. Death Strike is actually maybe, as a DPS DK, is maybe one of the most underrated abilities in the entire game. It is absolutely absurd for surviving in PvE content.
Ich liebe Death Strike. Das hat mir schon so auf den Arsch gerettet und wenn ich doch mal mit einer anderen Klasse im Raid war, habe ich es echt ein wenig vermisst. Also es ist schon sehr, sehr angenehm, damit zu überleben. Gewisse Encounter oder gewisse Mechaniken.
It's just because of the way that it works. It doesn't have to do with buffing it with any spells or any points, right? It's just the whole function of Death Strike without any points alone. You press it, you're alive, and it doesn't matter if you have to press it twice, because if you press it once and you're alive, so many other people are dead if you're also dead. So it doesn't matter that you press it more.
Yep.
So yeah, just a thought I had. I'm sure you guys feel the same. Do you guys have any other thoughts really on the bottom of the tree before we kind of talk about some tech choices up top?
I don't know what I want to feel about blood draw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It feels like I've been looking at the tree a fair amount, and I don't see a reason why I would ever pick it. Especially as a DPS though.
It certainly feels geared towards blood. And we can kind of make a blood tree with Kyrasis and Dorki in a second before we move on to some of the spec stuff, which almost nothing has changed actually in the spec stuff, but I do want to look at the blood one later. Where...
Ich weiß, Blood Draw bin ich jetzt auch nicht so der Fan. Höchstens, dass man da das Blatt mitnimmt, aber sonst vom alle 3 Minuten. Wie gesagt, wenn es doch mal brenzlig wird, macht man halt Death Strike, vor allem wenn man vorher einen großen Hit gefressen hat, etc. Für DPS, glaube ich, ein bisschen überflüssig.
Yeah, it seems like it's there for blood, and this is there for blood, and it's just like this giant wrench in the middle of the tree for the way the DPS is interacting, but it doesn't have to happen that way. Like, other trees have multiple specs that are involved with them, and they've been able to allow you to get all the stuff that you feel like you need, and then the rest of it is pure choice. There's actually not too much choice here for DK. Like, if you're playing a Frost DK, you have a 2-point window to slam. You do have powerful options, right? Like, you have 20-second reduced AMS, that is so good, right? Blinding Sleet if you need it for CC, that's good. Leech or Avoidance, depending on the fight, is whatever. But like, do those compare to potentially Soul Reaper on like a Execute boss, or depending on tuning, or grabbing Horn of Winter? You don't really have a lot of tech options with your actual build, but you do have a lot of very interesting, powerful 1-point options in the bottom of the tree. What would you guys like to see changed, if you have any ideas?
In the tree in general?
Let's talk about, sure, it can be tree in general, or just kind of the bottom half too.
I was more thinking, because this might be interesting, but I don't see why we still have Death.
Man könnte vielleicht Abominations Limp nach oben tun, die verstärkte AMC nochmal ein bisschen verstärken, damit es auch wirklich so von der Endnote ein krasses Gefühl hat. Irgendwie. Ja, das wäre, glaube ich, nicht schlecht.
As a general pick.
Dass man die Sachen vielleicht einfach tauscht und das halt noch ein bisschen verstärkt. Ich glaube, das wäre ganz gut.
Like,
aber dann wäre es, glaube ich, ein bisschen zu strong, weil dann könnte man 3 mitnehmen. Ich glaube, die wenigsten Klassen nehmen 3 Sachen mit.
Improve Death Strike up and get something else. I feel like we're lacking some general abilities.
What do you mean? Are you talking specifically this node, or are you talking about starting with Death Strike?
Starting with Death Strike.
Okay. So you're saying just making Death Strike the way it is right now passive?
Yes. And then getting enhancement to abilities. Like, I feel...
Oder man tut einfach Abominations Limp weg und macht dafür was anderes, was vielleicht nicht so ausschlaggebend ist. Vielleicht, ich weiß auch nicht, die Nightfall-Fähigkeit oder vielleicht die Ventier-Fähigkeit, irgendwie sowas.
We're kind of starved on baseline DK stuff.
Okay, I kind of see that. Like, for an example, you could make, like, AMS the middle. I mean, clearly, thematically, which really matters to them in this, there's a reason that it starts with Frost ability on the left, Blood DK ability in the middle, Unholy thing on the right, right? That's very deliberate. So I think having replacing with something else like that is more of the line of, like, it makes sense gameplay-wise, but there's definitely an element of lore and being super epic in that way in these trees, so I doubt they'd change it.
Yeah, it just feels like that one line is really useless at the moment. Because, like, if you look at every single one of the specs, going down, I see talents to pick up Empower Rune Weapon. That's really good. And getting on Holy Bond is also really good. Even if you're a Blood DK, those are insanely good choices. But Improved Death Strike is the only one that, like, really serves no purpose. Like, even as a Blood DK, you only want 1 point into it. Having all 3 points doesn't really help that much. And it's locking A-Bomb Limb behind all those points, so it just comes down to like it feels like it's only really there for PvP. Honestly, I don't really see any situations where you really want to get A-Bomb Limb, unless you just have to. It feels like you have to sacrifice way too much to pick up A-Bomb Limb at the moment, even if you're a Blood.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. Like, even if they moved, say, Unholy Bond over to its position and put something new there, that would increase the quality of life down there, and being able to grab A-Bomb's Limb or anything else just so much better.
Yeah, like a take I've seen a bit in my Twitch chat is like just swapping A-Bomb's Limb and Blood Draw. The only issue I have with that is yes, it does kind of put a very Blood Decay centric ability in Blood Draw in behind improved Death
Ja.
Strike, but it's also like Blood Decay is not a spec that's trying to just slam 3 points and improve Death Strike, right? So it's just kind of like at that point you're admitting defeat to whatever is going to be in this node for the rest of the expansion is just going to be ignored, and that can't be correct, right? It has to be better than that. So I believe they'll look at this. I wonder how they'll deal with it. I don't think they'll reduce the 3 points at the bottom, because right now DKs are able to get almost everything they want in this tree currently, and more stuff than they have before. But I do want to
Stimmt,
really...
der Base Tree, der gefällt mir so bis jetzt auch ganz gut. Aber die Sache mit Abomination's Limb ist wirklich knifflig.
It to other classes kind of briefly. So Death Knight was one of the first trees released. It was one of the first two. And since then, they have certainly like increased in quality as the newer ones have come out. Rogue was released, was widely recognized as just an insanely well-made tree. Shaman got released yesterday, absolute banger tree. Like, I mean, just
Der
the
ist auch
choices are insane.
Der ist auch übelst thick, finde ich. Da geht's übelst breit und schön nach unten und da auch richtiger Block mit voll vielen Möglichkeiten. Der ist wirklich, also schon beim Angucken finde ich den einfach ansehnlich und gut designt, glaube ich.
But more importantly, I think a lot of things get lost in choice because there can be the illusion of choice. You can just be sitting there choosing things you've already had. The reality is the good trees are
Naja,
ones
gut, das hat man ja beim DK. Wählt man Sachen aus, wo man eigentlich schon hatte.
that allow you to have everything you used to have before, make cool selections to get rid of things you don't use on all content to make yourself more powerful in that content, and more importantly than anything else, you just have your old stuff, but a bunch of new cool shit too. And I think Death Knight maybe doesn't achieve that as much in the class tree. You achieve it in the spec tree. Like Frost DK has all of its insane AoE stuff that it's, like they brought it all back, just all of it, plus Chill Streak, plus 2-target cleave, Cold Heart kind of thing. Like you do kind of have everything you have currently as a Frost DK, but more Rage of the Frozen Champion and Breath, and all of your Biting Cold, Remorseless Winter stuff. But in this class tree, it seems a bit more. You're kind of just funneled into a certain spot, and there's way less choice than other classes have. Do you guys agree with that?
Absolutely, and I think the main reason behind that is because they removed so much from Death Knight baseline. There's really nothing there that they can use the tree to enhance or change or allow you to switch it up a little bit. And I think that's the main reason why it is the way it is.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say. Like when you look at like other classes, like Rogue specifically, like is one of them I think, where you have double stun, you have kick, you have a lot of stuff that is in the baseline tree, and then you go to like DK, and you have like the first thing is Chains of Ice, you have Death Strike, and it's something you just have baseline currently that just you have to pick instead of picking like an enhanced version. Like take Rogue Get Sprint baseline, we have to pick Depth's Advance instead of getting like Depth's Advance Conduit to Depth's Advance or
Ja, das ist
something
natürlich auch
else.
ärgerlich, ne?
Yeah. I also think functionally one thing that feels weird in the tree that other trees don't have an issue with at all is this. The point where you've gone down 2 major parts of the tree and you need 7 points, and you just spend 7 points, most of them being completely irrelevant, just to get here and continue.
Yep.
That's no other spec that I've dealt with has had to deal with that specifically. So I think that's something that with these new trees needs another pass.
Yeah, I think if you were to count them up, there's like 34 abilities in the Death Knight tree, not including the 2-point additions, and there's 31 points. So you're basically like grabbing almost everything in the tree. So it's kind of devoid of choice when you're able to grab everything.
I guess something else you can do too that I wasn't really thinking of is you could just ignore Raise Dead, ignore Enfeeble, potentially ignore Brittle, because Brittle doesn't actually cost 1; it costs 4, right?
Yep.
To get there, and then you just slam Suppression, Strength, this. Still have to get Unholy Ground, which is weird, and then I guess you have
Ja,
just a
immer
lot
noch
more
3
tech
Punkte.
points you can do.
Man könnte es ja wirklich auch so machen. Also ich glaube, die 2 Punkte, ja, Brittle und das andere würde ich als Unholy, denke ich, mitnehmen, weil da hat man ja wenigstens dauerhaft sein Pet vorläufig. Solange ein DCs-Bild kommt, schnack, schnack. Tja, und
Do based
dann
on the tree to move on. You can just
mach
skip
mal den
this,
Rest
grab
ein
that,
bisschen, ja.
grab a little leech, grab a kick, and then you're still kind of going down the same spot.
Hm.
You can see that.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a super defensive build that you'll probably see in like mythic rating scenarios where you actually just skip over the entire top right, but go super defensive with like permafrost, reduced AMZ, increased AMZ, AMS improvement. Like you can go super defensive in the tree if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Just feels a little bit bad that you can't grab A-bomb when everything else is so accessible.
Yeah. So we'll probably move off of the improved Death Strike thing, but definitely.
Ah ja,
Yeah,
Glass Creeper, das
the
haben wir da.
top right of the
Frost
tree
Terror
feels
für-
weird for Blood and Frost. Actually,
Okay.
let's talk about that. Actually, Kyrasis and Dorki, if you guys would want, I actually don't know what the current what you'd really want for Blood DK here, if you were starting from that point before we move on to the spec trees at all.
A lot of the early and mid tree pathing actually looks very similar to what you're doing with the DPS specs. And in fact, we're kind of in the same situation too with those unholy talents, where if you're in a raid scenario where you're not getting much benefit out of the Death and Decay, that you could just drop it all and go really heavy on the utility. But
Okay.
we definitely want to go down through Frost over to Runic Empowerment. Go down to Blood to probably AMZ. And
Okay.
Unholy, we go all the way down through Unholy Ground, like you were doing. with
And
the
then
DPS
you can just
trees.
spend, and then depending on the content, you can put this point in Wraith Walk, shorter AMS, Leech, or dude, yeah, you guys might also cut through this tree. I feel like you're missing some stuff. Like Blood DK, this is so good.
Ich glaube, da würde ich eher das Bild bevorzugen, was er vorhin hatte, dass hier Brittle und das andere Ding einfach weggelassen wird und dann die 2 Notes hier mitnimmt und dann noch andere Sachen wenigstens holen kann,
yeah.
zum
So that
Beispiel
AMS
bessere AMS oder so.
talent is nice in a lot of content.
Yep.
And we'd probably take off Lichborn and go with the D&D snare or the long grip.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It is worth noting though that haste on the Death and Decay is a lot better for Blood than it is for the DPS specs.
Das
We
stimmt.
Yep.
do not mind casting Death and Decay at all, and we can cast it a lot more often than they can.
All right. And then I think Blood DK, I think Death's Echo is pretty much anything outside of Raid is going to be a guaranteed take the entire expansion. Just having 2 Death Grip charges is so insane.
I'm not so sure about that, actually.
Really? Okay.
It really just depends what you're doing. Like, if you're going for... Do you want to start with a Mythic Plus build or something more raid
Yeah, let's
centric?
talk Mythic Plus for a second.
So for Mythic Plus, let's just go down through Frost, get Runic Attenuation, Icy Veins, Eternal... Let's see, Empower Rune Weapon, Rune Mastery, Will of the Necropolis, all 3 points in Improved Death Strike for now, and Abomination Limb.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So,
skipping
and
Unholy Bond feels bad. I wish they'd make Unholy Bond passive, honestly.
Well, at least for Blood, all 3 of those 3-point talents aren't very impressive per point of talent you're spending in them. You're mostly going through them to get the
Things.
capstone talent, with the exception of maybe the first point of Improved Death Strike, because there is actually a lot of value in there with the 5-point runic power cost reduction. But
Yeah, I was
especially-
thinking about dropping A-Bomb Limb personally and dropping 2 points from Improved Death Strike. Because that way you still get the big value of Improved Death Strike, but you can put points into things like Unholy Bond, or even 1 point into Death's Echo.
Das
So your
glaub
effect.
ich glaube, dass Death Echo echt gut ist, vor allem in so Wochen wie mit Sanguine oder so.
Actively trading like a tiny bit of extra Death Strike healing and having A-Bomb Limb versus having all these other potential really good options, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really feel very good, though.
Well, the thing with Soul Reaper and Abomination Limb too that's worth pointing out is that for Blood, those are going to be doing around the same damage as they're doing for the DPS specs, so we're just getting relatively more damage than they are with both of those talents, with
Oh, yeah.
Abomination Limb being more of AoE damage and Soul Reaper being more single target. So yeah, in a raid build, you might very well just go 1 point Improved Death Strike and then go all the way down to Soul Reaper on the right, and then drop either Runic Attenuation or Rune Mastery, depending on how the numbers work out on those abilities.
Okay.
Ich habe das Gefühl,
Ja.
so, dieses hier Runic Attenuation, wo man pro Auto-Attack 5 Runenmacht bekommt. Ich weiß nicht, vielleicht overraten die das ein bisschen, habe ich so das Gefühl. Bin da, ist okay. für Frost dadurch krass. Für die Zweihänder-Gruppe ist halt okay, aber jetzt auch nichts super krasses. Ich meine, Blood und Unholy sind damit ja jetzt auch so ganz gut zurechtkommen, würde ich sagen. Ich glaube, es wird vielleicht ein bisschen gerade zu hart überbewertet. Das ist, denke ich, okay. Gut, mit Icy Talents ist es natürlich dann auch noch nicht schlecht. Aber dann würde ich nicht Soul Reaver machen in M+, sondern dann will ich Death Echo noch spielen.
While we're in the area too, you guys were pointing out how blood drop
Ja,
might
Racewalk vielleicht
be
sogar.
more blood centric, but
Aber
for
ne, eigentlich ja Death Echo.
blood, you kind of go below 30% health all the time. So
It's not going to
mostly
be
just going
controlled.
to-
It's just going to proc off cooldown. In a lot of cases, it won't be an AoE, which is the only scenario where it's good.
yeah, the raw numbers on it aren't really good enough to justify it just from that perspective. So if anything, I had the opposite perspective where I thought maybe it might be useful for the DPS specs because it's not looking so hot on blood. Like if you're in Mythic Plus and you get knocked down to low health, maybe full heals you in a trash pack and you don't die. But I'm not really sure if it's worth the 1 point for them for that.
I could maybe see it in PvP, but that's the only scenario I could see it in.
Wait, so does it heal that much? Blood draw?
Well, it's a 3-minute cooldown. It does okay damage and healing when it procs, but it's not going to be procking very often.
I was just thinking for a DPS DK, that actually might sound kind of insane. Like, that's like a mini cheat death, wouldn't it be? You basically just like...
Frage ist halt auch, wie das aktiviert wird. Ist es dann einfach ein Drain, so ein Channel, was man dann macht? Oder ist es Instant? Oder hat es ein Target Cap?
Sometimes, oh, if you accidentally stand in something, you just instantly heal back to full. That could be interesting for 1 point.
I mean, maybe in a Mythic Plus scenario, I could see that if you're at risk, you're doing like, say, like plus 30 keys. That may be actually an option because you're not going to take Soul Reaper anyway. So maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, you wouldn't be taking Soul Reaper in Mythic Plus.
Oh no. Yeah. Man,
Did
I
wanna-
really see. I feel like DK as opposed to other classes are just choosing between things that they have at the moment, and they're not really gaining anything they don't. Like Blood DK is literally gaining empowered rune weapon, so it is gaining something it doesn't currently.
Ja, das fühle ich auch so. Das ist einfach das Problem. Wir suchen uns eine Menge Sachen aus, die wir eigentlich schon haben. Und das macht mich irgendwie so zornig, ein wenig, weil dann versuchen die halt ein Talent Tree aufzubauen, aber der Talent Tree besteht aus Dingen, die jeder DK-Spec schon hat. Und da dann einfach Punkte reinzusetzen, obwohl die Dinge schon da sind, ist halt irgendwie, fühlt sich nonsensmäßig an.
Have access to. But I feel like you're
Getting a
choosing
lot.
between a bunch of stuff that's all available to you now with like a couple of exceptions, and other classes are having that, and then they're just getting so much more, especially the
Ja.
newer ones to be released. So
Ganz genau.
I don't really know how hard it would be to go back into these trees and kind of add a lot of that. It's probably the answer is really making some more things baseline, but that is definitely something that is very apparent anytime you're moving these trees around. Because like it's okay to make a decision and be like, okay, I can't have A-Bomb's Limb and Death's Echo, right? That's fine. That is something you could make the choice, and like it's not, you shouldn't just be able to have everything and like choices matter. I get it. It's just that it definitely feels a lot better to choose between two new things on top of what you're already doing, like other classes are doing, versus two things that you already have, right? Those choices do not feel as good.
Yeah, I did want to point out something with Blood's resource situation, though, before we finished up with this tree and then eventually went into the Blood tree. Because we've never had access to Runic Empowerment or Runic Corruption before on Blood, and it just gives us an insane amount of rune regeneration. It's on row 7.
Oh, sorry, where? This?
To the left of Assimilation.
Oh, this.
It's on the frost line.
Oh, I'm so confused. Oh,
Yes.
Runic Continuation, you mean?
Yeah, that's normally a unholy or frost ability.
So, auto attacks have a chance to generate 500 power, approximately 11 pro Minute. Ja, können wir ja mal runden. Dann hat 55 Runenmacht pro Minute. Ist halt ein Death Strike, beziehungsweise 2, wenn man dann vielleicht alle Reduzierungen von Death Strike mit reinnimmt. Ich weiß halt auch nicht.
We're not ability passive,
Yeah.
and
So-
we're getting that on Blood Decay for the first time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and
with
Empower Rune Weapon is also an insane survival cooldown as well.
Yeah, that's also very good. But with runic empowerment and full talent trees in both the blood tree and the general tree, you can get to a point where you're doing nothing but heart striking and death striking, and you'll never run out of globals, and you'll never run out of runes. That's also why we really aren't looking at Horn of Winter too closely, because it does generate 2 runes with a global cooldown, and that would be great in like any previous patch, but it is just not good with the level of rune regeneration that we have in these trees right now.
That's kind of insane. That sounds to me with the current tuning of Blood DK that they're going to be like actually like unkillably strong defensively. So we'll see like kind of where that goes into the spec tree, but they would have to like kind of nerf their ability to heal, I think, if they're actually able to death strike so much more than they are now. But also there's like a whole other conversation we can have after this when we're talking about like Dancing Rune Weapon and the whole like tier bonus in their tree, because I think it's a pretty spicy Death Knight topic actually to talk about the playstyle difference between normal DK and current 4-set DK, which will exist into next expansion as far as like the intricacy of how you play it instead of just spamming Heart Strike, right?
Yeah, it'll be a little bit different, but it's definitely strong enough that it's still going to be a thing if they printed these talents as they are and put them on the live game.
Yeah. Okay. So that's enough of the class tree. I think that works. Let's talk. I did want to bring up. We're not going to look at the unholy tree today. We'll actually probably do this at a different time. This is still. I could be. You guys can clarify this. They're making major changes to this tree, but they're just not in, right? They made one change, like Festering Strike got changed to be wound damage and Festering Strike damage, which is good. And then also.
Das lässt meine Hoffnung ein wenig schwinden, dass sie in anderen Bildern, also dass sie Wounds drin lassen.
Festering Wound, as you mentioned, Taze, was considered a disease now. So with morbidity, it actually adds an extra with each.
Was nochmal?
And then also, Festering Wound, as you mentioned, Taze, was considered a disease now. So with.
Aha, die Wounds sind jetzt also eine Krankheit, okay.
Morbidity, it
Interessant.
actually adds an extra. With
Ich glaube, die möchten sehr an ihrer Wound-Mechanik festhalten, habe ich das Gefühl.
With 2 points, another 6% damage to something that you have.
Nice, aber dann hat man ja immer 2 Krankheiten wenigstens. Wow, danke Blizzard. Also nicht nur noch eine. Man hat jetzt 2 immer. 3 am besten, wenn man noch das andere mitskillt. Großartig. Großartig.
Festering Wound on?
Yeah, there was one other major change. They reworked Death Rot entirely. It no longer burst Festering Wounds. Just anytime you cast Death Coil, you get shadow damage. Sudden dupe procs twice.
Okay,
So,
cool.
Way better.
We will do a separate unholy thing when they specifically add these and the tree is done with that. For now,
Da bin ich auf jeden Fall dabei.
probably going to skip over that. I do want to mention something with Frost. And when I first saw this tree, we had no other trees to really go off of, and I was really excited about it. And I still kind of am. My only real criticism of it is it seems like to do AoE, you do get really all the stuff you would ever hope for and want. But the tree, it seems like currently during the expansion, you're not actually going to like change really what you play. It's like a whole nother conversation where you're like taking Pillar, you're going down, grabbing Frozen Pulse Avalanche, whatever, Frostwhelp's Aid, and then over here you're going to grab Rage of the Frozen Champion. You grab this, grab Breath, and if you're in a full AoE scenario, you grab your Frostworm, and then you're done. You just have all these cool legendary effects. You get Biting Cold, you get Rage, you get Gathering Storm, you get, just all of it, right? But then to swap to single target, it's just a few points, and they're pretty obvious, right?
Yep.
So, and it doesn't really seem like you're ever going to really iterate on that, unless you're playing a non-Breath build, of course. You decide to go down to like Ice Cap.
Oh, will man das denn machen, ne? Weil Breath ist ja on top.
Or something. So what do you guys think about the Frost Tree, again, from not necessarily your first impression, but now that you've seen how a couple of other DPS trees have filled out their points?
I mean, relatively the same as before for me. I would like to see some extra nodes added, so there's a little bit more versatility and choice, though, because I think when I counted it up, Frost Tree has 33 nodes and 30 points to spend. So, I mean, like, you're getting pretty close to getting everything you want already. So just add a little bit more, so there's a little bit more choice in there. It would be nice.
Yeah, I that's the exact take I had. Muffin, have you thought about this tree a lot since it's come out?
No, I mean, the only thing thoughts I had was like, you can get like all of your AoE, but it's like that's all there really is to the frost tree. It's just AoE. I feel like it's kind of lacking in the single target department, in terms of talents.
Yeah. All right. Now again, we're not talking about Unholy. So DPS guys, you are clear to leave unless you want to talk about the blood.
Man könnte doch hier noch Chillstreak wegnehmen. Und in Obliteration
tree
rein.
a little bit
Für Single
with
Target.
Taze and Dorki, but if not, you guys can feel free to say. All right, so how now that has your all's opinion of the blood tree really changed since it's come out? Now that you've had like some time to play it, and because I think before we went down and got like, I think you got like the full current tier set bonus. There is a scenario where you could get Tightening Grasp, but not even select Gorfine's Grasp, which was kind of weird. But you also really want Red Thirst, so you're probably going through it. What do you guys think about this tree?
What you do with the end talents in this tree is still a little bit up in the air because they still don't have numbers on that Vampiric Blood capstone in the bottom right.
Yeah.
And while they do have some numbers on Shattering Bone right above Bone Storm, it's a little buggy right now on PTR, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw too much tuning, or if we saw any additional tuning with that, because that number is actually kind of crazy on there, and it does a pretty large amount of damage with even just one talent point invested in it right now. Its rank 2 actually doesn't work on the current alpha client.
Okay.
But just to give you a perspective of how strong some of these are right now, if you have Red Thirst talented with 2 points on the bottom right, and you have a full build running, you can get Vampiric Blood's cooldown down to around maybe 30 seconds. And for Everlasting Bond with the Dancing Rune Weapon talents, one over from the left, you can get your Dancing Rune Weapon extended to, it's looking to be about 30 seconds right now. With 10.0 gear levels. That's not quite as long as you can get it on live, but it's long enough that you would likely start playing around it.
Yeah, see, this is my take with Blood. So a lot, you guys both are Blood DK enjoyers. I've played Blood DK for a very long time. I've played it in the race world first in most tiers that I've done it. I think Blood DK is most people's favorite tank to play if they do play all of them and play them at a high level, because it gives you like the most agency in your.
Gut, so High Level wie die spiele ich natürlich jetzt nicht. Auch kein Tank Main, aber das ist, für mich ist es nichts.
And I think specifically the thing that's the most fun is the fact that playing more greedy with Death Strikes is often the like proper way to play, and like kind of balancing when you do that, and just that whole process is just insanely fun to keep yourself alive, basically. One thing I've seen change with this is a lot of that intricacy has gone away, and it's much more about just spamming Heartstrike now. And I wonder how you guys feel about that still being in the game, or if you've noticed that, or how you like the current playstyle of Blood, even though it's very powerful.
It's actually one of my biggest criticisms with Blood Decay since, was it last patch, pretty much? Yep. Because you don't feel like a DK anymore. You ignore most of the general rules you usually follow. So, like, normally you would follow the rule of trying to maintain at least 5 stacks of Bone Shield for Ossuary, trying to make sure you don't overcap, make sure you spend your blood boils, like all those little things, right? Putting D&D down in AoE. You just sort of can't do that anymore, because if you're ever doing that, you are scuffing your Dancing Rune Weapon. And that's like one of the issues that people run into when they try to play Blood DK. Like, if you try to play it in the traditional sense, where you're just like following all these Blood DK rules, you are misplaying, and you're just making it so much harder for you to survive. You just rely heavily on your Dancing Rune Weapon at the moment to stay alive. And like, while this current version, so they changed it, right? Dancing went from, or well, Everlasting Bonds went from every rune you spend, that extends your dancing by
So was war elective Heartstrike.
0.5 seconds. Now it's every Heartstrike and Death Strike extends by 0.33 seconds, which is actually 1 second because it counts the extra copies as well. So, like, in a sense, this sort of helps. It lets you Death Strike more instead of just spam Heartstrike. Like, right now, you're going to probably do something like, you know, Heartstrike, Heartstrike, Death Strike, Heartstrike, Heartstrike, Death Strike, repeat, instead of just, like, straight Heartstrikes across the board. But it's still not great, because anytime you have to press Blood Boil, for example, like, let's say you're playing with a Frost DK who's popping off with Breath and Dragon, and you need aggro. You need to press your blood boils. You need to press D&D. But you can't because you're gonna drop your weapon. But on the other hand, your DK is gonna die and he's gonna feel really bad. So it's like,
Healer
how do you
Mechanik.
even balance all these different globals? Like, are you gonna just let your weapon drop, or are you gonna try to fit in all these globals in between?
Would adding Blood Boil to Everlasting Bond's tooltip solve a lot of problems?
Well, at that point, it's just extending it based on
Yeah,
any
that's all I'm
duration,
saying.
any ability you cast.
Yeah, but I mean, making people cast abilities matters. Like, I mean, look at, if you guys have ever done coaching, I haven't done this in years, but 9 out of 10 people, when you coach someone to help play the game better and you're watching a VOD of them, they just don't press their buttons on cooldown. Like, that's a very real thing that people, it's hard to imagine, but like, absolutely a ton of people just don't use their GCDs, right?
I've seen that a lot, actually.
Yeah, so like that's real. And that, I mean, it seems basic, like you just extends based off a certain amount of time, but it does require actively playing the game. But yeah, I mean, you're right. But I mean, like, I don't know how else you would solve that issue, but yeah.
Yeah, and the whole resource situation kind of feeds into it as well, because there's nothing stopping you from hard striking and death striking for every single GCD, because you're not going to run out of resources. So it's always going to feel bad if you have to blood boil or maybe even death and decay during dancing rune weapon window. I guess one way they could solve that is by murdering our rune regeneration. That'd be a little unfortunate, but there's other ways they could go about it as well.
Yeah.
And even outside of dancing rune weapon, then there's just an issue where just any casts other than heart strikes and death strikes start to feel worse to cast in a lot of situations.
Sorry übrigens, dass ich dazu jetzt nicht so viel sagen kann. Bin, wie gesagt, nicht der Bloody Gate Spieler.
The only thing
Großartig.
Blood Boil really has going for it is that it's better uncapped damage, but it's going to be worse priority damage, and it's going to be worse survivability throughput.
Just real quick before we end this, can you guys take me down a Mythic Plus tree real quick? I already filled in the things that I'm pretty sure is correct. Actually, I'll take out the heart strike damage. I'm positive about that. Where do you guys go from here with Vamp Blood?
Do you want to take a shot at this first, or should I, Dorki? I don't care.
You can.
Okay. I would actually take that point out of Reinforced Bones. Reinforced Bones is actually not a bad effective health talent, but
Interesting.
I'm going to go down to Ossuary just for this example here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because you also get Blood Drinker along the way, which for 1 point's actually a really good priority damage talent under normal circumstances. It gets a little complicated with Everlasting Bond, but we'll have to see how that plays out later. But you also don't have Death's Caress, so I mean, just having another ranged ability is kind of nice for setting things up in Mythic Plus, or even in Raid if you're just outside of range of the boss for a while. It's free damage.
Okay.
Then I would get Voracious. Voracious and Tombstone.
You're ignoring Rune Tap in this build then. What about Blood Boil?
No,
Focus?
we'll actually be putting 1 point into Rune Tap because we have endless runes, right? Normally the one thing with Rune Tap that is a little annoying about it is that if you're using it as a defensive cooldown, it'll help you survive burst damage, but you're actually losing like overall mitigation throughput and damage whenever you press that ability because of the rune cost. But hey, if we have runes to spare, there's no loss there, and if anything, we're just getting 10 runic power for free whenever we press that button.
Okay. Sweet.
Then, let's see, improved Vampiric Blood. Then just for this example, just get all the Dancing Rune Weapon talents and all the Vampiric Blood talents. One thing I am pretty confident about in these trees...
Including Unquenchable Thirst?
Yeah, let's just assume it's good for now. We have
Okay, sure.
Huh.
And one thing that is worth pointing out at the end here is that Purgatory just looks like a really bad trade to take compared to at any other time in previous expansions, because it's 3 talent points for just Purgatory, pretty much, because Tightening Grasp is almost worthless. Right.
Ich muss aber sagen, ich finde die Cooldown Reduction da drauf ganz gut. Wenn wir ja zweimal skillen, pro Skill 30 Sekunden, man hat dann halt Gorfins auf 1 Minute. Und ich glaube, das ist echt strong, wenn man nicht mit Abomination Slim spielt. Dass man einen Mask Grip auf eine 1 Minute Cooldown hat.
Before it.
Mhm.
Aber die Frage ist dann halt, was man weglässt. Höchstens eins von den 2, aber das ist auch relativ strong.
Where instead now it's fighting against Red Thirst, which is stronger than what Red
Glaube ich zumindest, dass die beide recht strong sind.
Thirst is now, and also a talent that gives you extra damage on Vampiric Blood. And even if you were to take Bone Storm, it's like not only are you getting Bone Storm, which is sometimes a bit of a questionable talent, but Shattering Bone does do a lot of AoE damage right
Und Bone Shield ist consumed, das ist das Ding. Das ist ja voll strong. Das ist ja krass, der AOE.
now, even though it's not giving you anything else.
Den will ich sogar auch mal
So I
ausprobieren.
just don't see a world where you take Purgatory unless burst damage is a huge issue and you can't get a cheat death on a trinket.
Okay. Now you mentioned your full thought process. Dorki, how would you approach this?
Yeah, so I have like a slightly different build where I was thinking instead of going down Ossuary and Blood Drinker, which are sort of counterintuitive at the moment with the way Everlasting Bonds plays. Also, you don't need Blood Tap considering we have infinite resources.
Yeah, Blood
So
Tap
we
is
free up 3
worthless.
points. Yeah, so we free up 3 points that way, and then we can spend those 3 points on Harsh Strike damage, which is a lot of our damage. It's above a Vamp Blood. Yeah, because
I
like
got it.
Harsh Strike is a very large portion of our damage, especially when you're just spamming Harsh Strike all day long. And then we can go for the dancing stuff still, so the exact same, all 4.
Got it.
And then instead of going for red first, we go for Bone Storm. So you just go down all the Bone Storm stuff.
Mhm.
Okay, so 0 Red Thirst. All right. I mean, okay.
Yeah, so-
explain that.
Yeah, so like this way, you have a way more offensive build. You lose Ossuary and you lose red first, but
Und man hat halt jetzt keinen Grip. Also wenn dann hätte ich vielleicht... Stimmt, ist sehr offensiv, sehr AOE-lastig. Aber dann hätte ich, glaube ich, trotzdem bei Bone Storm hätte ich den Einwurf weggenommen und den Garfiens Grip rein.
you gain Harsh Strike damage, you gain the Shattering Bone damage, you gain Rapid Decomp, and you gain Bone Storm. I feel like this would be a really offensive, like probably the most offensive M+ build you can go at the moment. I mean, of course, unless the red, what do you call it, Unquenchable First ends up being really strong.
Okay.
Like this also helps with a lot of the AoE damage that Blood Decay lacks.
Quick question then. Yeah, actually I actually think Shattering Bone is an insane answer to their issue with consistent threat at the beginning of pulls now as well. But there's no cheat death trinket data mine for the first raid, at least that I remember. What happens when you're doing hard enough Mythic Plus content where going into
Vielleicht gibt es ja einen aus dem Plus-Content.
pulls is pretty scary? You don't have a cheat death trinket like you have currently, and you don't have Purgatory. Is it possible that you are going to have to get rid of something just to have Purgatory to make DK viable and high enough stuff?
Depending on the expansion, sometimes you aren't at risk of dying instantly. BFA Season 1's a very good example. Player power was really low. Everyone had gigantic health bars based on the amount of damage that's coming in. So you really never missed having a cheat death for that season.
Okay, wait. Here's my take on it. So the only reason why we need Purg at the moment is because we're reaching key levels where we really shouldn't be touching at the moment. Like people on live in Season 3 are doing plus 30s, plus 31, 32 even. And that's only because one, DK is pretty overtuned at the moment. Like the whole dancing tier set is broken as hell. Other tanks don't really compare to DK. 2 is we have Destrolocks and Survival Hunters. I feel like we are reaching levels where we're like randomly getting one shot potentially only because
Da bin ich auch mal auf die Nerfs gespannt in Season 4 von den Destrologs und den Survival Hunters. Wahrscheinlich nur so was Kleines und die anderen werden gebufft. So, ja, wir haben das Feedback gehört und wir haben Destrologs und Survival Hunters machen jetzt also 3% weniger Schaden. Und wir machen und Havoc Demon Hunters machen jetzt 2% mehr Schaden und BM Hunters nochmal 2% mehr. Dann bis zum nächsten Patch in 17 Monaten und dann gucken wir mal weiter. Ich wünsche, Blizzard wäre da so ein bisschen wie Riot mit League of Legends, dass alle 2 Wochen einfach mal so ein Balance-Tuning kommt. Vielleicht nicht so krass, aber wenigstens ein bisschen.
where our power levels are way too high at the moment. Like the power creep has just reached way too much. Whereas normally if
Ich bin
you're
auch mal gespannt, wie sie das jetzt in Season 4 machen von Shadowlands, weil es gibt ja kein Raid dazu, irgendwie. Und man hat dann, glaube ich, zum ersten Mal einfach das M+ Item ein höheres Item-Level haben als Mythic-Items. Oder wie sollen wir das vorstellen? Seltsam.
If you're going into like season 1 of Dragonflight or season 2, I would imagine you probably aren't gonna need cheat death.
Okay.
I mean, as long as you play like, relatively
Yeah,
decent, of
obviously,
course,
yeah, obviously you will die if you play bad, but yeah, I see what you mean. Like, because like Purgatory is something you want when there are things that could happen even when you are playing perfectly that are out of your control, that or even if you make a very small mistake outside of playing perfectly, you can just kind of just die. There's a lot of content that's really difficult where that exact thing isn't true, right? Like if you play at a high enough level, you're just in a position where you don't necessarily have to die. And I think the worst thing about it though is I would rather the points to Purgatory not feel as useless. Like every like Heartrend is also like kind of a interesting one, but I mean like look at this row. Like Shattering Bone, OP as fuck. Red Thirst, OP as fuck, and all of them are capped by a 1-point capstone. But then the two in the middle are, I mean, Heartrend is better, but like Tightening Grasp is like what is that, right? Like that's like, why would you have to pick Tightening Grasp to go on the way to Purgatory? I think that's like pretty decent criticism that might not be in the best spot.
Maybe this is too much
That's a lot of
copium,
points.
but maybe they could rotate the Purgatory and Gorfine's talents, so you put Purgatory at the top.
Oh, that is extreme copium. That's then you're making the thing that
Yeah,
we're talking about being bad a capstone. That is
Berg would be pretty free,
insane.
for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is you are huffing it deep. That is insane.
Actually, I have a question for you here, Dorki. What are your thoughts about having only one charge of Blood Boil and not having Death's Caress for setting up pulls, mythic pulls?
It's definitely a little bit weird, but I think if you go for Dev's Echo, it's not as bad. Like having that extra grip as another range taunt, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it is very weird and it is very clunky. Also, with this, I've thought about dropping maybe Bone Shield Haste for like one of these options, or if you want to go for one more point into Gorfine's Grasp. Or
Schwierig, glaube ich, weil Haste ist echt krass. Vor allem 6% für den Anfang. Aber für die erste Season, das ist echt viel, 6%. Da viele mit Stats strugglen. Ich glaube, vor allem beim Bloody Kai ist es, glaube ich, echt richtig worth mitzunehmen. Man könnte da natürlich eins in Gorfins stecken und vielleicht noch eins in Bloodthirst.
Or-
Wenn das geht.
or
I don't
Blood
think you
Boil,
can, right? Don't you need 8 points up here? Oh, you easily have 8 points. You have way more than 8 points up here. I don't know if you guys are watching the Hunter one.
A little bit up there.
You'd actually
Dude.
be better off dropping a point from Improved Heart Strike rather than the Haste.
Ja, glaube ich auch. Wenn
Do
wir
you-
den Hardstrike rausnehmen.
I
Or
feel like you're
models.
able to get down far enough
Aber dann hat man nichts mehr. Doch, kommt man immer noch hin.
in the tree than you want. It's different between the class. Like some classes are worse than others. Like if you're looking at the screen that I'm sharing, MM Hunters, we actually just went over this. And this is not a drill. This is not a joke. This is what they spend in pure single target in the top of their tree. Here we go.
I
They
was
sp-
watching that, and we have nothing like that, and that is
Yeah.
a crazy situation.
Marksman Hunters spend 19 points before they even go to the middle part of their tree.
Das ist natürlich krass, ne?
Right? So like they're not able to get the things that they want later. Like you guys look like you're spending more than 8 up here, but that's fine. I don't think there's an issue with that. One thing is you don't have the extra charge on Blood Boil. That's gonna be weird, I think.
It's mostly quality of life, but it's quality of life I wish we had and didn't have to spend an extra point that isn't needed for pathing for. But yeah, I don't know.
I think they should just make it baseline because again, it's along the lines of like, yes, it is cool to select things that are not useful all the time to make you more powerful in those situations where they are not useful by unselecting it and selecting something else. Removing quality of life things that are always beneficial for DK, like 2 charges of Blood Boil, that having to choose that feels wrong. You want to be able to have basically what you have now, but a little bit more. And it seems like you get that at the bottom part of this tree. Blood DKs are certainly, the next expansion, are not looking like they're this weak version of themselves. They're going to be pretty fucking strong, right? It's just the little decisions like that, I think, matter, like all the way through these trees.
So we're strong, but kind
Ja, ich glaube, beim DK kann man einfach zusammenfassen, dass viele Dinge, die Baseline sein sollten, einfach keine Baseline mehr sind. Das sieht man ja vor allem in dem Basic Talent Tree. Und dass die Sachen einfach wieder Baseline sind für jeden DK-Tree. Dafür dann halt vielleicht den Tree einfach ein bisschen verkleinern, wenigstens. Oder andere Sachen rein tun, weil das fühlt sich halt Ja, wie mit dem Blood Bowl nicht gut an. Man hat jetzt irgendwie x Expansions lang mit 2 Stacks Blood Bowl gespielt. Und jetzt muss man da reinskillen, um wieder 2 Stacks zu bekommen. Das macht irgendwie. Das fühlt sich wirklich halt gut an.
Kind of awkward.
Ist halt genauso wie mit, man spielt seit eh und je mit Baseline Anti-Magic Shell seit Waddle gefühlt. Und jetzt muss man da einen Punkt reinstecken, um Anti-Magic Shell zu bekommen. Das
as far as
fühlt sich einfach dumm an.
how we play.
Yeah.
Or like right now, to be honest. That's definitely what DK feels like.
Apparently, there's also a bug with Heartstrike right now where it's only generating 10 runic power instead of 15, but they'll probably get that fixed.
Yeah, like I feel like my main concern with this one, I guess, is probably just similar with Bear 2, is it doesn't feel special. I feel like we're just playing the same DK, but I don't know if other classes feel that way. Like I haven't really looked into Hunter or Shaman and stuff. Because like I've been hearing about how Shamans have like all these super sick stuff, like that new Stone Skin Totem and stuff. And Rogues, you know, they get a bunch of cool stuff. But it feels like for DK and even Druid Tank, you don't really gain much going into the next expansion.
Okay, Druid Tank scheint auch nicht so gut zu sein. Stimmt, aber ich glaube, von BFA auf Shadowlands haben die so gut wie gar nichts bekommen. Ja, ist ein bisschen ärgerlich. Ich glaube jetzt von Shadowlands zu Dragonfly ein bisschen mehr, aber anscheinend auch nicht so viel. Ich muss mir das Video auf jeden Fall noch anschauen. Und mal gucken auf jeden Fall.
You sort of just
Wollen wir dann auch, wie die anderen Talent Trees so aussehen.
play the same.
Also, I do want to say that I think people might be underselling Ossuary a little bit because there's a big difference between having a 115 runic power pool with 40 cost death strikes and having a 125 runic power pool with 35 cost death strike. Even if it doesn't give you any more damage or mitigation throughput, it's like having that pool of runic power and death strikes just really helps smooth out dangerous situations.
All right, I think that's pretty much it. Do you guys have any other takes about blood or anything DK in general?
About covers it.
Hell yeah,
It should be it.
dude! I'm really glad we got you on, Kyrasis. The chat was a big fan of your very soothing voice. Dorki and your voice as like the two blood DK talker guys is like a duality of insanely good voices for different reasons. And then again, thanks for Muffin and Taze for coming on as well. It was really insightful. I hope we hear some more stuff soon. It sounds like the DK guy is like kind of working overtime. He's doing a lot of stuff. So maybe within like 1 to 2 weeks we could do another follow-up specifically about Unholy for sure. All right, thanks for coming on, guys.
Yep,
Thank
thanks
you.
for having us.
Yep, see ya.
Ja, großartig, muss ich sagen. Großartige Serie. Leute dabei, die wissen was von der Materie. Werden mir auch auf jeden Fall auch die anderen Class Overviews anschauen und Reviews etc. Freue mich sehr auf den Unholy Tree, wenn der dann kommt. Den werden wir auf jeden Fall auch machen. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich den jetzt noch mit in das Video stecke. Ne, dass es dann zu lang braucht, bis es online kommt und dass dann wieder zu viele Änderungen da sind. Oder ob ich den dann nochmal extra behandle. Ihr werdet es ja dann schon sehen. Ja, sehr gut zusammengefasst. Ich meine, man kann, denke ich, so das Wichtigste zusammengefasst ist, denke ich, dass einfach viele Baseline-Abilities jetzt in Dragonfly, so wie es momentan ist, nichts mehr Baseline sind und dass man die eben dann skillen muss. Auch passive Sachen sind halt irgendwie nichts mehr Baseline. Das fühlt sich einfach nicht gut an, da Punkte reinzustecken, obwohl man das quasi schon hat. Macht ja auch irgendwie wenig Sinn. Scheint auch nicht nur beim DK so zu sein, aber der DK hat da wohl einer der meisten Probleme. Und ich hoffe, ihr habt da meinen zusätzlichen Talk dazu genossen. Ich bedanke mich recht herzlich fürs Zuschauen. Vielen Dank fürs dabei sein. Und dann vielleicht bis zum nächsten Mal. Bis in Bälde. Auf Wiedersehen.